Take a long time. What's up, everybody, and welcome to the first ever Geeks of the RoundTable Mega Show. We got a very huge show for y'all, but for right now, it's the pre-show. Let me introduce you guys. I'm gonna let these wonderful people introduce themselves. We'll start with Hanako,
Hi, I'm Hanako. I am the creator and host of the Fandom Hybrid podcast.
Kristen,
Hi, I'm Kristen, aka Blurred Sunbay on Instagram and also a part of Blurred Over.
and last but not least, Mark.
What's going on, everybody? It's me, Mark, and I'm here on Bring the Popcorn Podcast. And you can find me on Blurredography on YouTube and Blurredcast on Anchor, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts.
All right, y'all. So for right now, it's just gonna be us, but we will have more people joining us shortly. But for right now, we're just gonna react to a few trailers that dropped this week and just give our reaction for it. So, which one y'all want to start with? We got Obi-Wan, Avatar 2, or Jurassic World. What y'all choose?
Avatar?
Avatar. Let's go for it. So, if y'all ain't know, Avatar came out. What feel like 30 years ago now.
Yeah.
You're not too far from that, for real.
Yeah, that actually is true. But I guess James Cameron said, "Hey, I want some money." So
In your
so
bag.
Mhm.
so he has been working on this. I think almost as long as the first one came out. This ain't been in development hell for years, but hey, they said we finally got it. So without further ado, we're gonna get on with the trailer for it. Now we will have to stop because you know copyright.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, going to have to stop in between. So we apologize if we pause a lot. But let's go ahead and watch that trailer. Share my screen. The, this for Avatar 2, The Way of Water. Well, I guess they told us no more. Well, that's just a little bit of the trailer. What y'all think of it, or from how it looks at least? Because the trailer really doesn't give much. Because y'all got to refresh my memory. How did the last movie end? Do
With a
y'all
lot of
remember?
money.
You're on mute, Hanako. Oh, Hanako, you're on mute. Yeah.
I was gonna say the same thing. I haven't watched it in so long that I'm just sitting there watching the trailer, like, okay, I guess I'll get some refreshers watching the trailer. And really, the trailer doesn't really give you much, except it's very pretty. It's still
Yeah,
pretty. It's still very gorgeous. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to do a refresher and a rewatch before going to see this
because
in the.
because I remember seeing this. I remember seeing this when in before the Doctor Strange started. I saw this like, oh, I don't really know much of this movie of what's going on, but it looks like I said, it looks visually stunning like the last one. I wonder with the way that things are now in the world, do y'all think it's going to make as much as it did when it first came out all those years ago?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, because it wasn't it the highest grossing film at
It
like
was huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was, but I think you're not gonna like capture lightning in the bottle twice like
yeah,
that.
I
No.
don't think you're gonna capture lightning in a bottle twice. Oh, but before we go, we got another person that joined us. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, how are you?
Doing good, man. Doing good.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I was just
huh?
gonna jump in on that about Avatar. It didn't capture any real, like, even though it was the biggest movie for a while, it didn't capture any of the kind of cultural um imagination, and I don't think anybody really talks about it, and just go like, you don't remember how it ended. I don't remember anything from the movie. So yeah, it's like I think it'll probably do well, but I doubt that it'll have anywhere near the success it had, the first one had.
Yeah, I mean, at least one thing I can say, I want to know what James Cameron's going to do visually since CGI has came a long way since then.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because
That's true.
even for back then, that was some groundbreaking CGI. That movie was really groundbreaking because a lot of those characters were CGI. Most of them was like CGI.
Mm-hmm.
But
And I think that's part of the reason why I don't feel like it's going to have the kind of success that the first one did, because back then everything was so groundbreaking, and it's like now you can probably do 10 films with the same type of quality and the same type of cinematography that Avatar is going to do. So unless he just comes in and does something that's just so mind blowing, we've never seen it before. It's not. I think the money will be made for nostalgia purposes. Like everyone who
Mm.
loved it the first time around will definitely go see it because they've been wanting to find out what's going on with these characters. And he may do well as far as with the younger characters. I mean, the younger audience, the newer audience, to see, okay, hey, what is all this about? Let's see what Avatar was about, since it was so talked about back then. But the way that it was, and I don't think it'll have the same kind of effect as the first one did.
anybody else?
I think it might still have a chance just because just talking more about the visuals. I know like that's been a thing that's been coming up more and more on the topic, like related to like anime with Demon Slayer and Attack on Titan. And it seems like a lot more people are paying attention to it and being looped into seeing how advanced they are. Like maybe pulling different sources of how other people use advanced levels of CGI from other countries and seeing the visuals that they have like previewed in the trailer. That might be like a little extra layer that's added on to it. But as far as like, that's what I'm kind of like torn between. Like it still has like the chance because of visuals, but based off of stories, could it be like Boruto? Like split like,
I hope
I don't know
not.
if I want to watch it. Cute. Okay, beating a dead horse. Like
I hope no. Ooh, if it's like Boruto, I'm gonna pass on that one.
I'm just like, I keep lying and saying I'll give it a chance, but no. But it's like who knows? Some people continue. Like I think Yashahime, for example, was a good continuation. So it's like you just never know how they're gonna take it. You just kind of have to give it a chance. So it just depends on how people react beforehand before they see it.
Well, I think James Cameron said that he had two different movies planned, like two other movies planned. So like I think they're
Hmm.
shooting this one right after.
I was gonna say, don't wait another
Oh,
20 years.
oh, hold on, I'm going
Right.
to the person. What's up,
Oh,
Robbie?
there we go. How's it going, man?
How's it going, y'all? This is Robbie, my co-host on Bring the Popcorn,
Hey, Robbie.
Hey, how are you?
and we got
Good.
one more person. Well, for right now, Miss Lori.
Hi, everybody.
How's it
Hey.
going, Lori?
Hi.
There we go.
I'm good.
Yeah. Oh,
Ryan,
we,
Marco, how's it going?
Good,
I'm
good.
well.
yeah. So we were just talking about the Avatar 2. I keep one called The Shape of Water, The Way of Water.
Might as well be called Shape of Water.
Pretty much. Hey, good movie. But yeah, we were just talking about that and seeing if it's going to recapture the magic. I think all of us said that it's not going to, just because Well, for one thing, it was a one of its kind back then, but we've had so many groundbreaking movies that did different things with film. Like I would say the most interesting thing I've seen recently was A Quiet Place, the way that they used where it was lack of sound, but it was still an engaging movie.
Mm.
So if this wants to bring something new, like what could it possibly do?
Hmm.
Because it's not going to be the best looking
I
anymore.
don't
Because
know. What do you guys think? Because it was so long before we could get a sequel. They've been working on something for this long. So it's either got
13
to
years.
be something that, yeah, it's like, is it groundbreaking or is it the story that they wanted to make sure was really good? I'm gonna go in and give it a shot just because it's been so long. I want to know what they've been doing for so
Mhm.
long.
And I think
yeah,
the the cinematography is not going to change at all. I think it was 13 years ago, so I do think with more technology, what we saw was just a trailer. So who's to say that like in post it's going to be even better?
yeah,
You know,
but
they
Yeah.
can make they can make improve the visual effects in post production. So I'm gonna give it a shot just because I'm as out of curiosity. I don't want to say nostalgia per se because we knew it was coming for 13 years. Um, but
I forgot.
huh?
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
I forgot this was coming out.
I mean, it's because
It,
the reason it took
For
so
that
long
long.
because James Cameron was trying to make 3 or 4 movies back to back. He was literally trying to plan, write, and shoot all of them back to back. That's why it took him
yeah,
so long to get
Yeah.
to this point.
I don't know.
I don't know. We're gonna see. But next trailer,
But
uh,
but are we?
Hold on, let's I want to hear what she
I just wanted to say, are we going to get the same thing like we got for the Matrix? Because that's the same thing
I
that
ooh, I
happened with
hope
that.
not.
Mm.
nah,
Mm-mm,
I
Because
don't
mm-mm.
if
believe that.
you
That's a good point.
remember, the Matrix was groundbreaking and everybody was blown away. All this time went by. They shot movies 2 and 3 together. Talked about how it was going to be so crazy. We all went to see the second one because it's the Matrix, right? And then we were like, what is this?
I will hang James Cameron by his feet if I get a matrix. If I get a matrix, if I get a
If you
matrix
get a
claw, I will
Matrix
hang him
I
by
trilogy,
his
mean, he
feet.
always says that his characters are more revolutionary than all these other characters that we see today in these blockbusters. So he's gonna have to back it up.
I just don't
What's
want
up,
to.
Terry?
I don't want to Matrix
Paris.
Resurrections.
I don't
No.
think we're
Yeah,
gonna get. I don't think
Right,
we're gonna get that though.
right.
I don't think we're gonna get that. I mean, I'm just maybe that's just the optimist in me, but I don't think we're gonna get that Matrix Resurrections.
No.
So
I will cry.
No, that's way different. But I'm more comparing it to like the number 2 and 3,
mm.
where we all had high expectations and then
Mhm.
I will honestly cry if we get that. If we get that, I will cry because I hate it. At first, I gave it a chance. I gave it a chance, but then when I watched it the second time, I ain't giving this no more chances. This sucks.
I am gonna temper my expectations for it. You know, I'm not gonna anticipate like it's the best thing ever that's about to come out. But you know, we'll see what happens. We'll give it a shot. And when does it come out? December.
Mhm.
So maybe in 7 months we'll see. Maybe you know.
And
maybe.
I don't think this could be a Matrix level disappointment because like whether you like Avatar or not, I don't think anybody's putting it on the same level as the first Matrix. I think that was, both are visually groundbreaking in a lot of ways, but I think the Matrix is a far better movie, and so I think that disappointment was way more when 2 and 3 were bad. Where like who really cares that much? I mean, I shouldn't say there are
Yeah.
people that love Avatar, but like again, it's like not something that's really in part of the cultural zeitgeist. It's not something that like people talk about, and so I think if it's a bad movie, the disappointment won't be as great as Matrix, where I think a lot of people were really hurt because just how good those movies were.
And to your point, like for the Matrix, I don't know. It just seemed like to me, for me, like for Matrix Resurrection, I'll use Matrix Resurrection as an example. The thing is, for Matrix Resurrections, um, like the Wachowskis didn't really plan on doing them. They didn't really want to do them. But James
Mm,
Cameron wanted to do Avatar. Like he had it all planned. So he's been
Mm.
working
right,
like 13 years for it. For Matrix Resurrection, they just said,
right.
yeah, let's just do it since everyone's asking for it. Whatever. That's the way that's the difference between
You
why I look
know,
at it in terms of development.
it's so funny. The movie was called Matrix Resurrections, but that movie single-handedly killed that franchise
Killed it. It's dead. As it
because
should have been. They should have never done another one.
Yeah,
They should have
I
left
agree.
it alone.
first of all, Keanu
Leave it
Reeves
alone.
he spammed one movie the whole movie because his ass too old to be doing these stunts. I'm
No, he's not. He's still doing John Wick.
but
He's still doing John Wick.
well
What they didn't have was the choreographers.
yeah because
Oh,
Mm.
they did. Oh, right. They didn't have the
Yeah.
choreographers for the last Matrix.
but and
Keanu
then
Reeves is a
like
legit black belt.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
and,
in jiu-jitsu, he can fight, and
Mm-hmm.
in
well I
judo,
guess
I think those are the two that he uses mostly. And then of course he can shoot. He can do all the practical stunts. So that's why I was so surprised at how terrible the fights were. Parrish and I both do martial arts, for those of you who haven't talked to us before. So for us to sit there and watch the fights, I'm sure it was just like, what are they doing?
like
Like when
Wow.
when the Merovingian guys showed up, and I was like, okay, here's a fight, and then it was terrible, and I was like, just turn it off.
that was not the Merovingian. That was just some homeless man. Because if somebody had, I think Robbie told me, yeah,
Huh?
like
His
I think
dad.
Robbie had told me, yeah, that's the Merovingian from the second one. Like, you sure he looked like he should be on the corner
Yeah.
begging for change in Austin, Texas? Like, who is that? And then
Dang.
it's like nothing made sense. The whole Morpheus thing, I almost gave myself a headache trying to figure that
I
out.
didn't even try to figure it out, Jason. I just said, okay, I guess we're just gonna go with this.
I mean, the
Whatever. It doesn't
Matrix
make sense to
zombies
me,
were
but I'm just
cool,
whatever.
but
It made no sense.
well, let's pray that we don't get. Let's pray we don't get a
Sorry, I brought it
resurrection.
up.
No, it's all good. I'm glad you brought it up.
So yeah, let's
Like
pray we
shiny
don't.
things. Ooh.
Let's pray we don't get that. But speaking of things that are being brought, things that keep going that I feel like should have stopped. We got Jurassic World Dominion got a new trailer. That's one movie I don't know why we keep
Yeah, let's talk
bringing
about that.
bringing back these dinosaurs. But before we talk about it, let's watch the trailer. I think this is the new, newish trailer for Jurassic World Dominion.
Yeah, I think
Go
they
ahead.
released one last week.
I literally walked out of the theater with seeing the poster when I saw
Dang.
and I said, you know what? I want this franchise to die. I literally pointed at it. I said it out loud in front of everyone to see. Can this franchise please die? I'm tired of these dinosaurs.
See,
People keep going.
Oh my god.
I didn't even watch the second one. No, I started watching the
I
second
didn't
one.
either.
I started watching the second one. Then I was
Second
like,
one.
I mean,
Oh, in the new
yeah.
stuff? Okay.
yeah.
I saw the first one. I just thought the first one to me was just okay to me. I didn't really, I guess because I've seen Jurassic Park 1, 2, and 3, and I'm like, So
Well, let's go ahead and watch this trailer for Jurassic World Dominion. Oh, somebody won.
wait, what happened?
There's a graduation party going on my side. Let me mute. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Oh,
Everyone from Georgia State and Kennesaw have graduated today, I think.
all right. So yeah, we're going to share that screen. All right, let's go ahead and watch this trailer. It might be a little laggy, y'all. But I apologize. Dang. Oh. God damn. Can y'all see it?
Yeah, I see it.
All right, cool. To make sure. All right. Let's go.
We made a terrible mistake. The doomsday clock might be about out of time.
If our world's gonna survive, what matters is what we do now.
I could use your expertise.
You coming or what?
A baby raptor. I made a promise for our home. You made a promise to a dinosaur. Yeah. What?
Everybody hold.
Well,
YouTube said that's enough.
yeah. Wait, Jason, where'd you go?
You probably got lost in the Matrix. That's okay.
Dang, basically, the trailer was so bad that they just kicked Jason out.
See, I think y'all are expecting too much. When I think about Jurassic World and that franchise, I look at it the same way I look at Fast and Furious. Like none of it makes sense, but I'm gonna go anyway and just enjoy it just for the sheer ridiculousness of it. I just really want to go see the OG, trio meet up with the new people and see how they're gonna do that story. I'm not expecting like Oscar-worthy performances, but it's fun
No, of course not.
to go watch, and I just want to see how stupid people are gonna be acting with these dinosaurs again. So
Yeah, I want to see that.
I want to see a crossover of Fast and the Furious with Jurassic Park. Now that
funny thing about that, the people over the Transformers,
Universal
Universal,
Paramount.
they wanted to cross Fast and Furious over. They said they wanted to do it with Jurassic.
I heard that.
They wanted.
I heard that. I was like, give it to me. I will go and watch it. I may be the only person to go and watch it.
I won't.
I will go and watch it.
I thought this was a joke. Oh my
Gross sales $15.
cost for movie $6 billion.
I just want to see. I want to see Vin Diesel like riding a T-Rex and saying, "I got family."
Right.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yes. You know how we stop this invasion?
No.
Family.
He gonna look at the dinosaur like, "Ooh, scaly bro. We all bros, family." Like they said Jurassic Park. They said they wanted to cross over Transformers. I'm like, look, I would give me all that craziness in one movie.
But we actually kind of do.
I would actually pay to go see Fast and Furious and Transformer crossover. I would pay to see that.
That would be good.
Well, we kind of do
That would
have
work. But so would
we
Transformers.
do kind of have a Transformers and dinosaur crossover. It's called Rise of the Beasts.
We don't.
Yes.
But I need Vin Diesel riding on top of an Autobot talking about we all family while they're going in the back. I'm telling you, that would sell tickets. Look, Paramount.
While they're fighting the dinosaurs.
Yes, while they look. Hey, let's
we
be
can
honest.
write this right now.
I mean, if
guys.
we
We're
can have
mentioning this.
Sharknado, we can have that.
Let's
I'll
be
pay to go
honest.
see it.
Like, let's be honest. Everybody in the Fast and Furious franchise at this point, they're comic book superheroes at this point.
Basically.
They legit.
How the hell did that happen?
They got Black Superman already. Might as well. I'm just saying. Look, maybe I'm like one of the few people because I like crazy shit. But I don't know. It just give it time.
I feel like I was on drugs watching that movie last night.
Well, hey man, go watch.
I was on drugs watching that movie last night.
Hey, the best way to do it, man.
So I have a question about this Jurassic World Dominion. First of all, the girl who is in the teenager, I'm assuming that's supposed to be their daughter. Where did the accent come from? Because she has like a slightly British or some other. She does not have an American accent.
The teenager.
But I'm assuming, Yeah, the girl who's at the beginning, she was like, Blue had a baby. That's impossible. She's like a teenager, and you see her kind of sprinkled throughout the
Mm.
trailer.
I,
And then I'm
I
just like,
probably missed it. It was lagging so much. I probably didn't even like.
I missed it a
Yeah.
little bit too, but I feel like my theory is either she's still practicing on, you know how like British people can throw their voice really well, like Idris Elba. It took me a while to realize he had that accent. So it's
Yeah.
either like
Yeah.
she's still practicing on that, or maybe they're gonna throw in something like she grew up abroad and boarding school or something.
oh,
Who knows?
okay.
Or
Or
maybe,
they'd be like, you
or
know
they could
what?
just pull a Shaft and just have the Georgia State University logo in the background and not care.
Or they can just be like, you know what? We don't know what to do. Just give us money. Just go
That's
see this
that's what I'm
movie.
saying.
Yeah, basically.
Like, boy, it better not be nothing like Shaft 2019 because that's another movie I just straight up hated.
I didn't watch it, but when my dad told me
Good
about the Georgia
man,
State
look good.
University in the background, I was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna pass on that.
I saw that and I was like, this is one movie where I wish Samuel Jackson would just stop talking.
Dang.
Wow.
Like, I don't know. It's just like the Shaft from I think the early 2000s. It was okay. It wasn't great, but it was okay. The
70s one
original
was the
Shaft,
best.
the original Shaft, they should have just stuck with that. We didn't need
Mhm.
another one. We
Yeah.
did not need another one. But that's beside the point. Well, Shaft, he was doing good for people. Like, he was doing better good for was it New York? I think it was New York. Was it Brooklyn? I think so. But let's go ahead and get to our last trailer. And we're gonna catch up with good old Mr. Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, you got that good trailer video, the one with the best quality.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm excited for excuse me. I'm excited for Obi-Wan, but I'm tired of fucking sand. I don't want to see no more sand.
Yeah,
Like
this you might as well just call Star Wars the desert. That's basically what we've seen for the last 5 years.
yeah, Mandalorians. Well, at least in Mandalorian, we got some places that didn't have sand. But
Yes.
then,
Yeah.
but then Boba Fett said, "Nah, we know y'all want this sand. Come on back. come on back."
Oh my
But
god. Don't get me started.
now, if everybody knows me, I'm sick and tired of this era of Star Wars. I want to move on to something new. But Disney said you're gonna watch whatever the fuck we want you to watch. So we're getting Kenobi. Too many years too late. But let's see what we think of the new trailer because you know what? Maybe they might do something. Maybe it might catch my interest. Maybe,
It has my
or maybe.
It has my curiosity.
Well, let's hope it don't make my damn stomach hurt. All right.
Stop drinking all
All
those
right,
Red
y'all.
Bulls,
So,
man.
man, this is a long show. I need Red Bull.
Nah.
But
Water.
let's go ahead and watch this trailer. That ain't gonna keep me up. I need to be up and alert. All
Yeah,
right.
just don't go crazy.
I can't promise that.
That stuff's bad for your health. And again.
They're coming. Stay in. Or we will not survive. Lead us alone. When the time comes, he must be trained. Like you trained his father. You still want Kenobi. But he's gone.
You've been looking in the wrong places. I want every lowlife and bounty hunter to squeeze him. Can't find all
Damn. Well,
Oh, that was nice though. I like the lightsaber
I
at the end
must
with the
say
Disney
that
Plus.
not,
That was cool.
That sister
now
looked like she's gonna be a force to be reckoned with.
I
Yeah.
think she's one of the Inquisitors, which I'm like, damn, I guess we can't get any more Jedi or good people, good black people in Star Wars since Mace Windu. And the jury's still out on him if he's dead or not, because now Disney's slowly trying to put in there, yeah, he might still be alive if Sam
Well, I mean,
want to come back.
every show and
Right.
movie seems to have to include crazy cameos. So I feel like, at some point they're going to be at the bottom of the barrel. Not that Sam Jackson or Mace Windu would be the bottom of the barrel, but at some point it's just going to that's going to be what they have to do, because they will have run out of things to make people go crazy. Which can be
But they
good or
got
can
him
be
in all
bad.
the Marvel stuff.
You said what?
Sorry?
But then, like with the Marvel stuff, it becomes so obscure that if you're not a big fan, like the big fans are going wild. Like even like with Doctor Strange, there's a couple moments where people are going insane, but you have to be a big enough fan to like get it.
Understand?
And otherwise,
yeah.
like there's like a lot of people in the theater were just like, "What's this? What's going on here?" And so you'll end up
Who
with
is that guy sitting all the way on the right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, half the people are like, who's that? And then half are like screaming and jumping out of their seats. So it's like a weird dynamic. But that's where they're gonna get soon.
Well, I don't know why we get it now, because I remember years ago when Disney was so proud, like they were so kind of like, yeah, y'all will never live to see the last Star Wars film, because we're doing one every year. Then after Han Solo, they came back and said, yeah, we ain't doing that no more. We know y'all didn't like that. So we're gonna give you Rise of Skywalker. Then after Rise of Skywalker came out, they said, you know what? Maybe we just need a break from each other. Because I'm sorry, even though I like the Force Awakens, I'm one of the few people that respected what the Last Jedi tried to do. Third one, I liked it just because like, oh, it's Star Wars. I'm in a theater and people were cheering. Then when I saw it by myself, and said, oh, this bullshit.
Yeah.
Like,
that was prequel level bad. In fact, it's probably the only of the movies that I can think is worse than that is Episode 2. Otherwise, like that last one was terrible.
I don't know, man. I don't think nothing will ever be Episode 1 with racist ass Jar Jar Binks. I don't know.
And not only giving Darth Maul one line.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm so glad that they at least utilized Darth Maul in the animated stuff.
Yeah.
And gave him some more development. So
yeah, he's amazing in the animated, and maybe that's what he needed. Because
the guy that plays Darth Maul is very much a stunt person. Like he doesn't usually talk. He was the other guy in Cobra or G.I. Joe. He was the guy that doesn't talk.
Oh yeah, Snake Eyes. That's the perfect role for it.
Yeah.
It's Ray Parks, and if you see him talk, you'll understand why.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
he's a very he's kind of high pitched.
Yeah, but
really?
So they were dubbing his voice over.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's why the ADR looked bad. That's why the ADR looked
See
bad.
what I'm saying? Because it was dubbed. It was not his voice. He could do all the craziest martial arts, but when he starts talking, he sounds like Michael Jackson. So not the Darth Maul voice you want to hear.
He sounds like Mickey.
He's like, you're gonna die, Obi-Wan.
But that's why God bless.
But he's a badass. So
yeah, God bless Sam Witwer though, who did a really good job with the voice of Darth Maul in the animated stuff. He did great, because that's how I imagine Darth Maul would sound.
Fabulous.
Yeah, but like my thing about these shows, okay, Mandalorian, that's excellent. What was the anthology series? That anthology series, something like that's an anthology series. So some
Visions,
Visions. Some
the
I
animated
like,
one, right?
Yeah, some I liked, some I didn't like. Boba Fett can eat a dick. I want my
I
time
didn't
back.
even watch. I watched like the
I
one
want my
episode.
time
Of Boba
back.
Fett.
Man,
You didn't like him riding the Rancor?
I
You didn't think that was cool?
Well, I mean, that's the thing is, Boba Fett was bad until it was the Mandalorian, and then it was great, but it wasn't Boba Fett anymore.
Right.
That's
Right.
basically the that it was like you just add those two episodes. It's so weird because him riding the Rancor was amazing, but I don't know what they were. The rest of the show just made no sense.
see when I first saw the trailer, I
Yeah.
oh, it's gonna be like he's a mob boss. But then when I watched the show, they legit said it many episodes. Nobody respects you. like, like
Yeah.
the Boba Fett I
Go back to
know,
the back to tank. He's
the
burned.
Boba Fett I know would have shot that dude in the face. But this Boba Fett, he says, "Oh, I have humanity now. Now that I've befriended the Tuscans or I don't know what they go by.
Because he got partially digested.
Yeah, I guess he said, you know what,
Gross.
maybe this life isn't for me. And then they had Star Wars Power Rangers in that. Man, I
kind of like the Power Rangers.
What?
Like it was different.
Whoa.
You know?
That's what I heard.
That was bad. It was
Off the
bad.
deep end after that.
Yes. Whoever
They
said
were
word,
bad.
yes, there were Power Ranger like people in Star Wars, and they messed up supposedly a badass Wookiee who was a badass in the comics. But I guess in the comics, it don't. If you're a badass in the comics like Boba Fett and that Wookiee, it don't matter. You a bitch in that show because they legit had him. They had him running like a bitch after he got fucked up by basically teenagers.
Oh God, with attitude.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about the Obi-Wan series?
What's up?
Yes.
How many episodes do you guys think we have to endure of Obi-Wan not being a Jedi? Like, how many episodes
2.
do you think they have to do that?
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Because he has, you know what I mean? 2?
Yeah, it's gonna be 2 because just like fucking Moon Knight. That's why I don't understand why I do a limited series. They'll give you the first half, like, oh yeah, this is where story, like, world building, storytelling, all that. Then that later half, that's the stuff that you want to see, but you gotta watch the first 2 or 3 episodes before you get what you want to see. But
I mean,
hopefully it's like Moon Knight because I like the stuff that didn't have Moon Knight in it. So I like both. I like all of it. So hopefully in this one they can give us probably the world building for what Obi-Wan's been up to. Hopefully that's exciting. I better not see him in sand for a whole episode, or I'm just gonna cut that shit off. Like now I see how Anakin felt the way he felt in episode 2. I hate sand.
He just kills people because you hate sand so much.
That's where the Marvel and the Star Wars shows have been kind of inconsistent, because I feel like some shows get it, like The Mandalorian definitely gets it. It's written like a TV show, and I mean, it helps that it's eight episodes, but it feels like an actual TV show. Most episodes have a real arc. There's a beginning, a middle, and end. You can watch any individual episode for the most part and say, okay, this is a great 40 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes of TV. I can watch it by itself. I think the issue with like Boba Fett and a lot of the Marvel shows is that they don't know whether they're a TV show or a movie. And so you can watch episodes like like any individual episode, you may get a great performance. Like my issue with Moon Knight was like, I mean, I could watch Oscar Isaac like read the phone book. He's so good as an actor, especially acting against himself. It's like there are moments where you just forget that it's the same guy, but there's no real story. Like the story is just odd, and it's like you have to watch the entire thing to get the story, because any one episode you're not getting much, and so it just doesn't feel like, it's not satisfying. And so I hope because I think Obi-Wan was supposed to be a movie initially, and then it's only 6 episodes. My fear is that that's what happens, that it's another one of those situations where it's like it's not really a series, but it's not quite a film, and so it just feels like unsatisfying.
Yeah, my thing about Kathleen Kennedy, she needs to step down, because these movies have been so bad because they're afraid to take chances. That's why I didn't mind The Last Jedi so much. Like, oh, you're taking a chance. I can't wait to see what happens next. And then they just said, oh, no, we're going back to what we know, be safe, and bring back Palpatine. I mean, he died years ago, but we're going to bring up some bullshit way to bring him back.
Somehow he returned.
Oh, and then on top of that, let's just yeah, we'll just have Ray say that she's a Skywalker at the very end. I'm sure the fans would love that, right?
If that makes any sense. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh, Moon Knight. Um, the critic Disney knew it was confusing. They actually released the first 4 episodes to the critics
Oh yeah, yeah.
all at once
Mhm.
when it first came out, so they wouldn't immediately tank it. So they knew it was already hard to follow. Um, the thing about Boba Fett, did they have all different directors just like they did with The
I
Mandalorian?
Oh yeah,
think they did.
I
Yes.
think they I
yeah.
think they need to stop that. I don't think it works all the time. And I think that was part of the problem. It was just so kind of all over the place because everybody had their own little take of what should be happening. And that's why, like, Robert Rodriguez got the can. It's like,
And
um,
Robert, and I hated
his
those
episode was
episodes.
terrible. So,
I I hated his episodes.
I
His
mean,
episodes
you've
were
seen Death
terrible.
Proof and Grind. You've seen Grindhouse. If you've seen Grindhouse, that's all you need to know. Why is he working on Star Wars?
No, not only that,
I don't
didn't he do the
know.
Spy Kids movies too?
You know what,
Yes.
Jason?
He
Mhm.
needs to go back to making music. He's a wonderful musician. He's a great guitar player. Make some soundtracks.
I
But
think the other thing too for me with these limited series is the fact that they are limited. Like you don't get enough time to one get invested in a lot of the characters. And I mean, you're
Mhm.
giving us 6 episodes, but the episodes are only like anywhere from 35 to 50 minutes. Like we're not even getting a full hour. And it's just like,
Yeah.
why are y'all just it's almost like they're dangling it in front of us, giving us just enough to get really interested in it, and then the story's over.
Mhm.
Yep.
Like I
I don't
I
know what
have
the
I
solution
have
is
no
to
doubt
that.
that we'll see Moon Knight somewhere else in the MCU, probably in one of the films,
Yeah, that's what Kevin
But
Feige said that he plans on putting him into the movie somewhere.
yeah,
Oscar Isaac says no.
really.
Really?
But
well,
of course,
well,
Yeah,
that might be what he's contractually obligated to say, you
also
know.
true.
Mm, okay.
well,
Mark,
I
you've
think
been
he
really
also.
quiet.
Oh no,
Well,
I've
no,
been
I
over
think.
here trying to share the links to the podcast and everything, but I'm keeping up. I'm here.
I was like,
But
he's just taking it all in.
now I will say this though: the only reason why I am kind of excited for Obi-Wan because there was there's another property of Star Wars that was kind of like this, but it was a video game, and let me just bring it
Rebels.
up for you.
Oh,
No,
the video game. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
now if y'all see this right here, that is that was a phenomenal game, and it's kind of like this. So I'm wondering, I'm wondering if it's going to be good like that, or if they should have just focused on focused on that character since we don't know if he died or not. Like I don't understand why they're giving it to Obi Wan after all these years, but it could be nice because
It's
in
because
Rebels
Ewan
I did
McGregor's
like him.
alive.
Yeah, yeah, but I feel like he should have got his own movie a long time ago. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am excited because they're bringing stuff in from Rebels that I enjoy the
Yeah.
Inquisitors
Oh yeah, the
and
Inquisitors were
Yeah.
really cool. I didn't think I'd
yeah,
actually see a live action version of the Inquisitors.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm curious about this series because I do want to know what Obi-Wan's been up to after like he was the last Jedi, quote unquote. Now we know that to be the case that there are still some Jedi left, but
I mean I
yeah.
don't know. Maybe Tatooine is like their version of Florida, where he just wanted to retire.
I mean Florida has sand too.
Like,
And all the crazies.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
now,
So it's yeah.
and from what I think they said that we're going to get more of Aunt Baru and his uncle. I
Yeah.
don't really care. When I heard that, like I don't care because the last time I saw them, they were barbecue. So why would I want to know more about them?
and then in episode 2 they just threw him in there and I didn't really care. And you show up, and then this dude with one leg shows up like, hey, so I married your mom. Okay. So that's literally what Anakin said. He's like, oh, nice to meet you. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah.
And then what you know what's you know what Luke's parents and Anakin's parents and Anakin's mom both have in common? For
What?
some they both got burnt to a crisp. It legit looked like they took Aunt Beru and Uncle Ben, or I think I forgot what his
Uncle
uncle was
Owen.
called.
Uncle
Uncle
Owen.
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 They used that like the exact way they died and just used it for Anakin's mom. You wanna know why? Because they know what the fuck they were doing. Just like they don't know what
Oh
the fuck
no,
they
they
were.
did. I had a whole like when I was a kid, I had this huge like booklet of the original Star Wars series, and it would show me all these pictures and all the details of all the characters and the whole world and everything. And when it actually showed, this was like way back before like Revenge of the Sith even came out. I don't even think Attack of the Clones episode 2 came out. And it actually showed you what happened to Darth Vader and why he wears the suit. They actually in the description, I'm like, oh, they literally just told me what happened to him.
Now,
I thought that was
now,
interesting.
now I am excited to see Hayden Christian back as Darth Vader because they did confirm that him and Obi-Wan they're gonna face off one last time in the show. And
Yeah,
that's
but
probably
The
gonna
guy
be
in
the
his
last
suit.
episode.
like, well, so two things. One
The
is like
stunt
I'm
guy.
not excited to see the worst actor in Star Wars history, come back necessarily. But two, like we don't need that scene except that Disney wants to make money.
What
They want the big reveal of Vader, but like it takes away a lot of the meaning of Obi-Wan of A New Hope. Like that duel is supposed to be the first time they meet,
what
since they met on Mustafar. So all of a
Yeah,
sudden
I
now
agree
we've
with
got
that.
to have this happen because Disney wants to make money. Because otherwise, like I don't think that should happen. It really, again, it doesn't matter all that much in the greater scheme of things, but like it does take to me a little bit of the meaning away from that confrontation that they have, in A New Hope.
well yeah, that was the case at first, but since they had such a backlash on the prequels, they like when they came up with the new Star Wars continuity, they rewrote back Darth Vader like what Darth Vader was doing at the time because there were times in the comics where they did face off with each other. Like up to this point, they've been doing their best to repair the image of Darth Vader that the prequels tarnished because the prequels they made Darth Vader a bitch. I'm sorry. Like they made him emotional, whiny bitch. So in Rogue One, that's what started trying to bring back Vader to that intimidating figure. Because I'm not gonna lie, that hallway scene, I was terrified.
That's
I
one of
In
the
was,
greatest
Rebels,
scenes ever.
there's
and
also one of my favorite parts is in Rebels when a piece of his mask was off
Yeah.
his eyes. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that
When
scene's
he,
Yes.
amazing.
yeah, when he was
That
facing
those few episodes are
yeah
incredible. But yeah,
when he
no,
was facing
absolutely.
Ahsoka, and then
Yeah.
he's like he's like I'm not going anywhere. Then you will die. And then he turned on the lightsaber. That
and
was a
th-
great
Yeah.
scene.
Yeah.
and then in the game Fallen Order,
I,
I don't know if y'all ever played it, but at the very end of the game,
Oh,
after,
I know what you're talking about.
yeah, after you beat one of the Inquisitors that used to be the apprentice of the Jedi that you're following, Vader legit shows up like a horror villain, and he is chasing you, and he brings down the whole base just to get to you. It was fucking terrifying. But that's why I said that I think they're going to use this to build up more of the mystique, build back Vader's image because before Rogue One, his image was tarnished. Nobody was afraid of Darth Vader. Shoot,
Yeah.
even Lego Star Wars, they
I think Clone Wars, I think that the cartoon Clone Wars gives people a much better picture of
Yeah.
how Anakin was
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
as a young adult and his kind of progression. So if people, haven't seen that, then maybe they don't understand.
yeah.
Mhm.
But let's just hope. I pray this
And
is
there
good.
was one of those when Disney bought Lucasfilm, one of those early novels was was Vader and Palpatine get lost basically on a planet, and that was actually really cool because like the way they describe Vader there too is like he's terrifying because I think that's Vader. It's like you want him to be this terrifying kind of horror villain, and we don't need like what I'm afraid of is that we're gonna get like the Darth Vader series or something. We don't need that. Like he should be somebody who is just there in spots to scare the crap out of everybody and then disappear. And so yeah, hopefully they do him right in the series and that he's not prominent. But again, like but then it's like it's Hayden Christensen. What's he gonna do? Like he's not huge, so he's gonna wear the costume, like in acting in a mask, like as we've seen with like say what you want about the most recent movies, like the acting in a mask was great. With what's his name? Kylo Ren. Like he was
Adam Driver.
Yeah, Adam Driver's acting was great in The Mask. Same thing with The Mandalorian. Like there, you can get really good performances out of people just based on their voice and what they do with the mask on. I don't know that we're gonna get that out of Vader and with Hayden Christensen necessarily.
What?
Do we know if he's actually going to be in the
Yeah,
suit?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I think so.
no,
I
no,
think-
no,
Okay.
I don't
no,
know.
no.
Because I know they said that there's going to be flashbacks, so we get to see
Oh,
him
okay.
act.
Oh, all right. Maybe
Okay,
that.
so there'll be
maybe
flashbacks.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
But
and
to me, it's like if they're together, they're fighting, and if they're
Yeah.
fighting, it's
I'll-
a stunt double. There's
Yeah, I would
there's
hope.
no way that Hayden.
yeah, and the
There's
thing,
no need for Hayden to be
Yeah.
there.
and the thing about Hayden Christian, I feel bad for the guy because I've seen like 1 or 2 movies that he's in. He's not that bad of an actor, but it's just that in those movies, everything was so goddamn cheesy that
That's
all
George,
of
Yeah.
that's George Lucas, though. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
George Lucas, great producer. He's a good like idea guy, but his directing is not good.
yeah,
Like,
and I'm seeing somebody say it. Yes,
Don't
he
let
is.
him write dialogue.
Yes,
Yeah.
somebody put it in the comment section, but yeah, he is preparing for it. He's binge watching the Clone Wars, so at least he's putting
Studying.
in. At least he's putting in the work. At least he's putting in the work. Is all I can say.
I better not hear another Sam line again, though. If that happens, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna record it, and I'm gonna show Jason the video. I'm like, hey, Jason, check this out.
I will kill you. Don't you do that. Don't you do that. But now that somebody said that, it's a possibility. Now I think about it because I remember in Mandalorian. I'm not Mandalorian, but they same thing. Book of Boba Fett. They legit was a throwaway line from the first movie when I think somebody asked him how did it ride, and Boba Fett said laser. I'm like, you mother, why I didn't like that. I didn't like that line then. I don't like it now. And I was an impressionable kid back in the day, so if I didn't like it then, it wasn't good back then either. But now, do y'all think we'll see any other remaining Jedi? Because I don't think that all of them are dead at this point.
They're not.
Maybe Ahsoka.
I could
Maybe.
see
Maybe one
Ahsoka.
scene or two. Because I mean, Ahsoka is like, Ahsoka's is one of the most popular characters because of Clone Wars, and she's getting her own show. So
Played
it's
by
possible.
Rosario.
There are rumors that
I-
they're trying to connect the whole Mandoverse, and do we get like a Grogu and Din Djarin in this movie? I'd hope not.
No,
Right.
just-
Wait,
just
no,
leave
I'm
it
sorry.
off.
This is pre Mandalorian, so it wouldn't happen anyway. Yeah, so okay, so that's not a risk.
Okay.
But I do know that they are trying to connect a lot of these things, and I wouldn't be shocked if like in Boba Fett, that if characters are in our other characters' movies. But yeah, we wouldn't, but we could see Ahsoka. So I would think that's got to be almost like a shoe-in that she shows up at some point.
Yeah, because even she was in Rebels too.
I would rather see Rebels. Yes, I was gonna say, wouldn't you rather see Ezra and Sabine?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Show up at some point because they're familiar with those Inquisitors. We
Yeah.
haven't seen them live action. They've hinted at them before. There's been Loth Cats in other of the
Actually-
series.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, go for it. I'm done.
No, no, Lori, that would be nice. But the thing is, remember in Rebels, Obi-Wan is much older,
Yeah.
so
That's
Ezra's
true.
probably not even born yet.
We could
So-
see
Yeah.
Kanan.
So I'll say this.
Maybe,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm cool. I'd be
Kanan's
cool with
around.
Kanan.
To be honest, I just don't trust. I don't trust Kathleen Kennedy and her team no more. Is because
What?
I just don't
What if
trust.
Kanan was played by Eddie Prince Jr.?
Yeah.
Eh.
I just reason why I just do not trust. Like, of course, like Disney, they're a big ass monopoly. But my thing is Kathleen Kennedy. It's like she is so infatuated by like the Skywalkers, and we keep going back to that time period because I said the whole time, if you want to stay with the Skywalkers with the newest sequels, what you should have did the first time, which I thought would have been a whole lot better, is if you would have had Finn be the Jedi and Rey be Han's daughter. That would have fixed a whole lot of things because Finn was a much more fun character to follow than Rey. Rey, I was just like, bro, I don't care about being here. I don't care about being here. And then they gave us a taste of it. They basically lied to John Boyega because he was thinking the same thing.
Yep.
They lied to him,
Yeah.
but because I guess they didn't think I guess a black man couldn't carry the Star Wars. I don't know why. Because John
I mean,
Boyega
John Boyega's a big star.
Yeah,
I
Right.
and he
remember Jason, the first movie I showed you that he was in.
Attack the Block.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was a really good movie.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
really good. And then you could have did so many things better. It would I wouldn't do the Ray and Kylo romance because that was done in the first one. But
they
I
just
never understood that romance. Like that
No.
romance made no sense to me.
No
they
sense.
literally
At
just
all.
threw that in there to piss us off. They threw that in there to piss us off.
what
I mean,
actually that was actually a last minute switch up because they were trying to court Ray and Finn, but then they gave Finn to the Asian chick, and then people they bullied her off of Twitter, off of social media.
Yes.
So they just scratched that and they said, "Oh well, fuck it, we'll do Ray and Kylo." Make no sense, but there we go.
None.
what they
None.
need to do is take a break and actually just sit down and figure it out.
No,
They didn't have a plan. They didn't.
Yeah,
That was the
that's
thing. It's like, can't you
exactly.
take a lesson from Kevin Feige? Because they're planning everything out so far in advance, like the whole storyline. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like for Star Wars, I felt like, when they they started coming out with the new ones. When like the one with Ray was like, okay, we got a new Star Wars. I don't know how I feel about it. The second one came out and people were so polarized, like one way or the other. And they kind of took a step back and they were like, well, we were going to do this with episode 3, but now we're not going to. And they like shuffled steps. You know what I mean? Like it didn't feel like it was well thought out, any of it.
And-
So it's like they're retconning things and they're changing stories. And oh no, we didn't mean that for what happened in your last movie. We were lying. We were just kidding. We're gonna fix that. We're gonna make everybody happy. And it just felt wrong.
And
I
It
agree.
just it didn't have a plan.
Yeah,
When
and that's
Disney
what
got
J.J.
Star Wars,
Abrams-
they just thought that Star Wars prints money, so it didn't matter what they do. They're
Yeah.
people
Right.
gonna watch it and they're gonna make money, and they like
And they
gotta
messed
realize
it
like
up.
no, you gotta actually make us care about this stuff. Like in the Rise of Skywalker, they were trying to retcon to make Finn force sensitive or something, and he spent the whole movie trying to tell her and never told her. And in The Last Jedi, I was one of those polarized fans who kind of was like, I like some of the changes they're making, change it up a little bit and make these things stick,
Yeah.
but none of it stick. And then Palpatine came out of nowhere.
now
Yeah.
Now, one thing I never understood, because I'm one of the few people that like to read Star Wars books, and there was a trilogy of books. It was 25 years before. It was 25 years before The Force Awakens, and that book was amazing. This trilogy was amazing because you follow characters you actually liked. You followed somebody that was born on Jakku who wanted to be a pilot, who was friends with Wedge Antilles. You followed an like a deserter for the Empire who was working with them. They had of course, in every Star Wars media, there's a droid companion. There was a bounty hunter. There was a Twi'lek. I think that's how you say them. And she was a no, dude was he was a mercenary.
Twi'lek?
Then had a Twi'lek bounty hunter, and like those were so great. I do implore y'all to read it. I forgot what it's called. But I have to
The
look it up.
Aftermath, I think, right?
Yeah, Aftermath.
Yeah.
Yeah, Aftermath. It
Okay,
was.
thank you.
It was
You're
really.
like, read the book, but I don't know what it's called.
Yeah,
Okay, I know what you're talking about. I saw the cover for that.
yeah,
I was like,
it was.
okay.
It's really good because it's also filled in a
Written
bunch
by
of
an
plot.
actual writer,
Yeah.
It
not a screenwriter hired by George Lucas.
Yeah.
like the thing about those books, it like filled in plot holes about like that these movies had. It explained why there's a whole fleet of fucking star destroyers
Yeah.
that they never brought up.
Oh yeah.
It explained. It actually showed you the Battle of Jakku. It explained the Knights of Ren and actually had full on scenes with the Knights of Ren. So I'm like, I really feel like they should have.
get that.
Exactly. I feel like that should have at least been. That's the one thing I wanted as a series because it would have made that so much better.
Yeah. Why didn't
I
they
just had a thought. I just had a thought.
Why didn't they
If you
just like? Go ahead. I'll
Go
let you
ahead.
go.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, why didn't they just like do like some miniseries, like 8-episode miniseries in between? Like, is that what you're about to say,
No,
Lauren?
I was gonna say the complete. I was gonna make a joke.
Oh, I was just
Have you?
I was gonna say, like, I mean, you could have explained all this within the series, and then we're like, okay, then when we go into this one, it'll make sense. But no, they just said, no, just read the books. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like everyone who goes to these, because the average movie going audience is not going to go back and read the books. People just want to go to the movies to have a good time.
Yeah, because I'm one of the few
Yeah.
nerds that reads the books. So
You would think
Yeah,
Star
exactly.
Wars
That's my
would
point.
be that kind of nerdiness, though. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, have you seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
yes.
Okay. Do you remember the scene where the knight is running and they cut away and they cut back and he's like all the way back to the beginning and he's running again and he just never gets there? That's the
Yeah.
Knights of Ren in that movie. It's like every time you see them, they're over there. It's like they never quite get into the scene. It's like, come on, this guy's carrying a giant sword. I want to see him use that, but no, he's still running.
And then in the book, like I said, in the book, it also explains these were people who followed Vader and they went around the galaxy killing people, taking kyber crystals and using them in their own weapons. So I said, why the fuck I not see that in these movies?
Like they didn't even like do anything with the Knights of Ren in the movies. They just mentioned it. I'm like, wait a minute. I keep hearing about the Knights of Ren. Why haven't I heard anything about them?
Yeah.
There's these like 5 dudes that got dressed up in these badass costumes. They gave them the biggest weapons like out of anime and had them stand in the desert and they flew a drone over them.
They literally just said, you know what? They basically told the actors, you know what? They want a job. They want to dress like they want to go to a comic convention. Why don't we do that and just throw them in there? That's basically what they said.
Just a bunch of extras.
Right. Yeah. It was nice to see Daniel Craig in one of the scenes in the movie.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, if you look at the helmet on or one of the designs, it says 007.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like you got to look very
close.
close.
Stormtrooper number.
Yeah.
But but back to Obi-Wan, I just hope that it's good. I trust Ewan McGregor because I like him. And
He loves this character. He loves playing this role.
He does.
Yeah.
he was the one that was pushing for the movie, but they said, nah, we're good. Maybe later down the line. Like I said,
we'll have you wait like 20 years.
No,
That's basically what they said.
The thing was, there was plans for Obi-Wan movie. There was also plans for a Darth Maul movie. Do not know why, but Han Solo legit killed all of those plans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
And the thing was, I didn't think the dude did bad as young Han, but it was just so many things in that movie. It was BS. It was just BS to fill up time. I didn't need to see the cast.
It just wasn't written well. It
Yeah,
didn't make
exactly.
any sense. There was just giant plot holes. Like it made no sense at all.
Exactly. Like that's it.
I didn't.
Like again, the 7 of us here could have written a better movie than Han Solo.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, because it like when I think about
Mouse.
like it looked good, and the performances were perfectly fine. There's some even good performances like throughout that movie, but yeah, it was just poorly written and just it was just bad. And I think they had the issues also with the reshoots, and I think like originally the directors were the Lego Movie directors. I forget their names now, but then Ron Howard got it, and so it just was like a jumbled, poorly written mess. But it looked good, and it had like there was some potential there. Also, we just didn't need a Han Solo movie.
I mean see all that stuff jumbling directors that will mess up a movie every single time. That will mess up a movie every single time. So like Fast X is already having problems with Justin Lin, walking off set because of some issues apparently he has with Vin Diesel or whatever. Oh
no, Vin Diesel is very unprofessional apparently. No, like even The Rock. The reason why him and The Rock got into it because The Rock said this dude's unprofessional. He don't memorize his lines. He comes in late. He's an asshole. Which I'm surprised that John Cena. I'm surprised John Cena was able to work with him, but hey, John Cena he wasn't even there, so. But I don't know, man. Star Wars need to get his shit together. Kevin Feige said he was going to do a movie with. He was going to collab with Kathleen Kennedy.
I
Hopefully,
think
she
he only
learns from
said he
him.
wants to do one movie because he just doesn't want his name getting tainted. He said, "All right, I'm gonna help you out once, and then that's it."
Yeah, he said.
That's basically what he
Get
said. Yeah.
He said, "I'm giving you one movie."
Yeah,
That
bring in the
after
Russo brothers. Let them do a movie.
Yeah, Kevin Feige was saying that that for Marvel for the next that to plan Marvel for the next 10 years, he's going on a retreat with other filmmakers and stuff, literally just to plan it all out.
Wow.
well, I just
See,
hope
that's the
that.
problem with like the Star Wars fandom and DC. They don't have a Kevin Feige. We have him, and we're keeping him.
Right.
Yeah.
But the thing about DC though, the owner of the CEO of Discovery who owns like Time Warner now, the way that Kevin Feige does business with Marvel, that's the way Discovery likes to do business. They actually have different different CEOs, and they have different head honchos for all their different programs like HGTV and what else do they own? The Food Network. Like they actually have different people who each have like one guy hovering over them. That's the way Discovery wants to do business.
They should have the Food Network do a Batman movie. See how it takes.
I'm just giving you examples because at
It'd be
least
better than the Flash. I'm just saying.
yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
I'm gonna just say that.
that's why I have some hope with the DC because Discovery actually wants to do business the way Kevin Feige wants to do it.
Yeah,
So,
and
My only
also
fear is that like I like the DC. The advantage they had is that they have a lot of great stories. I'm afraid that if they do that, you it'll be more consistent. Like you're not going to get movies like as bad as like the Suicide Squad, but then you might lose some of the the Joker or the Batman or certain
gems,
things that are really good that aren't part of like a shared universe. I hope they don't completely go in that direction. Like if they do, it would be great if they do have somebody that can kind of be the have the vision, but that they still take stories that are outside of that, and go with that because DC does have just such a great library of stuff that I wouldn't want them to kind of put all their eggs in like the shared universe basket, and then we don't get some of the really really good movies out of it.
I was just at the comic book store earlier, and I'm looking at it. I'm like, dang, DC, you have all this content. What's wrong with you?
Well, at least on the bright side, Discovery, they on the right track because they said they took one look at that CW Flash universe and said, "Yeah, that shit got to go."
Yeah, because they already canceled most of their stuff. They only have like 2 shows left on the CW.
Yeah, like
which ones are they? I was gonna say I don't watch
Flash and
Superman and Lois. Which Superman and Lois is good. Superman and Lois is good. Yeah.
Okay, those are the only 2.
Yeah.
And then it's sad because
no, Naomi's gone. Oh, what a shame.
Oh no. They didn't cancel Naomi. They canceled Batwoman though, which they needed to.
Good. Because I said my top in my worst of 2021.
That show.
I hated Black Woman. Black Woman.
Can you say that?
Wow, Jason.
You just lost 100% of your viewers.
I was thinking of I prefer Ruby Rose over the actress that played Batwoman because once they put her in there, that whole thing with the joke, with the Black Joker, I'm like, this made no sense. This made no sense. Her being here made no sense. Then what they did with Luke Fox, I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a big mess. But at least they tried to give a Black Joker origin story. The weird thing is they made him Batwoman's brother.
And you know,
really?
So many.
I haven't watched that show at all.
It's terrible. It's really bad. I tried to give it a shot. I
wasn't watching it with what's her face either. Ruby, whatever her name is.
Ruby Rose.
Ruby Rose.
Actress.
Well, see, Ruby had purpose in the show. Like her character had purpose because her sister is a fucking crazy ass villain. But when they brought what's her name in, I forgot why they even brought her in. Do you remember why, Robbie?
So basically, Ruby Rose left because apparently she had issues with everybody on set. That's the reason why she left. And then the CW's like,
she blamed it on her costume.
Huh?
She blamed it on her costume.
Oh no, she blames it. No, she actually seriously had some problems with people on set.
Did she almost die on set?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
she
had,
got injured and had to have surgery, and then she said something about she had a latex
Allergic?
allergy or something
Yeah.
like that that was causing her some serious medical issues.
and the actor who
What
played,
kind of moves is she doing to get
I,
injured?
I don't know, but the actor
I
who
don't
played her
remember, but
dad,
she had to have
She
spine surgery.
fell.
She had to have
Yeah.
She
she had
fell
to have
wrong.
surgery on her
Mm.
neck.
yeah, it was bad.
That's
Yeah,
The actor,
borderline
real serious.
paralysis.
and the actor who played her dad was had some personal conduct allegations against him. So
Mm,
Oh
they
wow.
fired him off the set. And the CW don't play that. They're a
yeah.
very progressive network. Like Greg Berlanti is, he's part of the LGBTQ community and everything. He's a progressive guy. So when he heard about that, he's like, no, I'm not playing that shit. And so, but then he's like, let's get a black woman to play Batwoman. So they brought in Vivica Leslie. I like Vivica Leslie, but her character was horrible. But so they brought her in, and she was just some street chick who lost her
Who fa-
mom.
and found the bat. First of all, the way that she found out about the Bat Cave, I'm like, so you mean tell me the Bat family, who I love, who makes sure that nobody finds the Bat Cave? You mean to tell me that some random person on the street, like, oh hey, I'm gonna take this suit. Can I keep it? I'm gonna keep this suit and I'm gonna fight crime. Like,
Yeah,
and oh my god, that showed us a mess.
yeah. Ugh, Jesus, man. I
And
tried to
then
give it a chance. I tried, because I like her in the comics, but I tried, but I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't.
even in the show, the main villain was like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Tell us how you feel.
Yeah.
Like, but you know what? I think Discovery going to change it because I'm pretty sure. Look, at this point, I know it might not happen, but Amber Heard and Ezra Miller need to go. Amber Heard shitting on beds.
We will be here for a whole other hour talking about that. Let's not
Yeah.
even go. Let's not even
Ezra Miller
start.
got problems, like more than I actually thought. I knew that he
Yeah.
had some issues, but like from what I'm seeing, I've heard about his stuff in Hawaii. I'm like, dang, this guy needs some help. Like, what's going on?
It was like the very next day. Like he had done something, and then the very next day he got arrested in Hawaii. We were like, is this the same thing, or
And
no?
then
This
there
is
were
a new
two. No,
thing.
there were two other incidents after the arrest.
Oh my
there were
God.
two?
Yeah,
Oh
there
my
was the karaoke bar incident. Then
Yeah.
he got he was found in a couple's hotel room, and they had
Threatening
to
to
file a
murder.
restraining order against him.
Right.
And then he got into another fight after that, I think, in a bar.
A couple years
It's
ago,
like, dude, sit your ass down somewhere.
Yeah, he
Like,
threw a bar stool at somebody's head.
yes.
Jesus. Then a couple years ago, like there's a video footage of him choking a girl and then slamming her to the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
And
He
like,
just went nuts. He was
no.
like, "You looked at me. Oh, you want to fight? Let's fight!" And like, just like took her out. She was like, "I was looking at my reflection." You know what I mean? Like something as nonchalant as her looking at him, and he just like body slammed her into the ground.
Well,
Yeah.
you know,
Weirdo.
well,
was
you know,
weird.
Discovery. Hopefully they clean up the mess that is the DCEU, because I like some films. I like the Suicide Squad. I like the Batman. Now everything before that, I mean, okay, the first Wonder Woman was good. Second Wonder Woman, we ain't gonna talk about that, but
No.
but they had some good things. But you know what? But you know what does have good things? Why we all here? So now we into the block where we're going to discuss our top 10 Marvel movie or MCU movies.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot we were doing this. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Ah.
I got my list already.
So what we're gonna do? We're gonna go by we're gonna go like by number, like each of us. I'll start. Well, actually, no. Robbie will start since he's at the top.
Oh, hold on. I gotta put Doctor Strange, the new Doctor Strange, in here somewhere.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Oof.
All
All right. Well,
Jason, you should have reminded us. I forgot.
I barely have
I
a
didn't write that
order.
down.
I thought I did.
I'm
I don't
gonna
even
look
have
at it.
like 10.
Like I haven't revised my list since I saw Doctor Strange. So hold on, let me write this down.
Yeah. And yo, Jason, I didn't even know we
come
were
on over
supposed to have a
here.
list.
Wait, you know what? Oh, you know what, Adam? I forgot. I sent it to you, but then the call. I had no
And-
service. That's why you didn't get it.
And just to confirm, there are 28 movies, right?
Yeah, I just know.
Let me double
Yes.
check. Let me double check. Because I want to make sure that I don't miss anything.
Is it 28? Yes.
I think
Yes,
it's
because I know
28.
Black Panther is going to be number 30. What's
What?
coming out between?
There's
Thor,
Thor,
Love
Love
Oh,
and
Thor.
Thunder.
Yep.
Let me see. Let me
Oh my
let me
gosh.
double check. God, that's a lot of content. I can't be mad at Marvel.
Okay, so y'all said Marvel, does that include
Oh, wait.
Blade?
Let me see. Let me see.
I need something to write on. Hold on.
All right, the Infinity Saga.
Oh!
Phase 1. Oh, hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Oh, we all literally sitting here writing this down together.
I luckily I
I
had
guess
it
so.
posted. I had a post-it notepad sitting next to my computer.
Okay, so it is 28.
Right?
Okay, cool. All right, so I got my list. Y'all want to wait? Y'all, I can wait for y'all. If
Yeah, give me a second. I got.
Yeah,
you
because
good.
we're all sitting here like, wait,
Guys, I'm gonna switch a couple of them actually.
Oh man.
Do they have to be in like 10-1, or can we just give them in no random order? Because that's gonna start an issue.
I mean, I already have my list like ready right here.
Okay.
nerd. No.
We should do 10-1, right? Like 10-1 would be the best, right?
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I
Alright,
structured
hold on.
mine. I'm 10-1.
Yeah, I got my thing.
I don't. Yeah, I got to do that.
This is hard. This is like taking the SATs.
It
Oh
is.
my gosh.
The top
Like
20.
I could really rearrange probably 4 of these, and like they're all tied for the same. You know what I mean?
I'm already starting my list over because I was like, oh wait, I forgot about that. Like,
And it's been a while since I've watched like all of them back to back. You know,
Sorry
there's
about
like
that,
yeah.
there's like 2 or 3 of them that I've watched like maybe 5 times each. But like everything else, I just kind of like, I've seen them like maybe once or like 2 or 3 times.
Okay, I have 10. Now I have to rearrange them into my
Jay, are you there?
to best.
I'm having difficulties. Give me 1 second.
You in the Matrix, brother? It's all good.
Yeah,
Oh
we
no!
went into a whole different scenery.
Don't look for
Oh,
Agent
no.
Smith or
I'm-
Agent Smith.
I
Or
got a
Agent
question. Is Infinity War an Endgame, or we count that as one?
No.
No.
They're
All right.
2
No.
different
no,
movies.
they're separate.
No,
Okay.
they're 2 movies.
Yeah, Infinity War is basically Star Wars, and Endgame is time travel.
Okay, so they're 2 separate movies. All right, so I'm gonna have to rearrange this. Hold on.
I also did my list on drugs as well.
God.
What the?
Hold on.
Oh,
Oh my God.
what happened? Can
Welcome
we
to our
include
live
this?
podcast, everybody.
Hey, is that your desk?
Are we including Spider-Man or no?
What? Wait.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Can we include Spider-Man
Yeah,
I would
or
say
no?
include
Like the whole
everything up
MCU.
through Doctor Strange too.
I'm including Blade,
So-
so I guess you can include Spider-Man.
Oh,
What?
the-
Oh, you cheating?
No, what?
Now, how's
Wait,
including
wait,
Blade?
Wait, are we doing
Hold on,
MCU or?
Time out.
or
Jason,
Yeah, I thought it was just
Okay, so it can be
MCU.
Spider-Man.
yeah.
It could be Blade. Okay.
Oh,
Oh
you're talking
shit!
about, I thought I meant like
Wait.
I thought it was all MCU. That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
let's.
What about the Disney Plus series? What does this go fall in? Does he count?
Hey, Jordan.
No, because those aren't movies. He said
No,
movies.
all right,
'Cause
all right.
if we include those, then I have to rewrite my whole
My bad.
list.
I thought we
Okay.
were just doing the MCU.
everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I have to make. Okay.
Starting
hold on.
with Phase 1 Iron Man. Let's go from there.
Yeah, I
let's
think that's
make
fair.
that like official.
Yeah. And I feel the Spider-Man movies should count because even though they're technically Sony, like they're in the universe. So I think the
Okay.
Spider-Man should count.
Okay. But so we're doing Marvel just in general. So are we specifically using MCU?
I mean, not my rules, but I would think MCU because it's gonna get crazy if we then include anything
Yeah,
Marvel.
that's what Jason, can you hear me? Can you hear us? Jason.
It's just MCU.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool.
I
Cool.
was just making sure.
Okay, so does everybody have their list or?
Yeah, I gotta pull it back.
I think so.
All right, we'll start with number 10. I'll go first. My number 10, I'll say the first Doctor Strange is my number 10. And the reason why it's in my top 10 because for one, I really love the visuals from the first one. Like it was very trippy and probably I was high, so that's why I probably liked it a whole lot more. but but also I've like ever since they announced Doctor Strange, like, I'm gonna read up on this character. And I liked it. I liked how he tries to embody the character Doctor Strange because Doctor Strange, he's a know-it-all asshole, but he still cares. But he says, "I have to be the smartest in the room, and that only I know what to do." And then of course, I love Mads Mikkelsen and everything he's in, and I just loved him as the villain.
That was a good year for him. He had that and Rogue One come out
Oh,
the same year.
I forgot he was in that movie.
Yeah, and like I
Yeah.
don't know, it's just like everything that he does, he's professional about it, and he actually tries to make it good. Like even in this newest Fantastic Beasts movie, he was one of the good things about the movie. But yeah, that's my number 10 is the first Doctor Strange. Oh, and plus I just love that they got that's how they introduced the more magical element of the Marvel universe. So yeah, that's my number 10. I guess we'll go with Hanako next.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Iron Man for my number 10, just because it kind of kickstart the whole MCU or this version of the MCU for us. I will admit when I first started watching Iron Man, I did not like him because he was so narcissistic and so he got on my nerves. But when I tried to watch it the second time, I was like, okay, I like this movie. And it is one of my favorites, but it's just with 28 others or 27 others to compete with, it's just kind of like, where does it fall on the list? So I have to say it's at the bottom of this particular list.
Okay. Let's
But
go
I think the other thing about that too is this was like the beginning of Robert Downey Jr.'s like comeback, and I was a fan of him, as a younger person, watching him in the 80s and everything, and watching him go through the struggles that he went through. And so to see him come back in this and come back so strong and become like the leader of this group that we got, it's a great story, and I love it. I love it for that.
Yeah. Let's go with Lori. What's number 10?
Okay. I had Avengers written down twice.
No.
So I had to cross out. I switched this one to Captain America, the first Avenger. It's still a really good movie. When you go back and watch it, it has great character development. It sets up all sorts of other stuff, and like you really get to see Hydra. And how can you not love Chris Evans, Hugo Weaving? Just all the people that are in it. It's just seeing Howard Stark. It's just nostalgic. You know what I mean? So that's my number 10.
All right.
I'll keep it short and sweet.
All right, Ryan, what about you? What's number 10?
10 Civil War. It was a fun movie. It wasn't the best Marvel movie by any means, but I loved that it did introduce T'Challa. It introduced Spider-Man, and the scene, the fights, the two big action set pieces, both the big scene with all the superheroes and the final scene were really well done. And I really liked the way their take on the villain, I think, was really good in that movie. So Civil War would be 10 for me.
Okay. Let's go with Parrish.
Let's see. My number 10 is actually Captain America: Winter Soldier. I think the series Captain America helps bring the Marvel Universe together. But as much as I like the first one, It's like, all right, the introduction is done. Now let's see Captain America be Captain America for real. And I think Winter Soldier is slept on. You get to introduce the Winter Soldier. And of course, I have a special thing for GSP as well. Got to see him go in. And I think this was a good catalyst to set up the first Avengers.
Okay.
That's my number 10.
Mhm.
Adam, how about you? What's your number 10?
My number 10 is also Iron Man, just because I know this is gonna sound weird, but I mean it's only making the list for me just because it kind of started the whole MCU thing. But I wasn't the biggest fan of Iron Man, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah, like I can be honest with you, when they killed him off in Endgame, I was actually happy about it because I hated those Iron Man movies. I know that's gonna sound bad, but Iron Man is good
No.
in every movie except the Iron Man movies.
Dang.
Like, I mean, I that's just my
Hilarious.
feelings though.
All right. So let's go with Kristen. What's your number 10?
I put Iron Man for mine too. I definitely don't know all 27, 28 movies. I feel like I've seen like half of them, but I put Iron Man. It just got me started. I feel like the one that got me started should be higher on my list, but like I said, original, and then it just kept building to better after that. So
All
more to
right.
come.
Who's left? Mark, what's your number 10?
All right, so I have Thor Ragnarok as my number 10. The reason why is because I actually
10?
never liked Thor up until that point. I never really liked the Hulk, even the movies or the comics. But Thor Ragnarok was a good change for both of those characters. I like how they try to combine the Ragnarok storyline with the Planet Hulk storyline and just some of the comedic lines in that whole movie. Plus, Goldblum is a treasure.
Okay. Who is left? Who has not went? Think. All right. Robbie, since you're dancing, what's your number 10?
My number 10 was also Thor Ragnarok because it definitely changed my perception of Thor because I didn't love the first Thor, even though I didn't necessarily dislike it. I didn't love it. The second one I hated. We don't even need to get into that. And the Ragnarok, it was a lot of fun. It definitely developed Thor and kind of made and they actually kind of broke him down and made him more vulnerable. Like the scene where he's talking to his dad when he's saying, I'm nothing like you, and he felt defeated, and he felt defeated, and he found the strength to actually you know to to save the people there. But then of course it was in vain because you know what happened after that movie. Um, but I really enjoyed Ragnarok. I thought it was fun. I really loved the tone of it. Some of the CGI I didn't really like. Um, that's really more of a nitpick for me, but I really love the chemistry between him and Tom Hiddleston's Loki, especially when they're in the elevator and everything. I mean, I can watch that. I love and it has a really good rewatchability factor as well. So
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it.
Mhm.
All right. So I think who has not went? I think Ryan has
Did
one. Has
Paris
one right.
go?
No, Ryan went. He went.
All
He
right.
got a.
Yeah, I think that's
Oh,
everybody.
she went.
I think
All right.
everybody.
So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna start with my number 9. My
You
number
said Patricia
9
went.
is gonna be the first Iron Man. Reason why number 9. Well, for one, I wasn't expecting much from the first movie because when I did read the comics back in the day, I read some of them old comics, and then I'm like, why the fuck they making a movie about Iron Man? This motherfucker had roller skates at one point, but then and then like because to be fair, a lot of Iron Man comics weren't that good, so I never appealed to Iron Man because like it just wasn't written well. But then when I saw the first one, I was like, oh, I actually like this movie, and it's a bonus because it's molded the MCU because at first they just put out Iron Man because look shit, this is all we got, fuck it. And on a side note, ooh Sony, you fucked up because you had a chance to buy everything for cheap, for dirt cheap. Ooh, you fucked up.
Mhm.
They were bankrupt. They really were.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Marvel was bankrupt, and Sony and they had Marvel told Sony, you can buy all of this for a small price. And then Sony said, nah, we good. We got
Until one
Spider-Man.
movie.
Like, nah, we good. We got Spider-Man. Surely we can't fuck that up, right? But yeah, that's my
Yes, they
number
did.
9. Hanukkah, what's your number 9?
I have Thor Ragnarok. And I loved it because one, it was different from the first two movies. The first two movies were a little more dark, and this one had a lot of comedy. It had a lot of humor. You get to see Thor and Loki kind of be brothers a little bit more than in the other films because they're dealing with this sister that they didn't even know they had, dealing with, lies that their father told them, family drama. And also because we get Valkyrie in this one, and she was just hilarious to me. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Valkyrie was awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the
Okay.
coolest characters, actually. I'm glad that she's king of Asgard now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
But that scene where she's coming off of the ship and she just falls over because she's so drunk, that's probably one of the best entrances in the MCU ever.
Yes.
Yeah.
I loved it.
Okay, so Mark, what about you? What's your number 9?
My number 9, I have Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. Here's my reasoning why. Back then, nobody really knew what Guardians was. Like they were like a CD ranked team in the comics or something like that. You would see them in cameos and stuff, but then they came out with the movie and it blew everybody by storm. That at that point in the MCU, Marvel could really do no wrong. Kevin Feige had the script down. This is how we're gonna do it. Little did we know it would be wash, rinse, repeat with everything that he does after that point. Because that was what the beginning of Phase 2 when Guardians came out, or in the middle of Phase 2.
Something
So
like that.
yeah, so it was like in the middle where Marvel could just come out and do whatever, and they did. They took this team and put them to the forefront. Everybody loves Baby Groot. Everybody loves Rocket. Batista did a great job as Dax and Gamora. Everybody's doing a great job in that movie. So it's my number 9. And I actually it went down on the list because I just updated for Doctor Strange. So it was originally higher on my list.
Okay. Adam, what's your number 9?
For my number 9, I put Ant-Man and Wasp. I just really, really liked that movie because it was funny. That's a big thing for me is the comedy factor. More so than anything else. And also, I really like the actress that plays Wasp. Like, she was also, I don't care what anyone says, she was good in the Hobbit movies.
What is her name?
Evangeline Lilly.
Yeah, that's it.
Is that
She was in
that's her name.
Lost. She was fabulous. Lost.
Yeah, okay. Kristen, what about your number 9?
I feel like some people may be like, why is this on your list? But like I said, the first Iron Man was the one that got me started. So like after that, I just enjoy seeing the continuation. So it's the second Iron Man movie. Keeping it simple at number 9.
Okay, that's it. I can respect that.
It's not even
Like
like a deep logic. It's like, oh, okay, let's see what happens next.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. All film is subjective.
Yeah, and the second one, I will say, the second one did have good moments. It did have good moments. At least it was like the third one. The third one.
Can you name some of those good moments? Because I can't.
I actually think with Loki and Thor, I like that. One of my main gripes about the movie was just Malekith, or supposed to be Malekith, but I did like the interaction. I did like the interaction between Thor and Loki. Like that was what kept me watching the movie. But the third one, I was just like, I'm good.
Oh man.
But what they did to the Mandarin, I'll never forgive Iron Man for that.
I would just have to.
But they fixed it in Shang-Chi.
I mean, they did, but
Yeah,
that really, you don't know how bad that made me. Like that pissed me off though. I was like, what?
Well, to be fair, we had to give them time because I don't think they wanted to put the comic Mandarin in the movies because if y'all see him, oh, that shit racist.
Oh yeah.
His name is legit. Like his legit. What was his name? Oh, what was it? His name is really racist too. But yeah, and he had the Fu. No, his name was Fu Manchu with the Fu Manchu mustache, and he talked like a stereotypical Asian. So they had to iron out the kinks before they released that movie.
I mean,
I
come
see
on.
what I saw what you
Even
did
his
there.
name is racist, kind of, because that's the language of Chinese, right? Mandarin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one of them. One of them.
Well, all right. So what about
They
Paris?
weren't
What's your
all
number?
PC in the 70s.
Yeah.
My number 9 is the first Iron Man,
Okay.
and
All right.
going off that nostalgia from the '90s cartoon. Y'all remember back in the day when Spider-Man used to come on, and then we had X-Men and then Iron Man.
Yeah, I
And
remember Iron Man.
Yeah.
as a kid, I was like, Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man. Even back then, I said, if they make a movie, it has to be Robert Downey Jr. And they
Really?
finally did it. And
Yeah, he fits the
played
role
Tony Stark.
perfectly. Yeah.
He played the role spot on. So just because of that, is like I gotta put Iron Man on the list. And again, like my whole thing is like I'm waiting for the Avengers now. I'm waiting for all the superheroes to cross over. We need Iron Man. We need Captain America to do that. And I thought just off the casting alone, I gotta put that my number 9.
Okay. What about you, Robbie? What's your number 9?
My number 9 is actually Shang-Chi because I thought it was I'm glad that that's when they introduced one of the newer characters that nobody, well, I shouldn't say the first time, but it's like like I was familiar with like the Guardians of the Galaxy. I just didn't really read them, but I was unfamiliar with Shang-Chi. So it was really, I really loved the world of like martial arts. I thought the visuals with I forgot the name of that city that they're in. I mean, you don't really see much, but I thought it was a really cool, like,
Talo.
Talo, yeah. I thought it was a really cool world building moment. I thought the costumes were great. I love that they actually did the Mandarin justice without making him without racially profiling and stereotyping him. I thought his motivation for his actions in the movie were spot on. I also thought it was cool how they used the rings, the 10 rings, because in the comics they literally just have 10 rings on the finger, which would look really silly, but they actually made them like magical rings that they kind of put around his arm, which I thought was pretty cool. I also like that they actually brought in Ben Kingsley back in the movie,
Yeah.
like for punishment, because that's when I realized, oh, okay, so that short that Marvel did is actually canon. So,
But and you know what? I was glad they did that too, because I'm like, yeah, you need to be punished for that crap.
yeah. Yeah, so I really enjoyed Shang-Chi. It gave me like the '90s kind of Jackie Chan movie kind of vibe, like when they were in San Francisco. You know, all the cool stunts on the in the construction site. I'm like, man, this is really cool. And then they finally brought back Abomination after 15 years. They finally brought him back. And I'm like, okay, so there he is. So, and so yeah, I really enjoyed it. I was very nostalgic for like the kind of the '90s like old school action perspective. So I have Shang-Chi at number 9. I really enjoyed it.
All right. Ryan, what about you? What you got, man? Hello?
You're muted.
Muted.
Ryan, you're muted.
What?
Sorry about
There
that.
we go.
Yeah, so actually, Robbie convinced me to put Shang-Chi in my top 10 because I would like the last 3 I wasn't sure, but you reminded me that I did enjoy it. So I think like my issue with Shang-Chi is that it had the same Marvel third act issues that all
Yeah.
movies tend to have. But like as somebody who as a martial artist, like I love the fact that there was actual real martial arts and real fight scene. Like this the choreography on the fights were really good and really interesting and different from most Marvel movies. I did like I liked the Mandarin twist in Iron Man 3, but I liked that they did actually kind of to some extent retcon it and address it in this movie. So I love that part of it, and I love seeing Ben Kingsley back because he's great and he's just having a blast. For the little bit that he was in. So I do think that like Shang-Chi, I think is probably underrated actually. And definitely make my list. It was definitely a fun time.
And it's one of the first. It's actually the first like Asian like superhero film that has a predominantly Asian cast.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
so I definitely have to give it bonus points for that too. And
Yeah.
you know, I'm proud of Kevin Feige for actually he made good on his promise about adding more diversity to his movies. So, you know, I have to give him props for that.
I'm wondering if they even wrote Ben Kingsley lines or if they were just like,
They're just improv.
go for it.
Right.
I'm pretty sure they let him improv. They said, "Hey, you want some? Hey, you want to come down for some money?"
Yeah. Despite how we feel about that Mandarin twist,
He's like,
despite how we feel about that Mandarin twist in Iron Man 3, I think we can all agree we love Ben Kingsley.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
Ben
do.
Kingsley's great.
he did a good job in both movies.
Yeah.
It just made me laugh. Like, they're like, who are you talking to, Ben? And he's like, oh, I made up a character. His name is Marvin. He's a fluffy thing. You can put that in the movie, right? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
he probably just made that up and they were like, sure, we'll do it.
I'll just go with that.
You know, like they basically said, told Ben Kingsley, "Look, you're gonna be acting with the tennis ball, which was that CGI monster. Just improv with that tennis ball, and we'll give you your money."
Beach ball. Probably a beach ball.
But and on a side note, how many toys of that did they sell? I know they sold some toys of that little.
Thousands.
I don't know.
Thousands.
I don't know what it was
until Spider-Man came out.
Mhm.
All right, Laura, what's your number 9?
My number 9 is the new Doctor Strange. I don't want to really go into too much detail, but I think I'm. It's one of those where I'm still digesting. So if it's a movie that when you go and you see it and you're still thinking about it, there's something to it. You know what I mean? I feel like I need to go watch it again. I think it was well written. I think that there's stuff in there that I want to go see again. But again, I don't want to go into too much detail. So
Okay. Well,
I wanted to get it on my list. It's hard when you've like my number 1. I have seen that movie so many times. It's not like I can put Doctor Strange at number 1. It just came out and I still don't know how I feel about it. But it's like it needed to be on the list. You know?
yeah.
My opinion.
All right. Well, we're gonna start off with number 8. I'll start with my number 8. My number 8 is gonna be Captain America: Civil War. One of the main reason why I like the third one, is why it's in my top 10, is because a lot of people who have read Civil War, this is far better than that comic, because that comic was a mess.
And it was
That comic, that comic was a mess. It was like the way how I see that comic is how people were afraid that Spider-Man was going to be too many characters, and now the story makes no sense. But in this one, the story actually, it was reasonable, and it was actually reasonable because the Avengers, they fucked up. They fucked up bad. Because I tell people this all the time, like another layer to that movie is the Avengers are irresponsible as hell because they brought on Wanda, who started off as a villain, and she is not right in the head at all. But Captain America said, I can help her out. And she wound up icing the whole building. For her first mission, a whole building dead.
Yeah.
I think they thought that through though, considering where we're at. I'm just saying.
And then, like the conflict, it felt more natural than it like in the comic. In this movie, the conflict felt natural. Also, I got to see some iconic panels like the front cover of the very last one, the last issues when Iron Man is blasting Captain America with the shield, and that was a great fight scene. I love Spider-Man. Glad they got Spider-Man in there. But my only gripe about the film is that like some parts it did feel too bloated, and it was just they put people in there just because. Like when I went back and watched it, like I forgot some of these people were in here.
Yeah, like Hawkeye. He was kind of thrown in there.
Well, let's be honest. People forgot about Hawkeye, like in all these movies.
I didn't. Hawkeye is one of my favorite characters.
Like
I think he's one of the most underrated characters too in the MCU. So
yeah,
he's a good
like
character.
I like Hawkeye. I like Hawkeye. Like the second movie, I like, oh, you know what? I really like this person. But then the other movie, they said, hey, you ain't got no powers. Just go ahead and bring your ass to the back.
Well,
Yeah,
I have more respect for Hawkeye now just because of the show, just to be honest with you. For
Oh
the
yeah,
movies, not so much, but the show, yeah.
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 Yeah, I'm
But
not sold on Hawkeye. Still not sold on Hawkeye.
well, all right. Well, that's my number 8. Hanako, what about your number 8?
My number 8 is the same, Civil War. And there was just so much going on with Civil War that, it's like I feel like this is the one that kind of made you see the characters in a different light. You have two characters in this movie. You have Wanda and Bucky, who are introduced to us in the MCU as villains, but we see that their stories are a little more complex, that they're not necessarily evil because that's what they want to be. They literally were manipulated and controlled. And I think it's one of those movies that starts to bring in the whole mental health aspect to the MCU,
Mhm.
because
Oh,
you have to look at these characters and say, okay, you know what? So can we still call them evil when someone else has been controlling them and someone else has been pulling the strings? And then you have the characters, like the lead characters of the Avengers. You have Tony Stark and you have Steve Rogers, who both together are a great team, but when their beliefs and the things that they stand for start to get challenged, then you start to see this divide. And both of them feel like that they're doing the right things for the right reasons. But it also it makes you look at that conflict and say, okay, we can't just look at it in black and white. You have to examine why these people are doing these things. And then you have the team that splits with them, and it's just one of those things where it's a great conflict because on the surface, neither one of them are wrong. But it gets to a point where this conflict is so big that it becomes personal, especially once we find out about what happened with the Starks and the Winter Soldier. Then it becomes really personal, and it's just kind of like, I don't know which side I need to be on. Like, I can understand Tony being pissed, but I can also understand Steve wanting to protect the person that he knows did not willingly commit these crimes. And then also that was our introduction to T'Challa. You get to see the Black Panther and just the way that all of these characters work together. You get Ant-Man pulled in, and we get the introduction of Spider-Man into the MCU. It was just a great movie all around. Like, you couldn't go wrong with this movie, even with all of the moving parts, all of the different characters. Like you said, Jason, you start to think, okay, they have way too many people in here. Is this going to get like overinflated? Is the plot going to get lost? But they balanced it damn near perfectly with these. You got to see every person put give their 2 cents as to why they're on either side of this conflict, and it just worked out really great.
All right.
So
What about you, Mark? Since that's your age controversial, I'm trying to figure out
wait,
what
hold
it
on. I think
is.
Lori has a question.
Yeah, I think Laura, yeah.
Oh, what's up, Lori?
No, I wanted to go next just because my 8 is also Civil War, and I just
Oh,
agree
okay.
with everything that she just said.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
And I just
I could
wanted
have
to
said it better
piggyback on
myself.
that. I know.
Okay.
I was like,
Oh.
everything that she said is like what I would say verbatim. I would just add like a couple things, like the fact that the action was just nonstop. It's the Russo brothers that did this one, and I'm a big fan of Russo brothers and how they do most of their movies. Like, even not in this MCU movies like Extraction and other stuff. Like, they're doing Gray Man. I'm excited to see that one.
Yes.
And like it was like we got to see the human side of like the drama. Like you were saying, like you have these two leaders and everything just kind of splits up between the two. And it wasn't like, I liked how at the very end they're trying to be rational, they're trying to do the right thing, and it's just like when they get the big reveal that Bucky did it, then it was like, I don't even care. I don't even care. I'm just a human being, and that was my mom. And then it's like boom, and then we have conflict all over again.
mhm.
So I just I really thought that was so well done. Again, Russo brothers, I love their movies. And then you don't have to call on me. That was my number 8. I'm with
Okay.
I got you.
So, Mark, what you got, man? What's this controversial number 8?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna be real honest, real talk. I'm a little torn because I've changed my 8 through 1 this whole time since we've been talking.
I was contemplating it too.
Did you say 8 and 1 or 8 through
He said
1?
8 through 1.
Oh, you've been
Through
struggling.
one.
And I'm gonna be honest, like with all the qualities that 8 through 1 have, this one kind of fell pretty far, and it's controversial because I'm gonna lose some points for this. But Black Panther is my number 8. It was number 2, but it's now number 8.
Wow.
Damn.
Damn, man.
It went from 2 to 8?
Wow.
Yes.
That's
I mean, out of 28 movies, that's not too bad.
It's not too bad, but my reasoning why I went from number 2 to number 8 is as follows. Obviously it was for the culture, it has to be in the top 3. But if you take that out of the equation, what do you really have with the Black Panther movie? You have Chadwick Boseman, who gets outshined by every other actor and actress he shares a scene with. You get
True.
Same, which is the worst version of Same versus Same in the MCU, minus anything they did in that first 3 Iron Man movies. I mean, what else did it really do? It made a lot of money, but it didn't
Fight
really
scenes were
introduce
great.
anything new and creative into the MCU other than Wakanda itself and some funny characters. And I'm gonna be honest, we won't get the same Black Panther in Black Panther 2. And just because of Chadwick Boseman's death, and I'm like, as much as I love that movie, as much as it means to the culture, it's fallen. I'm sorry, it's fallen. I don't really know how else to explain it.
Oh, okay. What about you, Adam? What's your number 8?
my number 8 is actually the new Doctor Strange movie, Multiverse of Madness. And I don't want to give away too much, but what I really liked about it is because you see a different side of Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he doesn't act the same in this movie as he does in the other ones. I don't know if any of y'all picked up on that saw it, but that's just kind of how I felt about it.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was more humane in that movie, in my opinion, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kristen, what you got?
Well, it's definitely not as deep of a well thought out analysis like Hanako, but for my pick for number 8 is the first Thor movie, because oh my gosh, it sounds so shallow. I was just like, ooh. I was like, oh, a movie focused on my fictional husband, like the eye candy. What?
I joke about this all the time when I say, "Oh, I love Thor." When people say, "Oh, I love Thor," I was like, "No, you like Chris Hemsworth."
Yeah,
but I mean, it's all fun and games.
Well, the same is true with Aquaman. Hell, they like
This
Jason
is why we
Momoa,
like
not
Thor 1
Aquaman.
and Thor 2.
It's all good.
I may as well put Doctor Strange right next to it because that's like they're both
your other
husband.
I mean, it's not a bad argument. It's not a bad argument. It's not bad.
I mean, hey, they got my money, so.
All right. What about you, Karish? What's your number 8?
Who? My number 8 is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. And my reason is I wasn't into Guardians of the Galaxy at all, but I like the different turn that it took. It was
Can y'all hear him?
Your mic is real static, Karish.
Yeah, it's pretty grainy.
Yeah, it's really
okay. Hold on. Let me jump out and come back in. I'll tap back in.
I will just come back to you because it's like you.
I got my number 8.
Just make sure everything's pushed.
I'm about to say it's like you broadcasting from the.
Yeah, you sound like the DOC right now. All right, that was messed up.
We'll go with Robbie for now. We'll go for Robbie for now.
All right. So my number 8 is actually Black Panther, only because like I know everyone had a lot of people had like using it at a really high bar that people really like it, but there were some issues I've had with it in terms of I thought some of that CGI was kind of bad.
Yes,
definitely. Like when they were in the mines and they fell down the shaft, and I was like, this is giving me Spider-Man 3 vibes. That's not good. That's not good.
Oh god.
I also thought some of the act, like I thought a couple of scenes that, like for the action scenes, they were a little dark. Like some of the lighting was kind of bad. Like especially in the beginning, I just saw like extreme close-ups, and I just couldn't understand like what was going on. But and then of course there's the scene where he like falls down the waterfall without his powers, like 100 feet, and then he just somehow ends up in M'Baku's care. I don't even know why M'Baku cares for him, you know. But I mean, those are my reasons for it. But I want to get to the positives. I did think it was definitely a revolution. It definitely revolutionized and recognized, you know, how black Hollywood, in my opinion. It was a great comic book film that was predominantly black, so I really enjoyed that. So I felt that we were celebrated. And so, and also I love the costume design. I did like the production design. I like the way Wakanda looks. I love the throne room. I thought the way it was put together was beautiful. I think Ludwig Göransson, I think is the composer's name. I thought, in fact, he won an Oscar for that. Congratulations to him. Like that, the music was great. I also love the fact that I like movies where, whether it's superhero or not, where you can actually you actually have sympathy for the villain, and then sometimes you kind of want to cheer for them, because when Killmonger, even though we've seen in Marvel's What If that he's a jerk, that he's irredeemable, but Black Panther, like when he showed up to Wakanda, and then you know, he felt abandoned, you know, by Wakanda, and I felt like that was a message to our community, because sometimes we have a bad tendency to just kind of just leave things the way they are, and we have a tendency to make that habit. So that I felt, you know, that just kind of hit home for me, especially when Angela Bassett's character, you know, the Queen Mother, when she said said about Killmonger, he has no rights here. I'm like, but that's your nephew. He kind of does have rights to fight the throne. So, so in a way, at that point, I kind of was cheering for him, and I'm like, you know what, I can't be mad at you, Killmonger, but I don't think we would appreciate you committing genocide throughout the world. But so,
I mean,
but I really enjoyed Black Panther. That's my number 8 for me. I had it a little higher on the list, but then more movies kept coming out over and over. I was like, yeah, I can't put it up there in the top 5. So, but I have it at my number 8.
Black Panther did give us the MCU's best villain outside of No Way Home villains. I will give it that. But I agree with you. I'm glad you also have it as number 8, so I'm not the only one losing black people points today.
All right. What about you, Ryan?
Jason already said he really hates black lady or black woman, right?
Oh,
y'all not.
I mean, Batwoman.
Y'all not gonna get me canceled, man.
We're not gonna let that one go. We're not gonna.
It was a mistake.
That's permanent.
It was a mistake.
Matter of fact, I'm bringing it up in the podcast.
Oh yeah.
Well, it was fun, y'all.
And guess what, Adam and Jason? I'm coming back to the podcast tomorrow. It's my big comeback.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we're gonna clown you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jason. Love ya.
Well, y'all, it was nice knowing y'all about to get canceled.
He's like, Lori.
But anyway, who else didn't have their number 8?
It was Ryan.
All right.
Yeah, so my number 8 is Infinity War. I'm not the biggest fan of the big, like, of any of all the Avengers movies. I think they're all good, but I don't know they're the best of the MCU movies. I think they lose a little bit with the scale, but I do think Infinity War, like, it kind of struck the right balance. It did a really good job of bringing in all the different heroes and giving them a reason to be there, and giving everybody their own moment to shine. I think, you know, as we were talking about with Black Panther, I think it was one of the better villains, and a villain who took, you know, movies and movies to develop. So it wasn't like, you know, we understood what he wanted, why he wanted it. And I think it was a really strong villain who, you know, I don't know that you could really quite, you know, his reasoning was a little flaky, you know, why he wanted to kill half the universe, but you still understood what he had a plan and why he was doing it. And I think a good villain always, like, at least they think they're doing the right thing. They're, you know, they're kind of warped in some kind of a way. And I think that was in his case. He really genuinely thought he was doing the right thing, you know, and so, he made a really good villain, and the villain won at the end. And it's so rare that we see that. That I think one of the things I didn't like about Endgame is that it just retconned all of it, you know. And yeah, it's like at the end of the day, yeah, the heroes have to win, but I like that they, you know, they went with it and the villain won in the end. And it just had some great moments, like the moment where Peter Parker's going away and like saying, I don't want to die. Like it had some really good emotional scenes like that. So I really liked, I think Infinity War of all the big Avengers movies, I think was my favorite. And yeah, definitely fits in at number 8 for me.
And the thing is, the most terrifying villains to me are the ones that where you understand where they're coming from and what they're doing. You know, they're always the scariest ones because it's like, dang, this guy is, you know, because there's nothing more dangerous than someone who has like a resolve and like a huge determination for what he does. And that's why Thanos' presence alone was scary. Like when he showed up with all the 5 Infinity Stones and then killed Vision. So
my only problem,
and he's willing to put his money where his mouth is. Like he's willing to kill his kid if he has his own daughter, you know, in order to achieve whatever goals he has. Like he's committed to his,
Boy, I ain't gonna lie. Like, pardon me, I was like, I kind of chuckled because like she's like, you love nothing, and then he was like, I'm sorry. Then like, Resco was like, he's like, yo, he talking about you. You finna die.
Yeah, she was like, wait, what? No. Yeah.
And then the Russo's
like, wait, you love
Marvel. I think
the
this is where
Russos-
Marvel has a problem with their villains. They do such a good job making their villains understandable, and then they don't want, it's like they get to a point like the third act of the movie, and then they don't want people to like the villain anymore because they're going to take him out. So they always have their villain do something to make us not like them. Like Killmonger shot his girlfriend. Did he really have to do that? No, but he did that in order to, you know what I mean? So it's like the same thing with Thanos, like took out his own daughter. It's like we used to understand you until that. It's like now we don't understand you.
Well,
so they're constantly doing that. They did that in Falcon and Winter Soldier too with that chick.
Yeah, Carly. Yeah, they did do that.
Well,
Carly.
But with
where she was like,
girlfriend,
we need our own rights, we need to stand up for ourselves, and then she blew up an entire building with a bunch of innocent people in it. It's like, okay, now we don't understand you anymore. So it's okay when we take you out.
Well, I think as far as Thanos and Killmonger go, the reason why they flip so quick, first of all, both of them are batshit crazy. Like, like at first, like I was like, I'm always saying like Killmonger, he was always evil. He was acting on his own. But when I first saw Black Panther, I was like, oh, maybe he does truly care. And then What If came out and said, oh no, never mind, fuck him.
And I think with Killmonger's character too, you have to think about it. He had a lot of anger that was justified because basically King T'Chaka came in, killed his father, and just left him there.
And
like, can you imagine being a young kid like that, and you have to come in and find your father murdered, and then for him to, you know, process all of that, and then to grow up and realize that it was family that did that to you, family who has basically kept you on the streets or kept you from living the life you could have been living with your father or even in Wakanda.
Royalty.
There's a lot of anger to unpack there with his character. And you know, I think when you look at his character and the things that he says he wants to do, the reason why he's doing the things that he's doing, he's basically like, yeah, I'm not about to let my people go through the same kind of thing that I did, you know, just being kind of left out there with no ways to protect themselves. And then I think greed started to get in the way because once he finally gets to Wakanda and you see the technology and you see the close-knit family and you see the people who are willing, like a whole wall of people who are willing to stand up for you because they feel part of that community, and you grew up with none of that. Yeah, I'd be pissed too, especially if it was my birthright.
And the thing is, like, to your point, like, I will say this though, I don't understand why there are some fans out there like, well, since you don't have T'Challa in the next one, why don't we bring back a Killmonger and make him king? I'm like,
absolutely
that makes no
not.
sense.
No. Look, I'm gonna just tell you this. Like, I tell people, all right, you want to think that? Go back and watch that What If episode.
I was just about to say that. Yes, that is exactly why Killmonger should not be the king.
Because I'm talking about, I will give him this. that motherfucker is determined. He
Yeah.
fuck
I
like
told you, like one of the scariest people are the ones who are determined and have
because
resolve.
Yeah.
they're just on the side note because on the side note, why and what if they hated Tony Stark because every
He
episode
died in every single episode. I thought that was
It,
hilarious.
it's
We
because
I
of
covered,
always
those
we
thought,
horrible
covered that on
Iron
the
Man
podcast. I
movies.
was like, if I have to watch Tony Stark or the Avengers die one more time, we're
right
gonna have a problem.
and they just
and
kept
th-
killing him.
Yeah.
and
I
I think they're bringing them back with like
thought the
Dragon
episode where
Balls every
T'Challa was
time.
Star Lord and they were all,
right
Right.
Dragon Ball.
yeah,
now I'm gonna go with
that's hilarious.
I'm gonna go with my number seven. My number seven, like some people said earlier in this, is Doctor Strange 2. Not gonna give too much, but reason why I like this movie came in my top 10 at first, because this is it's not gonna make no sense. Bear with me here. This is the most comic book movie we have seen.
Oh no.
It
Oh yeah. I know what you mean.
like like
Even the
some parts
title.
well, it probably helped that I was intoxicated, but it was trippy as hell, and I feel like, man, it's like straight out of a comic book. and like Doctor Strange, he's more like his comic book counterpart. Like, well, yeah, some part of it, he's more like it, and I like that because I like when they when they let these people be their comic book counterparts, because that's why we want to see these movies. We want to see
Mhm.
them come off the page onto the screen. And Benedict Cumber, whatever his name is, he did
Benedict
that.
You almost had it.
Yeah, I was about to say you were pretty close, bro.
Put some respect on my husband's name, Benjamin Cumberbatch. Thank
Benedict
you.
Cumberbatch.
Did you
See,
say
you didn't get the name
Benedict- you should even get one.
Hey,
right?
You call him
Christian,
Benjamin?
he ain't on your team. You know that, right?
I'm sorry about this movie.
But yeah, it was a really fun movie. Like, it's not the strongest movie, but it was a really fun movie, and I can actually say it was not too long. That was one thing I was happy about,
Mhm.
because if you listen to my podcast or you know me, I hate these long movies that have nothing to say for all those 2 hours and whatever minutes. But this movie, they said, we got plenty of crazy shit to throw at y'all for these 2 hours and some change. So yeah, that's my number seven. How about you, Hanukkah? Going to you?
Okay, I did the same thing Mark did. I've changed like several of my choices like within the last 15 minutes. But for number seven, I have Captain America: The Winter Soldier. For all the reasons that have been discussed before, but The Winter Soldier is one of those movies where you start to see Cap really be challenged for the first time. And it's also one of those movies I feel like where we get to see Steve Rogers kind of like he stops being the quote unquote perfect soldier, the one that the government made and the one that's doing everything that they want. Like, he starts to realize that everything is not black and white in this one. And once he realizes who the Winter Soldier is, that it is his friend that he thought was long dead, and all of the things that Bucky has had to go through, it just I think you really start to see Steve Rogers kind of take control of that Captain America persona, to say, okay, yeah, I'm not someone that's just gonna blindly follow what I have been told to do. Like, this is where he starts really looking at situations and analyzing what's right, what's wrong, what can be done. And also, to say, okay, you know what? Maybe we need to throw in a little bit of grace in certain situations to kind of fix a situation, instead of just always kicking someone's ass, beating them, killing them, whatever. Also, for this movie, we get Sebastian Stan as the Winter Soldier, which I think was great casting.
Yeah.
He looks just like him too, actually.
Yeah. So yeah, but I mean, I love this movie. It was one of the ones that kind of, like, when I saw Captain America: The First Avenger, I was like, oh, okay, I like Steve, or I like Chris Evans as Captain America. This is good. This movie, I was kind of like, oh yeah, he is absolutely Captain America.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
one of those where he kind of owned the title instead of the title owning him.
I can see that.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go with Martin next. We're gonna try to speed bad through some of these because I think we got a little bit. We got more to talk about.
That's true.
I was like, we're gonna be here all
Right.
night.
If you want, I can just give you my 7 through 1, and I can be done with that.
We can just
All
do
right,
that.
cool. Yeah, let's do it like
Do
that.
it.
All right. So my 7 through 1, I got Endgame at number 7. Number 6 is Avengers 1. Number 5, I got Civil War. Number 4, I have what I have Infinity War. Number 3, Doctor Strange 2. Uh, number 2, Winter Soldier, and number 1, Spider-Man: No Way Home.
All right. Well, I guess we'll everybody do it that way. Kristen, what about you?
Yes, I was about to do the same thing because I have to hop off in a few minutes. But number 7 is the Ant-Man movie, the first one. 6 is Avengers. 5 is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1. 4 is Spider-Man Far From Home. 3, Infinity War. 2 is Black Panther. And my number 1 is Shang-Chi.
Cool.
And I'm
Okay.
gonna hop off right now. Love
All
y'all.
right.
All right. It was nice having you.
Have a
Bye.
great day.
Bye. Thanks, y'all too.
Have a good one. All right, Ryan, what about you? What's your 7 through 1?
He's muted again.
I think you muted again.
Sorry about that. I've got like crazy barking dogs, so I'm trying to not have you guys hear.
That is not a
It's a
dog. That is
video.
an Ewok. Stop lying.
So 7 is Doctor Strange: The Multiverse of Madness, which we'll talk about later today. 6 is Guardians of the Galaxy. 5, Spider-Man: Homecoming. 4, Captain America: The Winter Soldier. 3, the first Iron Man. 2, Thor Ragnarok, and 1, Black Panther. Just a quick little with Black Panther. I think I totally agree with everything, all the critiques, and I can understand why it's not all the way up on a, at the top or near the top of an MCU list. Because I think, the issue for me was more that the problems with it were the same problems that all of the MCU movies have, which is, messed up third act, some poor sketchy CGI, same versus same. But I really did love that. I think it is the best MCU villain with Killmonger. I loved Claw. Also, Andy Serkis is amazing, and I can just watch. I can watch him play Claw. I can just watch a movie just about him. And I think again, it's culturally, it was the most important MCU movie. And I do think it had a really good story. There was some great performances. It looked amazing, and really, I mean, it was crazy because like visually it looked great for the first 2 acts, and then it just nosedived for Act 3, and I don't understand it. But like the scene in Korea was awesome and really good, and it's really amazing. Wakanda looks beautiful, and then just that third act is just like, okay, we're just gonna throw, I guess they lost their budget. I don't know, like the weird rhinos and the rubber Black Panther. It was a mess. And so
why did the rhinos just come up from the ground? Like, where were they? Just like laying there, just like rhinos.
Yeah. But all that to say, like the negative parts of it, I think it's still number 1 for me. And maybe probably more realistically, like would probably be somewhere top 3. Any day I might change my mind a little bit, but I think it does. There's enough there to combined with the kind of cultural relevance and the relevance to for a lot of us that I think it has to be up there for me. So I just wanted to add that little bit with Black Panther.
Okay, Lori, what about your 7 through 1? What's yours?
All right, 7. I have the first Iron Man. That was a little higher on mine, I think, because John Favreau, I mean, is amazing, and the fact that they made this movie with no script. There was literally no script. They just winged it for the entire movie. I think that's amazing. And then I have Endgame, Infinity War. Number 4, I have Spider-Man: No Way Home. Fabulous payout, for all of us Spider-Man fans who've been watching since the Tobey Maguire days. To see them together in those scenes was just amazing. Number 3, I have Blade, the first Blade. Definitely deserves a spot on this list. Gritty martial arts, lots of gore, just so amazing. The CGI doesn't hold up, but the rest of the story is great. I mean, that line that he says, some motherfuckers are just trying to ice skate uphill. I mean, like, come on, that's just gold right there. You gotta love that movie. for everything that's cheesy and not and just wonderful. And it saved the MCU. If it wasn't for that movie, we wouldn't have an Iron Man, right? So it was so
Yeah.
good. Amazing. And then I have number 2, Thor Ragnarok. I loved Taika Waititi's sense of humor. I laughed through the entire movie. Get Help was amazing. Again, and nothing, no script for that. They just kind of winged it for that. And they just like they've been playing these characters for so long. They have this chemistry. Valkyrie is awesome, like you said, falling off the airplane in the beginning, being drunk, hilarious. Just being a big drunk, so funny. Like they just had a great fight scene between Thor and Hulk, amazing. And then of course my number 1 is Winter Soldier. Russo brothers, I can't talk enough about their process. They really do such a good job, and this movie creates such a feeling of dread, like not being able to trust yourself, not being able to trust your superiors or the company that you work for, not knowing who's Hydra and who's not. Everybody's trying to kill you, and I mean, like everything is set up from the very first scene. Yes, we love Chris Evans in that scene. Like he gets to kick some major butt and really show us what Captain America is capable of doing now, that he's had time. But it's like very first, scene. It's like he's like, where's Natasha? And she's doing something that she wasn't supposed to be doing. So it's like right from the beginning, it's like you can't trust anybody. And that car chase scene with Samuel L. Jackson was just perfection. Just amazing.
Yes.
Amazing, he's dead, is he not dead? Who's under the helmet? Oh, it's her. It's like there's just so many things where it's like there's twists and there's turns, and we get to meet Falcon, and we get to see Sebastian Stan as Bucky. He had like 5 lines and was amazing. And then his end credit scenes where it's like 3 seconds of him looking at himself in the museum, and you see like 4 different emotions. Just fabulous. I've seen that movie like 15 times. So
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're gonna go with somebody that came in new, Jeffrey Haas from Traversing the Stars podcast.
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Doing
How's
good.
it going?
How's everyone? Hey, Lori, I know you.
Hello.
So, do you know your top 10 MCU movies? Or
Well, I did my top 7. I thought I was sharing, so I did top 7. I typed them out as you guys were talking. So,
okay.
I did,
Well, that was quick.
So yeah, just a little second. So, in my head there might be some movement around, but okay, I'll give you my 7. But I will say I have not seen the new Doctor Strange movie, so this is not counting that movie because I've not seen it. So no spoilers. Anyways,
Oh no.
well, at least I know. Next segment, go ahead. This segment, please no. Anyways, I'm watching it tomorrow. Number 7, Spider-Man: No Way Home. I think it was a really good movie. Has some definite flaws where basically the first half of the movie is undone by the fact that the second half renders the first half pointless. But beyond that, nostalgia counts. It works. It's a good movie. People who underestimated nostalgia don't know what they're talking about. It's still entertainment. Number 6, Civil War. Did a great job with that movie. I think I could spend the entire time with Captain America and Iron Man arguing with each other over what was right. Well done. Technically, Infinity War and Endgame are kind of to me like one big movie, same movie, but either way, I did Infinity War first, then Endgame. Endgame is probably, in my opinion, the most crowd-pleasing movie ever made. It had the most fan service, but it works. I mean, to make a movie based on 20 other movies and have it all pay off with like 100 characters is a feat that's, I think, unheard of before it, and I don't think it's properly appreciated about just how much of an impact that had. So Endgame, incredible. I still watch that movie all the time, and believe it or not, the very beginning is almost as good as the end. When they're talking about, what to do now that everything's over, wonderful. After that, Iron Man, the classic, starts everything. Robert Downey Jr. is the perfect Tony Stark. That movie really set the tone for the entire Marvel universe. If they screwed up that one movie, every movie after would have been just made worse. I mean, tonally worse. Everything would have been worse. You needed Iron Man to work. So that one gets a lot of credit. Avengers, the first Avengers movie, holy crap. I've never, when that first came out, I think we forget about the first Avengers because of Endgame, because Endgame did it so much bigger and larger. But the first time Avengers came out, and the first time you see those superheroes, and they do that 360 when they're all standing around each other, holy shit. That was a hell of a moment. That was the moment where, as a fan, you're just like, You know, you get excited, you get pumped, and I think to put those movies together, like Thor in the same movie as Hulk, in the same movie as Iron Man, all that was an impressive feat that is only forgotten because they went so much further along in Endgame, Infinity War, and everything else. And number one, Winter Soldier, like everybody else. Jesus Christ, that movie is absolute genius. Chris Evans was the perfect Superman in that movie. When people talk about Superman not being relevant, watch Winter Soldier. That's the movie Superman should have been made. That should have been Superman. He's a character who is inherently good. He's a Boy Scout, 100% moral, a little naive, but at the same time learning and not stupid. I think Captain America Winter Soldier proved that Superman could be done properly the way Christopher Reeves did it. And also Sebastian Stan, just the look that he has with that Winter Soldier get up with the face covered. Holy crap, that's one of the most intense looking villains in any movie. I think, just the scene where in the beginning when he's just walking towards the freaking truck, you're like, crap, this is intense. Just him walking was intense. So I would say those are my 7. A lot of honorable mentions to other Spider-Man movies and some of the others, but those are my big 7.
Okay, we'll go with Robbie next.
Okay, so number 7, I have the first Iron Man because not only was it the first MCU film that's kicked off the MCU in general, but it also influenced other movie studios to start movie franchises in general. Because now you see all these studios trying to start big movie franchise with their own cinematic universe, like whether it's Godzilla or like DC, like all of them. You know, so I think it's a more influential film than people I think people give it credit for, in my opinion.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, so number 7, I put Iron Man. Number 6, I have Guardians of the Galaxy. First Marvel movie Marvel property that I was not familiar with. Definitely, and also added more to the cosmic realm as well. And I'm a sucker for like space opera and stuff. And they introduced like a new different ecosystem to the MCU that I didn't think would probably work as well. So I enjoyed it. Number 5, I have Avengers Endgame. Probably the most well acted and most emotional of all the Marvel films. Like from start to finish, and they actually deal with depression and stuff like that. That third act is incredible. I mean, when Cap said Avengers Assemble, I was like, he finally said it. Because they kept teasing it for years, and I was just waiting for it, and then he finally did it. And he didn't sound corny when he said it either. You know, he just said, he's like, let's go, let's get this guy. You know,
I think that's going to go down in history as the most iconic moment of all time. Said and done is him saying Avengers Assemble in Endgame.
Yeah, that's what I thought the title of the movie was going to be, actually, Avengers Assemble, which I thought would have been a cool title.
That would have been great.
Yeah, that would have been a perfect title.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but number 4, I have Civil War. I love the way they the movie is definitely what's the term, character driven. So I really like I love how all the characters interacted. Hawkeye was just kind of just thrown in there, but all the other characters in that movie, they actually had a reason for being there. They actually had a motivation for what they were doing. And I also like the fact that the Russo brothers, they're making you choose who's right and who's wrong. You know, like they kind of make you choose all right, whose side am I really on? You know, the introduction of T'Challa and Peter Parker were great. Action scenes were just phenomenal, and the consequences between the action scenes and like from the ending between Cap and Iron Man. I also loved. It also is a perfect setup for the other movies because it set up Spider-Man: Homecoming well. It set up Black Panther, Infinity War, and it also, to me, I thought was a really good conclusion to Captain America's solo story. So they kind of wrapped up so much, and I just thought that it was very creative how they told that story. So I love Civil War. Number 3, I have Infinity War because it was a culmination. Well, the penultimate culmination of everything that was set up for over 20 years. I also like that they remain consistent with what they had before. But Marvel, they made some mistakes and whatever, and they had to retcon some stuff. But Infinity War, they just said no, we're gonna stick with this plan, and then they were able to move it forward. And even though it felt like 3 movies into one, it still felt like it the pieces connected so well, and it actually told a very cohesive narrative, which I really like. Because a lot of these epic big movies, they kind of get away from that, and they just kind of like throw stuff in there. And it doesn't make any sense. But Infinity War did that well. Number 2, and I had to flip flop between 1 and 2. I'm probably gonna do this for the next 10 years, depending on like what other Marvel movies come out. But number 2, I have Spider-Man: No Way Home. I thought this was the perfect representation, the perfect adaptation, and it's a representation of who Spider-Man really is. So it's a celebration of the character and also the fans everywhere. I mean, I do think it also wraps up the kind of wraps up the Tobey Maguire series a little bit, even though Sam Raimi says he's open to doing another one. He did say that. And it was cool to see like some unresolved issues like between like with Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man, and it was a callback to him like not saving Gwen Stacy. And I also did really like the way they used Aunt May as well, because at first I didn't really care for Aunt May in the older movies, to be honest, but in this one, this movie, it actually made me feel. I actually really felt for her, especially all the way up to leading to her. So it was so I was very emotionally invested into it. I thought it was visually shot. I thought it was shot very well, especially when he was on the building looking at Mr. Jameson. Probably my favorite shot in the whole movie. I loved it. And we can go through the action scenes, like we can talk about it like all night. But I enjoyed the story. I really love how Spider-Man's kind of his origin trilogy is complete. That's what I'm gonna call it. That's really what his trilogy is, his origin story. But of course, number 1, I have Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Probably the first movie where the Marvel movies where, aside from maybe Avengers, I was like, what the fuck? What did I just watch? I remember in college at like 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. after class, I was like, all right, Jason, let's go. We got to go. So we went to see the movie.
That's true.
Yeah, we saw that movie and we walked out like, Jason, what the fuck did we just watch? That's how great it's incredible. It's like not only does it develop Cap's character very well, but also like you get to see him grow as a human being. Like even though the list like it was a little comedic at first, but now that I think about it, like it just shows you like all the new all the knowledge that he's absorbing in this modern world as he tries to live and learn in this in this modern society that he's unfamiliar with. And also it really changed the landscape of the MCU, because like when I found out that Hydra was actually Shield in disguise, I'm like, wait a minute, so what else is going on? Like what other secrets is going on in the MCU? And that's when I was excited to see what was going on for the next one. So and after that I was like, all right, I want the Russo brothers to continue working on these movies. I mean, I only trust them with all these Marvel movies. So but man,
Okay.
yeah, Winter Soldier is number 1 for me so far. I've watched that. I think it's the movie I've watched the most out of all of them. Actually, I think I've watched it like 7 times. So,
Okay.
I'll say this about Winter Soldier: out of all the MCU movies, you can take the powers away from them characters, and you still have a really solid, really good movie. Like just them being superheroes was just icing on the cake, but like the whole espionage spy thriller thing was what really got it. And I think that was Marvel's first time really combining superheroes with another subset genre to create something that just worked. And that's been one of the things that they've done since then in almost every movie. Like we got it now with Doctor Strange and Multiverse of Madness, and how they mixed some genres together. And I think it worked really well.
Yeah, it was and the thing with Winter Soldier is that I do like the fact that like they actually limited as much CGI as they possibly could. You know, and it like because some of the scenes I'm like, man, this actually looks real. Like even when Falcon was like flying through the air with the helicarriers, I'm like, damn, this looks like he's actually flying through the air. You know, so it looks believable. I thought Falcon's intro in that movie was perfect. His journey from that to all the way to the Falcon and Winter Soldier series, even though I know some people are debating if it's like, you know, good or not or whatever. I thought it was fine, you know, Falcon and Winter Soldier, but I just thought Sam's story from the Winter Soldier movie all the way to the series to him being Captain America, I thought that was perfectly played out in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's up, Marco? I see you.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey Marco.
How you doing, everybody?
So
good.
what we're doing right now So what we're doing right now is we're listing our top 10 MCU movies, or you can start from number 7, which is where Jeff started from. Do you know them, or you need time?
Oh, I would definitely need time. I would need
Okay,
time. Yeah.
I'll go to who's left.
I
Who we
haven't
got
gone
left?
yet.
Okay, well, the Fringe or Nada.
Okay, for number 7, I had Thor Ragnarok, mostly because it was just a hilarious movie. Also, I did like Valkyrie. The only complaint I had about Valkyrie is you didn't get to see her, carry warriors to Valhalla. That's my only one complaint about it.
Okay.
Winter Soldier is my number 6. I liked Winter Soldier a lot. Didn't really have any problems with it other than I don't know, guys. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Falcon is my least favorite superhero, so I don't know. I just didn't like him. I never liked him in the comic books. I don't like him in the movies. I'm just be honest. I just don't like
What
Falcon.
about after the Falcon and Winter Soldier? Now that he's the new Captain America, does that?
I mean, he was good in that, but in the movies, I just didn't like him.
Okay,
like
I'm with you. I agree.
Okay.
Because even in because they even had an Avengers TV show with it didn't have the main ones like Captain America and Iron Man or whatnot. It was like Wanda and Vision and them, and he was in it. And I'm like, dude, he's a useless character. So I just don't like Falcon. Sorry, guys. Next on the list, I put Black Panther. For the culture, it's got to be in my top 5. You know what I mean? Black Panther was really, really good to me. And also it hit a bunch of cultural issues. Like a lot of people probably don't know this, but I think the whole Killmonger anger thing was also kind of based off the fact that Black people and African people don't get along.
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah, we Black people and African people tend not to like each other, and I kind of thought that was kind of what Killmonger's thing was. You know what I mean? So that was kind of my thing. What's next? Okay, what I got next is Endgame. Endgame isn't higher than Infinity War is above it for me because Endgame was just a little too slow for my taste. You know what I mean? Great storyline and everything, but it kind of I wanted to see more action. Hey guys, I'm just an action person because hey, my favorite anime is Dragon Ball Z, and I don't watch Dragon Ball Z because of storyline. I watch it for the hands. You know what I mean? So that's just me. If I don't see enough action, it's gonna lower the movie for me, especially if it's supposed to be an action movie. You know what I mean? And of course, above that is Infinity War. Just simply because, hey, yo, I love Thanos as a villain. He was pretty awesome. And even though The Eternals was a horrible movie, it actually makes Thanos' mission make sense because it's also one of those things where it's like, oh, he actually was saving people because a Celestial would have destroyed their planet. You know what I mean? If you really think about it, technically he was actually saving people by doing that. Entire species,
Okay.
So that's kind of why I liked Infinity War. Oh yeah, this is another thing I wanted to say about Winter Soldier. That was the first time I saw a superhero movie, and the second one was better than the first one.
Really?
Yeah. For me, Winter Soldier was better than the first Captain America.
Yeah, that I agree
the
with.
second Spider-Man movie, that was.
Oh yeah, Spider-Man 2 was better than the first one.
Yeah,
I didn't think about that. My bad. Sorry.
No, that's all good. I was like, wait a minute.
My bad. That slipped my mind. I'm sorry, guys. But y'all are right. Spider-Man 2 is better than the first Spider-Man. And of course, number 1 for me is Spider-Man No Way Home. Because in that movie, is all I had to say was, hey guys, where the hell were these performances in y'all's movies? Except for Doc Ock, he nailed his in Spider-Man 2, and he nailed it again. But when I saw Willem Dafoe, I'm like, yo, what the hell was that in Spider-Man? That's all I could think.
I don't know. I don't know. The thing about Willem Dafoe was, I didn't think his performance was bad in the first movie. This shit was just really, really campy because Willem Dafoe. I'm just glad that they finally took that mask off him because Willem Dafoe's face is a fucking mask. That man knows how to
Yeah.
pull off crazy.
This
Yeah.
man, Willem Dafoe, did a commercial where he was playing the devil. He's like, "You want to make it to you." You all remember that commercial?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that
and this is something I want to say about Civil War, even though it's not on my list. Hey, Cap hold Iron Man. I don't care about how nobody feels. Cap hold Iron Man. Come on, yo. Just cause you working with Iron Man and just cause this dude Bucky slides on the scene, all of a sudden that shit don't matter.
hey
Like, come
man,
on.
hey
Like,
man,
no.
hey man, him and Tony were just co-workers, man. They just
But the
clocked in
thing
and
is,
clocked out
though,
together.
So what?
but
I
the
don't
thing is, though, with
care.
Steve Rogers, and that scene, I want to talk about that. The thing about Steve Rogers, though, he wasn't just fighting for Bucky, but he was also fighting for Tony as well. Because, like, if Tony would have killed Bucky, like that would have been a huge mistake, and it would have made things a lot worse. Like, because in Infinity War, in an Endgame, there was no way that Tony and Steve would have gotten along if Bucky would have been
Oh
killed.
hell no.
And on top of that, Tony, he needed to save Tony from becoming what Bucky was when he was under Hydra's control. Because imagine what Tony could Tony doing that to somebody to anybody else. I mean, because what's her name, Natasha? She already said, Tony, could you put your ego down at least for one goddamn second? I mean, please listen.
Yeah.
Well, I was say I think it's important to point out though that Tony and Steve were not friends.
They're not. No.
Avengers 1, they were not friends. They did not. They fought together because they had to, but they hate each other. In Avengers Endgame, they hated each other. They are not friends. So I mean, of course, he's gonna hang out with Bucky. I think because I mean, he hated Tony to begin with. I mean, this gave him the chance to kick his ass. He's been wanting that for 3 movies now.
Hey, Bucky tried to kill Steve though.
Yeah,
Wait,
But he was being controlled.
Man,
He
when
wasn't
is he not
Bucky at
being
that point.
controlled?
Remember, because they had those 6 trigger words, freight line or whatever the other 5 words were. I mean, it took him to go to Wakanda to remove the brainwashing.
Nah, but to me, I just felt like he hoed Tony.
All right, well,
Like and everybody that fought with Captain America hold him too.
Well, look, let's just be honest. Hey, I mean, none of these people really are friends. Besides the people that came into the Avengers as friends,
That's
they
true.
look, we need you to stop this guy. So y'all want to work together? And Nick said, "Oh, all right, cool, we good." And then, come to find out that it shows that they all aren't truly friends because they got fucked up by Thanos because they were not on the same page.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
And then,
yeah, but that was the point that Nick Fury said, right? He said, these are. He talked about their ego. They're all these egotistical, solo loners who are being forced to work together. And that's why, Tony Stark was not even supposed to be on the Avengers because he said their ego's too big. You don't work well with others. That was they're all really screwed up personalities. They're not supposed to be together, but of course, they have to because they're not horrible people.
and then,
Yeah, that's
and
true.
then, and then, side note, I think out of all the Avengers that got fucked up by Thanos emotionally, Wanda was the main one. She had to watch her. She had to. It was like she had to kill Vision, and then Thanos like, damn, that's tough. But I'm gonna need that stone back real quick. So
man, Tony could have built her another one. Okay, that was
It wouldn't have been the same. It wouldn't have been the same.
You're right. It wouldn't have been the same.
But all right, now, who hasn't given the top 10 besides me and Marco?
I think and me, I haven't done my top 6 because I think
Top
we
6.
started out with our 7th and then
Okay.
everybody else started doing their list. Yeah. So
Okay, so we'll go with you, Hanako.
Okay, so I have Black Panther as my top as number 6, Infinity War is number 5. I have Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness is number 4. Shang-Chi is number 3, and it's very high because I think Shang-Chi is probably my favorite origin story out of the whole MCU. just the way that they did it, and also represented for Asian culture. I am half Japanese, and it was just amazing to see them do it with such respect and such beauty. And it was just the whole story, the origin story. Shang-Chi, coming into his own, Wenwu's, his realization that, the whole thing about him being the villain was not for any nefarious reasons. He just wanted his wife back, and again, talking about Marvel and how they are dealing with mental health issues in all of their properties. I just love the way that they kind of handled that in Shang-Chi. The first two, I've been kind of flip-flopping back and forth, but I have Spider-Man No Way Home as number 2. Again, great movie, great nostalgic value. I loved seeing the 3 Spider-Man together, and just the way that they got it from the beginning. Like, it was never about a competition between them. It was a brotherhood from the moment they realized, oh, okay, we're all in this universe. Let's help, Peter 1. Let's help him get through what he needs to get through so that he can fix what needs to be fixed. I love that aspect. I do have Endgame as my number 1 because no matter what film they have done or what film they will do, I will never see, or I probably will never have another fan experience as I did in the movie for that final battle. Like, there's a video that's going around on YouTube, and it shows the final battle and the crowd reaction. That is exactly what my theater sounded like. I had never experienced anything like that. And just the emotion of having these characters come back and fight with Thanos, like, I cry every time I see that scene. I've seen that scene at least 40 times, and I cry every single time like it's the first time I've seen it. And I don't think I will have that kind of emotional reaction ever again in a movie theater. So that's why Endgame is my top.
I even posted on Facebook when I reviewed it a few years ago. Listen, y'all, you're not gonna look. You can be upset. You can have like superhero fatigue all you want, but you're not gonna experience this ever again.
Ever.
Yeah, you're not gonna experience
Never.
something like this ever again. So enjoy it. I said this nothing can top the MCU, and then some people thought it was a little dramatic when I posted that. but I mean,
no, you're right.
I mean, even with these
I
films
agree.
that have come out, like especially Spider-Man No Way Home and Doctor Strange, I won't say, there were moments in those 2 movies where I thought we would get something similar, because a lot of the things that happened in those movies were things that fans have been wanting to happen for so long. And the reaction is just like, am I in a theater with diehard Marvel fans or not? It was just,
I have something to say about that.
I don't think it's ever going to be what it was for Endgame. When Thor is sitting there basically getting beat down by Thanos, and you see Mjolnir going, we're like, where the hell is it going? And you realize Cap has it, and the way that he fights, and oh my God, you will never get that in a movie theater again, ever.
Yeah, it's I still think that title should have been Avengers Assemble. I'm just saying. That should have been the title.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
So
that was your top.
She's muted.
Monica, you're muted.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was talking to my son. My food just got here.
Oh, no worries.
Okay, so who? Okay, besides me, Marco, is there somebody else that hasn't given their top?
I think everybody else has that's on here now.
All right. You still need more time, Marco? Let me go instead.
No, it's okay. I don't initially have a top 10 list. I have like my favorites and my least favorites.
Okay.
I'll start with my least favorites, and obviously, Thor 2 is usually on everybody's top list of everybody's least favorites. So we'll just push that one to the side. My other least favorites is probably there's definitely an echo coming from somewhere.
Oh, God.
Somebody just that better?
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Better.
All right. So somebody's unmuted again. Is that me? Let me see. Here's somebody. That
Uh,
better? That's better. Yeah, I think that's better. All right, whoever we just
okay.
muted made a difference. Okay, so I would say the first Spider-Man is probably up there as well. It was far too much teenage angst. That just and I'm so far away from being a teenager with angst, I couldn't take it anymore. I nearly fell asleep on that one. But Flip Flop, obviously No Way Home is my favorite. It's at the top of my list as one of my favorites of all time. My other least favorites. I like Winter Soldier for what it was, but it's not one I go to often and rewatch. There's a lot of and I love character development and story, but I like superhero movies more. And it is the least one of the least superhero driven movies. You know what I mean? It's least powered movie. It's just a bunch of ground level, mostly powered people doing stuff, which I can appreciate, but it's not something with all the other plethora of movies we have to watch. It's not one I go back to watch very often. I've seen it. I know what it's about. I know where it drove the story, but I'd rather watch Civil War, where you have again a mind blowing introduction to Spider-Man and all the other Giant Man and all the other characters going toe to toe. That's a superhero movie. I have that, and I have this same argument on my podcast. All my my other co-hosts all the time. I get super picky about comic book movies versus non-comic book movies, and if it's a comic book movie, make it a comic book movie. And I don't have any problem with messages and stories behind it, but at the end of the day, it's a comic book movie, so make it a comic book movie. I loved. Let's take Moon Knight for instance. If everybody's seen it. I loved it. It's amazing. The mental health stuff they go into is incredible. Oscar Isaac, if he doesn't win, 2 to 3 Emmys for Best Actor, you know what I mean? One for each character. If he doesn't win for each, as he should, something's wrong. Okay, but the trouble I have with it is the same thing everybody has trouble with is it's a Moon Knight show, and I felt very, Ian Malcolm, like you are planning to have Moon Knight in your Moon Knight show, aren't you? Until the very end, of course, we got a lot of Moon Knight, you know what I mean? But for 9/10 of the show, there's no Moon Knight. So that would drove me crazy. So that was, a trouble I had with Winter Soldier. But then, they crush it out of the park every time. I just got done watching Doctor Strange. I'm not going to spoil anything. I literally just got back right before I came on watching Doctor Strange, and it blew my mind. It's incredible, the cameos, and, that it was just incredible seeing a lot of people that hopefully we'll see again. We'll see. That was amazing. But Infinity War, coupled with Endgame, I liked Endgame over Infinity War, even though I know what people are saying when like Infinity War moves along a lot faster. You know what I mean? But Endgame, this is just a lot of that. Like, okay, we have to go back in time travel and go back to the past and get the stone, so it kind of limbers along a little bit like that. But then when you get to the final scene, it knocks it out of the park and blows it out. Like you said, we'll probably never see anything like it. Not to that magnitude. We'll have other Avengers movies, and we'll have all the new casts or the young Avengers and all the different things they're going to do. But I don't think they're going to drop the bucks to have that many people on screen at the same time again, and it's sad to say, but I would love to see it again. But, in a way, would that cheapen the first one?
Right.
Do we really need to see it again? So, but it's still up there at the top of my list as movies I'll go back to over and over again. And of course, the Guardians of the Galaxy. I like the first one better than the second one. Ego was a little too much. I really didn't dig that character very much. And I'm not really crazy about the way Kurt Russell played that character. But looking forward to the third one. But the first one was definitely that sleeper hit nobody expected. From the dollar bin comic to a massive movie that just knocked it out of the park. And then one on top of my list is Black Panther. I love that movie for what it is. I had my issues with Killmonger and the character, but the movie itself was exactly what it needed to be, and it was a great superhero movie with great messages. And I thought Coogler knocked it out of the park with that one. So I'm a little nervous for the second one. That's a discussion I think we can have too. Is with Chadwick Boseman's passing, they didn't recast him. Should they have recast him? Even his brother has said that they should have recasted him. He would have wanted them to recast him. And I know that this is like a big debate, right? I stand on, yes, they should have recasted him in a respectful way. Obviously, you need somebody with the gravitas to be able to do it. but in a way, he did so much for that character and for obviously what that character represents. To let it sort of end with him and not move it on seems like, and we have to see what the second movie does. I know that they've said it pays massive respect to him in the second movie, but it's just sad that because of the tragedy what happened, we're gonna not see that character anymore. You know what I mean? And for everything he stands for. You know what I mean? I think it's just a disservice, and I feel like if it were me, if I were him, I'd be like, yeah, shit, yeah, I want that character recast. I want you to do it again. He means too much to too many people just to be gone because I'm gone. That's just my stance.
Okay.
Also, they really don't have a way of explaining a new Black Panther because they destroyed all of those plants.
Didn't one make it out, or is that just the one he took?
I think it was just the one he took.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it is comics, right? And of course, now we have the multiverse, so they could have popped up from anywhere. Somebody had a seed in their pocket, and oh look, we found another one.
Or you can get a variant.
Yeah,
like you can find an actor who looks similar to him. I mean, I know. How many of y'all watch Insecure? I'm only asking because of the actor. Who was the guy who played one of Issa's boyfriend, the dark skinned one with the beard? He was also in The Purge.
I know you're talking about, but I forgot his name. I don't know his name.
If anything, he looks the most similar to Chadwick Boseman to me, other than anybody else. So I'd like to see him as T'Challa. I think he mentioned that he would be interested if he was asked if they want him. So
okay,
I forgot his name, but if you've seen Insecure and The Purge, you know what I'm talking about. I can't remember his name.
All right,
hey, I gotta head out and go to work, but I'm gonna be watching y'all and commenting. So I'm gonna keep up the good job.
All right, man. Nice having you, man. Nice having you.
I'll see you on Monday.
All right, see you Monday, Lord.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on Mark's podcast on Monday.
All right.
Oh,
cool. Oh, nice.
Nice.
All right. So I think that was yours, Marco.
Yeah, there's so much to go through. You know what I mean? I could take forever going through each one, but there's some of my favorites. Yeah, okay. I did, right?
Okay, well, I'm gonna go.
Not specifically you. I mean us as a group.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, I know I can get loquacious, so I have to keep myself in check.
Well, I'm gonna
we all tried.
I'm gonna try to breeze through mine real quick. I'm gonna start with number 7, Avengers 1. Like you said, it was just it was a spectacle when I first saw it. I think like a lot of these movies, I'm basing it more off of how much I enjoyed it and the crowd that I had when I first saw these movies. And Avengers 1, it gave me things I wanted to see. I wanted to see the Avengers on there, and I got to see them all work together. And then, that was the movie with Hulk. Glad to see Hulk back because I didn't think we would ever see Hulk again after Edward Norton fucked that up.
Right.
Thanks, Edward. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Then my number 6 is Black Panther. Like I said, I love Black Panther and what it meant for everybody. Like I said, it was a 90-year-old black woman that was just as excited as me. But so it was for the culture, brought everybody together. Had some great action pieces, action set pieces. What's his name? Michael B. Jordan was one of my favorite parts of the movie. But then that third act that kind of took me out of it. That's why I dropped it on the list a little bit. Endgame. I'm putting it up under Infinity War only because that goddamn length, that 3 hours, and some of the ways that we got to where we are. I don't care what nobody say. The real hero is that rat. If it was not for that rat, we all would have still been dusted.
I mean, Disney. You did say the mouse was the mob boss of the Disney company. So, I mean, maybe that was him.
then, like I said, that last hour or 30 minutes, very pleasing, and my theater just made it so much better. Like I will never forget. It was legit people in the front row who stood up screaming and cheering, and they all were dressed as the base Avenger members, and that just made it so much better. It had so many moments,
Nice.
so many emotions. It was sad. It was like it was sad, made you angry at some parts. Well, at least I got angry when I saw Peter Quill. I like shoot him right now. But but the Avengers Assemble part, Captain America holding Mjolnir and the shield, something I finally want to see, and I got to see it, and there was just a lot of payoffs. Now, my number three, man, my number three is Shang-Chi. Like I said, I'm a huge martial arts fan. I dabbled in a little bit, and this was choreographed really. All the scenes with the martial arts was some of my favorite scenes, choreographed real well. Only problem I had with that movie is once again that third act. It's like I'm tired of seeing this CGI firework fest. Can we? If it would have ended with Shang-Chi fighting his dad in the martial arts fight to the death, I would have preferred that. But it's a superhero movie, so we got to see Fing Fang Foom for whatever reason.
Glory.
Oh, one thing I forgot to mention about Shang-Chi too, one of the
And
best parts
dragons.
of it, Michelle Yeoh. I will watch her
Oh,
just
I love
Oh
it.
yeah,
I will I
I
would
will
just
watch
watch her stand
anything with
still.
her in it. Yes.
I love
Yes.
Michelle Yeoh.
yeah. I'm with you on that one. Super Cops 2 was bad though.
Her and
Now-
No Way.
I still
Like,
need to
those are my
watch that
two,
movie.
like,
Yeah.
Everything, Everywhere.
what is
All
she
at
in?
once.
Well, now I'm gonna go watch it.
I still need
Yeah.
to watch the movie
Yes.
Everything, Everywhere,
I'm
All
on
at
that
once.
list too.
Mhm.
Yeah, and
Now-
she is my favorite Bond girl.
Oh yeah,
Now-
and Tomorrow Never Dies.
Now, one reason why, also another thing I really enjoyed, which a lot of people did not know, the person who played the death dealer, he started off on YouTube as a martial artist, just doing those funny skits. So just to see,
I knew that.
yeah, so just to see him and just to see him and his crew get work in Hollywood, that made me really happy, and it's more Asian representation. And to be honest, him as a death dealer, his fight style was just cool. Like it's tricking mixed with martial arts, which is why I loved it.
Yes. Also, why he had no lines. Like, remember, Darth Maul had no lines because of who he was. He's not an actor. He was a stunt guy. Like,
Yeah.
same thing. Like, they gave that man no lines. He should have expected no lines, but he got to do what he does best.
They
So,
did that with
amazing.
T.I. with Ant-Man. They gave him no lines in that movie.
Yeah, and also like oh yeah, somebody said it. The soundtrack was dope, and yeah, it's just like it was just like an ode to Asian culture, and like I said, it was an ode to a lot of those martial arts movies, like especially Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan was a huge influence on this movie, and I love Jackie Chan movies. He's even apologizing while he's beating people ass like Jackie Chan.
I mean,
But
even
yeah.
like even the stunts, like like that fight scene in the on the construction site reminded me of Rush Hour 2 when they were on the bamboo.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
and like
And the jacket flip on the bus.
oh yeah.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, and like a lot of y'all said, like Michelle Yeoh, I loved her. Like I just love everything she did, and like her and the dude from well Lord knows Marshall Club, they're in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
I still need to watch that movie.
So
No,
yeah,
it's hilarious.
that was my number two. My number three. Now my number two. These two been fighting each other ever since I've seen the movie last year. But I'm gonna just go ahead and say Spider-Man No Way Home is my number two because for one, it gave me everything that I was expecting to see. That was the one movie where it was hyped up to the max, and it met the expectations that I had for the movie. And plus, the fact that Willem Dafoe at 60 something years or however old he is at that age doing his own stunts, power bombing
Absolutely.
a child through 3 floors, and then and then him just overacting, like him just hamming it up to the max. He made that movie so much more fun.
Yeah,
Like,
his face looked more like a creepy mask than the mask did.
yeah, and then
I
it was
never
just
liked
like
that mask.
nobody did.
Yeah,
I mean, why did they ever do that? You take an actor who can do the incredible things that he can and you put him behind a mask?
Why didn't they just put like green
That was
makeup
a
on him or
bad
something?
choice.
I don't know, but
I
like
mean,
this
but don't
movie,
forget that's back when Marvel was dealing less with the movies. Before
yeah,
Sony figured it out that hey, we should just listen to Feige and Marvel and let them
Yeah.
do it for us. They were trying to do it their own way, and they came up with ridiculous. It wasn't quite
Ridiculous
X-Men, original X-Men level stupidity with costumes, the black biker outfits, but
Oh,
it's still just this
oh,
mechanical.
Those
You know,
costumes. They
it
couldn't
was
move in those costumes. So
they
funny.
couldn't, and it was ridiculous. And we took how many? We took what 20 years to get them in X-Men costumes for in 3 seconds in the danger room. It's like it credits. Thanks a lot, and never again. Like really, another. So Fox had the same issue, and Sony's had that issue. Not as bad, but they put Green Goblin in a real Green Goblin costume. Let him emote through his face, and don't worry about the static mask trying to do the work for him.
and
It was
thank
Yeah.
God.
horrible communications. It was just all green.
Yeah.
It was lifeless, just
Yeah.
I
green,
mean,
no
it's
purple
Willem
into it.
Dafoe.
Yeah,
but,
that's the guy.
but
Like there's a few actors you could watch just read the phone book, and you're like, yeah, I'm good, keep going.
Thank
but
God that Marvel Studios has the X-Men right now. Thank
yeah,
God.
Yeah,
but
because there are no good X-Men movies except for Logan.
Well, I mean, I like Days of Future Past.
I mean, did you?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, there's some good X-Men movies,
Those are
but
good
again, it
movies.
takes it far away from the characters, and
Yeah.
there's so many movies you can see, but it wasn't an X-Men movie in the beginning. Like they weren't X-Men movies, right? And then eventually they get around to it, but what do we want to see? We want to see these guys in ridiculous looking costumes that we've been reading in comic books. And I understand you have to make it believable on screen,
Make it
but
look good.
but Marvel can do it, and everybody else has pretty much tanked it
Yeah, and
for the
please,
most part.
and please don't make Mystique naked again. Why did they do that?
I'm okay with that. Surprise! No, I'm just kidding. Get the white dress on her and call it. But that's if she comes to the MCU, she's gonna have the white dress on there. Hopefully with the skulls. Like they're gonna do it right.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be honest. I do not want to see the Wolverine costume.
man, look,
I think we're losing his feed. Are we losing his feed? I think we're losing his feed.
Look, I'm gonna just say this, man. Since Marvel wants to be comic accurate, they want to be accurate to the character. Y'all need to find a short actor, man. Like,
or just use a lot of force perspective.
Yeah, I'm about to say, hey, look, if Hugh Jackman want to come back, just put his head on a little body.
There's rumors going around that Daniel Radcliffe is being eyed for it.
Yeah.
Oh, he squashed those rumors, though. He officially squashed those rumors.
Thank God.
I was gonna say that doesn't mean anything, and I'll tell you why when we get to our multiverse of madness conversation.
Yeah.
Right.
But back to my number two. It gave me everything I wanted as a Spider-Man fan, and I saw the movie like 3 times in the theaters. First time I saw it with my girlfriend, the theater wasn't hype. It was hype for when Toby and all them came on the screen. But that second time, I like, oh, these are the true fans, because every callback or fan fulfillment that they had as far as Matt Murdock being on the screen. My theater was one of the few theaters out of my 3 times watching it where people were actually excited to see Matt Murdock. First time, everybody was like, "Who that blind white guy?" But me, I loved like Robbie put me on Daredevil. I love that. That is still the best superhero series I have ever seen.
And by the
I got
way,
the excitedness, but it was whispers. They were like, "Oh my God, look, it's Daredevil." I'm like, "Excuse me."
I was with my dad, and my dad was next to me. He's like, "Who is that? I don't know who that is." He was all animated. But yeah, Jason knows Daredevil is my favorite Marvel character. I love that character. And if you haven't read the Chip Zdarsky Daredevil run with the Devil's Reign, go ahead and read it. It's amazing. It's really, really good.
Yeah, but also, I tell people all the time, this movie was only possible because of a meme. Like, if you think about it, this movie is basically
true.
It's based off of that meme. It's legit based off of that meme. And the fact that they even call back to that, it's like, oh, they actually hear what we're saying and they care about our reaction. So that's why I put that as number 2.
There was a lot of fan service in that movie.
I do want to point out, I can't remember the guy's first name, but Semper will point out that Spider-Man the Animated Series did it first. They had a multiverse first, right in that cartoon. So he was angry that they didn't give him credit for it. So make sure we give him credit here. Semper was first.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's my number 2. Now my number 1, I mean, everybody should know it. It's Howard the Duck.
Parrish.
Howard the
If you're
Duck.
in the bathroom, turn off your camera.
One
Let
thing
me
Duck
see
Kid.
if Mike is still in the chat. That is one of my team members on my podcast, and Howard the Duck is like his
Hey, look.
absolute favorite.
Hey, look,
But
man.
why though?
Hold up, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why it's my number one. I'm gonna tell you why it's my number one. Duck titties. But but without, in all seriousness, my number one, a lot of people know it. It's Captain America: The Winter Soldier. The reason why it's my number one, well, for one, I don't care. Look, Bucky in that movie, in that first half of the movie, that man had nothing but Black Air Force energy because he was fucking people up, man. It was brutal. Like I was like, oh, it's the MC. We ain't gonna see much brutal stuff here. Somebody got kicked into a jet turbine. Like, oh,
He threw someone in front of a truck.
Threw somebody from a truck, and then like I didn't know much about Captain America at that point. But then when I went back and like read up on, like, oh, Captain America. I mean, the Winter Soldier is actually a cool character, and this movie is so many different genres in one movie, which is what I liked. It was something. It was different. It was different from what we got before, so that's why I like it. And then the whole Hydra thing, like just all the reveals, it made sense and it shaped the MCU what it is today, and it kind of killed what they had with the other TV shows. But that's another story. But like that's why it's my number one. I can watch that over and over again and not get tired of it, just because it's just so exciting. And as I think Ryan has said it, GSP was in it, and just to see him fight Chris Evans, that was nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, man. Paris, I don't know if you can hear us, but do you think? But are you able to give it your top 7 or 10? Paris?
Let's see. I'm gonna give it a shot now. How I sound now?
Are you sound good? We can hear you.
Okay, cool. All right, man. Going through the matrix, y'all. Hey, man, every device fighting me. I stopped at number 8. My number 8 is Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna run through them because I might not be here. Guardians of the Galaxy. Then number 7, I got Thor Ragnarok. That's the only Thor I like.
Same
number
here.
6 is Doctor Strange, the first one. Number 5, Ant-Man and Wasp. 4, Avengers Endgame. 3, Captain America Civil War. 2, Spider-Man No Way Home. And my number 1 is Avengers Infinity War. And I'll say this real quick. You know, I don't like Thanos' motive. However, the bad guy won. And my favorite scene is at the end of the movie, Thanos sits down and he just says, oh, and then the credits go off. Now, I'm going to share my experience at the movie theater while this movie was going off, because it was a big deal. You got Spider-Man, you got Black Panther, you got the kids in the theater, and if you have any relation to the comic book, you know they're going to lose. So I'm with my girl and I'm with my homie. So once the credits start rolling, everybody's in tears. They're sad, they're crying, and that shit was funny to me. It was funny to me that nobody in this theater did any research before coming in and seeing this movie. Like, people are going to die. Yeah, like I seen 2 little kids walking, like, what happened to Black Panther? He's gone. I'm like, yeah, he died. just to keep the tears.
Boy, and I ain't gonna lie, they did Black Panther wrong. He said, "Get up, get up. This is not the time to die. Bye."
Yeah,
we are not going to die today. Is not the day we're going to die. We're not going to die today.
Because did y'all notice all the black superheroes disappeared except for War Machine?
No, what's your name?
Right.
And
Okoye
Okoye, yeah.
Falcon wins.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't count her in the superhero thing, but
Oh, well,
my
yeah.
bad, my bad.
but
Maybe I should
no,
have.
but I'm with Paris. I ain't gonna lie, I did kind of snicker when Thanos sat down. Like
It's a
that
callback.
was like, damn.
Thanos sitting down was
Exhausted.
Thanos sitting down was a callback to the first part of Infinity War when he tells Loki when he knows what it's like to lose, it turns your legs to jelly and you start to
Yeah,
sit and you want to sit. So at the end of the movie, he knows he loses and he sits down.
but now in my head, you probably sit down like, woo, they beat my ass, but I finally did it. Now I can rest.
Yep.
And don't forget, he did just take an axe to the chest.
Yeah,
Oh,
he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. And I'm sorry. Reason why I like Thanos because he an asshole. Because even like while he in pain, he said, "Hey, you should have went for the head. Bye now."
I was sitting in the movie theater like, wait, so you just gonna turn the knife just a little bit more? Like you oh my God.
And then what made that scene even more funny because you know the internet undefeated. Somebody put Patrick's voice when he was screaming over Thanos when Thor was digging the axe into his chest.
Wow.
I also like how in Endgame when they said, "What did you do?" "Oh, I went for the head."
And then but also
Well, if he wasn't sitting there trying to enjoy the moment and shit, that wouldn't have happened.
But yeah, I'm with Paris on that one. That was low key kind of funny. Maybe that's my fucked up sense of humor. but yeah, y'all, that was our top 10 MCU movies. Now next, hopefully I can get this person online. We're going to start with this Marvel trivia, and the way that things are going to work, I will pick two people, and if this person doesn't respond, I'll just quiz one of y'all, and we have prizes for y'all. But you have to start getting prizes after you got to get at least two questions right, and then no, three questions, and then we start with the prizes, which two of them will come courtesy of Miss Lori for her basic collectibles for her comic. Then number 5, which I hope y'all don't get because it saved me money. You will get a Doctor Strange Funko Pop and a $25 gift card and issue one of Lori's comics.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to look at that.
I will say I do gotta go, but I wish everyone a lot of luck. Get that $25.
All right. Nice to have you, Jeff.
Later, bro.
All right.
All right, so let me call him, and hopefully he picks up. And then for the second person, I'll just probably quiz one of
Who are you calling?
Friend Kyle. He said he wanted to give it a try.
Oh,
I'm trying to see if my person who wanted to do it. I'm trying to see if he's home from work yet.
Let's see. Put it on speaker.
I don't think he's gonna pick up.
Is Kyle at work?
Nah. All right.
The Text Now subscriber you.
Okay, guess not. So so out of us, who would want to participate in trivia? Try their luck with these prizes.
I'll try it.
All right, so Marco. Okay, I can do that. Three won't be that bad.
Monaco, me, and Marco.
Can I show what I have, by the way?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I have some original artwork.
Oh, okay.
It's Path of the Pale Rider. That's kind of hard to see with the reflection, but it's framed. It's signed by myself. So I have 2 of them. They're 4x6, and I will ship them to you.
2.
Nice.
Comic book where we have, one. There's a couple people can win, and then Kickstarter. We have 8 days left of the Kickstarter. We need like $250, and that's it. We'll make campaign. So
Nice.
we're so close. So hopefully this will drive people to the Kickstarter and give us a few bucks, throw it our way. My goal is to be fully funded on Monday. I 3 interviews on Monday.
So let's get her there, y'all.
Man, everything's
That should
going
help.
on Monday,
Right?
man.
All right, so let's see.
Let's see if I
Who?
can answer these trivia too, but obviously I can't win prizes.
Yeah, because she gave me some of the questions. So
Oh,
Right.
Yeah, no cheating.
Nah, I'm not cheating.
oh, and side note, today was Free Comic Book Day.
oh yeah, that's right. It was.
Yes.
Yeah, I went there and I got a few cool things.
All right, so let's you know what? Who wants to go first?
Hanako, you want to go
I'll
first?
go first. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't want to go
All
first.
right.
If I end up getting it, it wouldn't be as fun because Jason knows me too well.
So now, here's what we're going to do. Okay, 5 questions. You get 3 right, you start winning prizes. Now, if you get stuck, you have 1 lifeline for somebody here. But they got 5 seconds just like you to help you out.
Oh, we only get 5 seconds.
That's all
Okay.
you get.
Oh,
man.
man.
Okay. All
So,
right, let me pay attention.
all right. So, I mean, I'm gonna start it off pretty I'm trying to make it simple. I'll make it simple with the first 2 questions. All right. You ready, Hadako?
I'm ready.
All right. When was the first MCU Doctor Strange released? I'm gonna give you multiple choice. You got 2014, 2016, 2015, and 2018.
I want to say 2016.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, I think so.
You got it right.
Oh,
Doctor Strange, the first one came out 2016, November 4th, 2016.
all right.
Nice.
So just barely there.
Okay.
All right. Now that was kind of easy. That was that I'm like that was kind of easy. Now what we're going to
I'm
do?
usually not good with the years and stuff because it's just I just usually never remember those things. So
Okay. Now for question number 2. Who did Mads Mikkelsen play in the first Doctor Strange?
Caecilius.
Okay, 2. Now got that one right. Now is where it get hard because I can't give everything away. All right. When was the first TV appearance for Doctor Strange? Was it 1978, 1964, 1983, or 1992?
First TV appearance.
Yes.
Give me those years one more time.
Okay.
You said
1978,
78,
1964,
64.
1983, or 1991?
I'm gonna guess on this one. I'm gonna go with 78.
Wow, you were right. I did not think you would get that.
Yeah, nice.
The first Doctor Strange came out in 1978, and it was a TV movie.
Wow.
TV movie. Yeah, so you got that right.
Crossing is bad.
I did not know that.
All right. Now Tom, a little bit hard. Well, you might get this one. In the comics. This is in the comics.
This is still me?
Yep, this still
Oh,
you.
okay. Okay.
Who was the first Black Sorcerer Supreme?
Oh.
And I'm gonna give you your options.
Okay.
Sam Wilson, Brother Voodoo, a variant of Ghost Rider, or Blue Marvel.
I'm gonna go with the last one because I'm not a comics person. So.
Oh, you were so close. So close to getting it, but you were wrong. I'm not going to give the answer because I might ask that again.
Okay.
Blue Marvel's an awesome character, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's something we need. We need that guy in the MCU.
But hey,
He'd be too OP though.
but hey, you got 3 right, so you still qualify for a prize.
Okay.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, well, thank you for playing. That you surprised me with that third one. I think you won't get that one. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Now, who wants to go next? Try their luck.
Let me do it. I'll try it.
Oh, you want to get a try?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Let me bring up these questions.
You got to make it hard because I might end up getting. You got to make it really hard.
All right.
Pause.
First question. What is the I forgot Lord gave me this. What is the Wi-Fi password to Carmartage? Here's your here's your choices. A, open sesame. B, open up. C, Shambhala. Or D, strange.
You should have asked me this one.
Shambhala.
Okay, you got that one right.
Yeah, because that's the only one I could remember. Because the other ones, I feel like they said Open Sesame at some point in the first one. I don't remember. But anyway.
Now time. I'm gonna switch it up with some MCU questions. Okay. And this is gonna be. I'm trying to think because you know your stuff, so I gotta make it really hard for you. Okay. Oh, who did GSP play? Who did George St. Pierre play in The Winter Soldier?
Oh.
Actually, let me look that shit up before I ask because I don't remember it as well.
Jason, you got to give me a different. I know the answer to this one. You got to give me a different question.
Go ahead and say it.
Batroc the Leaper.
Okay. Well, now this is where it gets hard because when
Batroc the Leaper. I can't believe that was his name in the comics.
Okay.
Hey, there are a lot of bad comic book names.
All right. Now
it's really bad. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Now for the third one, this way you start winning prizes. What year was Doctor Strange introduced in the comics? A, 1967. B, 1973. C, 1980. Or D, 1968. Got 5 seconds.
All right. Dang, this one's hard.
4,
67.
2, and wrong.
Which one was it?
1968.
Damn it! I was 1 year off. I was 1 year off.
Well, so far, Hanako, you the only one that has prize right now.
Okay.
Now,
Yeah,
Marco,
I don't do well with time limits either.
Marco, you ready?
Oh, sure. Nice softball one.
All right. I'll start. I'll make it simple.
Probably not gonna get it, but that's okay.
Who first played Rhodey in Iron Man? Shamar.
Wait, what?
A, Shamar Moore. B, Tyrese. C, Terrence Howard.
No.
Terrence Howard.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And thank God. And thank God he's gone.
Like, just stop. Just stop.
Oh man.
Who was
right.
Did you have a fourth choice? I want to hear who you had.
I was going to say Michael B. Jordan just to fuck.
Okay.
All
right. Like I said, I'm trying to make this first two easy to give you a chance.
Tay Diggs would have been better to me, you know.
Okay. Here's one. Who was originally in talks to play Iron Man?
Tom Cruise.
Hey. Okay, there you go.
Oh, I'm
man.
so glad that didn't happen.
Me too. I can't stand him and his crooked teeth.
We talked about that.
We did. I'm gonna push his face in.
His singular tooth in the center of his
Oh.
face.
Damn.
Have y'all
Right.
seen have y'all seen that photograph?
Go look at it.
That's
It's
weird.
Have
weird.
y'all seen that photograph of Brad Pitt as Thor, Eddie Murphy as Falcon?
Yes.
And,
What it would have been like the MCU in the 90s.
Oh
this
yeah.
this
Or the recast.
Who was
Yeah.
gonna be Captain America? I can't remember who it was.
Let me look. Let me
Look that up because it was pretty good.
Yeah, they had Eddie Murphy as Falcon.
They have Christian Slater as like Hawkeye or something like that.
Christian Slater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christian
Christian
Slater. For
Slater.
real.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
All right, question
David
three.
I mean, we were
Hasselhoff
talking
played
like 90s.
All
Nick
right.
Fury.
Question 3.
Ready for some-
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
All right. Question 3. All right. Okay. In the MCU, how much is a gram of vibranium worth? A, 10,000. B, 1 million. C, 5,000. Or D, 100 grand.
I'm gonna go $1 million on this one.
Ah, damn, you're wrong. It was
Damn it.
actually 10,000. It has a
That's
fixed
it?
price of 10,000.
Wow,
That's
that's
it?
Yep.
shockingly low.
Cheap. That's cheap. Give me a couple of grams.
Right?
I better just take 2. I'm gonna take 2. They're small.
Oh, man.
I can take 3 in case one breaks.
All right. And you said that Hunter, you said someone wants to do the trivia.
Yes. Mike Wesley Collins, who is in the chat, he wants to do trivia.
All right, Mike, well, you gotta pay attention because I'm about to ask you these questions. Are you ready?
Let's
Just
make
put
sure,
are you ready
Mike,
in the
you
chat?
there? Let me make sure you there. Are you here? Do y'all hear my cat scratching at this door?
Now I do.
Yeah, I do.
This
now.
cat's aggressive.
He said, "Let me out." All right. Well,
I think we've cast our new Black Panther.
Right.
Fun fact: I should have asked y'all one of the questions, but did y'all know that China is so racist that they legit put a mask over Chadwick's face in the posters?
Really?
Yeah. And also in the Star Wars posters, Finn is photoshopped out.
Wow.
I know. Actually, I was wondering about that. I was wondering if that's why they rewrote Finn's story. Were they concerned about their international money?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because heaven
why?
forbid
Because the
there's
kid's an
a
Asian girl.
no, because they don't.
I honestly do not
I don't
know
want to say.
because like the thing about China is it's a big market, so that's why a lot of these movies that's why like how in that I'm gonna say Terminator, that Transformers movie with the
Yes.
with the Dinobots, whatever. That's why the whole last section was in China because to appeal to that audience, to appeal that market,
Right.
because
Oh, nice.
it's a big market. So
That's what I was thinking. I was like, how much
Oh,
did
and he's
Disney
here.
think that they were gonna
Yep,
lose
he's
that
there.
market and rewrite Star Wars?
All right.
So I don't know, just a
Okay.
theory.
So
Let's get it.
All right, Michael, since you're here, like I said, you get 5. I'm surprised none of y'all use your lifeline. You get 5 questions. You get 5 questions. You get 5 seconds to answer, and but you have 1 lifeline if you get stuck on a question. So I'm gonna ask it, and you gotta be ready. So you type
And
in
you
the
have
chat.
to beat me, so we get whoever wins gets bragging rights on the podcast. So
Oh yeah, man, you gotta fight for your pride, man. So you ready? Just type you ready. All right. So I'm gonna start simple. What was dang, I forgot how I was gonna word this. Who is T'Challa's sister? Do you need Okay, here. So who is T'Challa's sister? A. Shuri. B. Okoye. Oh, okay. You got it right. Number one right. Cool. All right. Now, let's see. Okay. This should be another easy one, I think. In the second Avengers movie, who played Ultron? A.
That's a
James
good
Spader.
question.
A. James Spader. B. Bill Hader. C. Kevin Conroy. Or D. William Shatner. Okay, you got it right. James Spader.
Oh my god.
Bill Hader, yes.
I was laughing at William Shatner. That's random.
That would also be awesome. Someone needs to do
Okay.
a deep fake of that.
All right. Now, this one's gonna be a little bit harder. And I want to say, was it in? Okay, yeah, it was. What movie? Oh no. Who is Black Panther's arch rival? A. Blue Marvel. B. Umbaku. C. Iron Man. Or D. Namor. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So you gotta give me an answer or a life. You want to use your lifeline, or you know the answer? Oh, okay. He got it right. Namor is Black Panther's rival. Hey man, you better not be cheating. I ain't trying to lose this money.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be. He wouldn't be. This man knows his comics. So yeah.
All right. Okay,
You
so
won a
let's see.
prize. Congratulations.
Okay, now this one, trying to think, trying to make this difficult. Trying to make this difficult.
Yes, make it
Ooh,
hard.
yeah. Because I was looking at the question. I gotta look at more questions because damn, the one I thought was hard, he got them right. Okay. Ooh, he
Given
making
none of
this
the
so
above,
difficult for me.
Jason, given none of the above, multiple choice on one of these questions.
Shoot, I might have to.
Yeah, just to make it
I
more
might have
challenging.
to. Let's see. Oh, hmm. Oh man, this man made it hard on me. I'm about to go to one of the lowest questions. Oh, okay. All right. What hospital does Doctor Strange work at?
Oh,
One,
I don't even know that one.
A. New York Medical. B. Shoot, dang. Oh, I
Children's
lost it.
Hospital.
Yeah, that one.
What grade is one of the questions too?
Okay. B. New York General. C. Metro General Hospital. Or D. None of the above. You got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So what is it? If I don't see it, it's wrong. 3, 2, 1. Well, you gotta give me something. Nope. The answer is not D. I'm sorry, you didn't win. The answer is actually Metro General Hospital. So how many questions did you get right, y'all?
3, I believe.
Oh dang. Hey, well, I guess nobody has bragging rights on the podcast, man. I'm sorry. Hey,
Yeah.
hey, you
You're
hung
fine.
in there though. You did hang in there.
Hey guys, I do have to head out. I gotta watch some UFC fights. I'll catch y'all later. Y'all have a good one.
All right.
Thank you, Adam.
Bye.
Bye.
Later.
Well, That was trivia. Oh God. Well,
Abby?
that was trivia, and thank
Yeah,
God
I'm
I had to
good.
give away no money. But thank you all y'all for being good sports. Congratulations, Hanako. Congratulations, Michael. But now before we get to our main event, let's have a little bit of fun. I was thinking about this segment. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna do a little bit of debates. We're gonna do a little
Oh,
bit of debates, and the way that things are gonna work is I'm going to give two characters to go up against, and I will give you guys 60 seconds to debate against someone else, and then we'll vote to see who had the stronger debate. How's that sound?
Interesting.
okay.
So, hey, if you don't know much, at least you got to make it look convincing. You got to be a lawyer today. Got to be
A really good one.
all right. So, who wants to be one of the first ones to go?
I'll go. Let's
All right.
do it.
Who wants to test their might against Hanako?
I'll do it.
All right. So, I'm gonna give you two. I'm gonna give you guys two characters, two Marvel characters to go
Oh, you
against each other,
choose the characters.
and say who's better. Y'all ready?
Mm.
So, Marco,
Hmm?
I'm giving you Howard the Duck.
Awesome.
Hanako,
You're mean.
I'm giving you Squirrel Girl.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
that's not fair.
It's not because I don't know anything about
Hey,
Squirrel.
hey, make it convincing. You got to convince us. We the jury. You got to convince us.
Oh my goodness! Look, can I look up a little bit about her?
Nah,
No.
I don't even know like what their superpowers are. How are the Duck or Squirrel Girl?
Hey, what you got? So who wants to go first and try to plead their case on why they're the better character?
Marco, you can go first.
I mean, Beverly Switzler. I mean, let's go. Nobody else tagged it. He did, right? Come on, debate over, right? He tagged that. He's good. He got it done. Squirrel Girl, big tail, can't do much. She is one of the most powerful characters in the Marvel Universe. I do understand that. But Howard the Duck has no powers, but he still gets the job done, having no powers. Just sarcastic, wiggling that little duck ass and one of the most expensive costumes in Marvel history. It basically tanked the whole movie.
Oh my god.
It's pretty bad. But yeah, it's but he now he's in the new Marvel universe. He's in the new MCU now. We haven't even begun to see what he's gonna do, right? Maybe when you see a couple of cameos, he's got a long way to go.
Yeah, cameos.
But
Cameos is specialty.
that is his specialty.
That's his superpower.
It's his side character. Every once in a while, pops in drinking a martini, looking cool. Got out of the collector's, survived the collector with a martini.
All right. So,
by the way, I'm looking at these comments. They want in on this.
This is a duck and a smile.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll do it. Okay, I'll do people in the chat next. But dang, I don't know how they're gonna do it though. Oh dang.
Oh yeah, they won't be able to do it. You have to like schedule it in advance.
Well,
so.
how
Sorry,
about
guys.
this? How about this? Well, what I'll do is tomorrow, the people that want in on this, I'll get with you guys tomorrow, and then I'll put it on the audio version of the podcast. Oh, or Mark's back, so I guess he can go against somebody. All right.
Okay,
All right,
so
Mark,
I gotta
you
go
ready?
Squirrel Girl, huh?
Well, yeah, how do you guys gonna do Squirrel Girl?
All right.
Hold on. Let me go ahead and start the timer. Give you a fair shot. All right. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, well, I don't know much about Squirrel Girl, but one thing I have heard that Marco said in his defense, she is one of the most powerful superheroes there are out there. And this is going to be really superficial, but have you seen the cosplay of Squirrel Girl versus people cosplaying Howard the Duck? Where's the argument?
Okay.
That's all I have.
Oh, that's all you got. Oh, dang, man, she's trying to stand a case in 20 seconds. All right, so out of the whole jury, who do y'all deem the winner? Do you deem the winner Howard the Duck, or do you deem it Squirrel Girl?
I'm just
I'm
gonna
going
say
down big.
Scorpio.
I'm going down big time.
Are we basing this off of the evidence presented,
We basing
or
it
the
off
evidence that we know
Not-
about these characters?
Really prior knowledge.
no, we are basing it off of how convincing they were.
Oh,
Did they convince you that that character's better? Look, I'm gonna just say, hey, my vote is gonna go to Hanako because even though Hanako didn't know nothing, she was confident. She was confident. Marco, I'm sorry, but like if you would have talked about them duck titties, hey, I would have gave it to you.
You gave me a lame duck.
literally.
What the fuck is duck titties?
Oh,
there's a scene in that movie
at the
where you
opening
see-
in the beginning.
Yeah, where you see a pair of duck titties.
Yeah, he's got like a play duck magazine. And he unfolds it. Centerfold.
Yes.
I know way too much about that movie.
All right, so who
Seen it
wants to
way
go
too
next?
many times.
Wait, what?
I'll go next.
Oh wait.
And
Can we raise hands?
a wonderful use of Tim Robbins, by the way.
Take a vote.
Wait, so who does everybody else think? Who does everybody else think who won? We'll go Robbie. Robbie, who had the more convincing argument?
Well, I don't think either of them had any time to actually come up with a good argument. But I guess Hanako was more convincing. But I mean, because Marco was like, Marco's hands were tied. That's kind of your fault, Jason. I mean, you didn't really give him much.
Hey, you don't got much on Squirrel Girl. I mean, hey, 60 seconds, man. You got to make your point in 60 seconds.
Oh my god.
So, Lori, who you think won?
Argument's sake, I would say Marco, just because he had a little more information about the character.
I had information on both characters.
I know you gave her the information
I gave her.
she used in
Notice nobody brought that up
argument,
except for you.
so
Thank you, Lori.
that
You
was
said
very
you only need.
gracious of you.
Lori, you said you only need 250 left on the Kickstarter. Okay, touche.
That's correct. Come on over.
All right, so that's a vote.
Just yeah.
Vote for Marco. Ryan, who won?
Yeah, I kind of torn. I think Marco clearly had a little bit more knowledge, but Hanukkah made the better arguments. Just that she's more powerful, and also the cosplay comment is right. Like you go to Comic-Con, there's a ton of Squirrel Girls. I don't know that I can recall seeing a Howard the Duck.
I'm just gonna say this:
every year.
Anna
So I gotta give it
Kendrick
time.
wants to be Squirrel Girl. Just think,
There's
Anna
a
Kendrick,
reason.
Squirrel Girl.
And there's a reason.
Okay.
Did you know? Can I spill the beans? Did you know that Squirrel Girl single-handedly beat Thanos?
Oh yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
I do remember hearing that. Yes. So yeah.
No.
Oh, that's what I was like. That is so not fair. You're putting Howard the Duck against the Squirrel Girl who has beat Thanos. Not fair.
All right. So Ryan, who was your vote for?
Hanukkah.
Okay, so Hanako got what? There's that 2 votes.
Robbie, who did you vote for?
Hanako.
Okay, so that's 3 votes. All right, so it comes down
So
to
3-1.
Mark. It comes down to Mark and Parrish. Mark, who you think had the better argument?
I'm gonna go with Hanako. Sorry.
That
Yay, it's over.
well, yeah. I'm sorry, Marco. So who
Oh,
wants to
damn,
go?
Jason. Yeah, at least make it even.
The next one's gonna be even. You
Yeah,
ready?
come on.
You know what, Robbie? Since you want, you know what? Let's go, Robbie and Mark.
Okay, fine with me.
All
But
right.
you know what? Because I talk trash, Jason is gonna give me a really bad one.
Oh no, this is about to be ridiculous because I want to see how y'all going to make.
Oh my god.
Make it up. All right, so Mark, I'm gonna give you the Thanos copter. Robbie,
What?
I'm gonna give you the Spidey mobile. Which one?
Okay, I got this.
Mark said, "Let's go." Mark said, "Let's go."
I'm ready now.
All
Thanos
right.
copter
So
is
your
Hold
60
on.
seconds.
What? Can I see what the Thanos copter looks like? I've
It's
never
a-
heard of this shit.
It's legit. It's legit. A helicopter with Thanos' name
It's
on
a
it.
legit
Hold
thing.
on, I need to see
Wasn't
this.
it in
Wait, hold on.
I just
Hold
want to see what it
on.
looks
Let me
like.
give my debate before y'all go
Wow.
into.
It really is just a helicopter with Thanos.
All right, Mark, you ready?
What the hell?
In 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Deadpool. That's all I need to say. Thanos copter, Deadpool. Look it up.
Is that all you want to say? You sure?
Yep.
All right.
Oh, and it's a fucking helicopter. What the fuck is a Spidey mobile gonna do to Thanos' helicopter in the air? Come on. You can't web swing from the ground to just. Well, I guess you can. With how they do it. So
have you seen Batman Forever?
All right. So is that your argument?
That's my argument. Deadpool.
All right. Well,
how do I even start? All right, let me see.
I know a few things you can say. Just
no, I know. I'm just saying, like, it's a very
make some bullshit up. Hey, you gotta learn how to bullshit, man. So, all right, your time starts.
It's nice to see that somebody else used the same how to debate playbook that I got.
So your time starts now.
I mean, the Spidey mobile has other other weapons as well. I mean, if you've seen Batman Forever, like the Spidey mobile can also swing on other buildings. It has like missiles and stuff because obviously Spider-Man has all different types of armament, different types of tools for his web shooters. So we can do the same with the Spidey mobile as well. The helicopter is just a helicopter flying in the sky, and Spidey can just shoot it down and hit the helicopter blades, and then the helicopter will crash.
Is that all you got, man?
No, because also the Spider-Mobile probably also has some wings with the webs as well that Spidey has on his costume, so it can also glide as well and drive up the wall and shit and do all kinds of crazy stuff because it's comics. But also, the Thanos copter doesn't even have any weapons. It's just a regular helicopter that just says Thanos on it.
It doesn't need any weapons. What you gonna do with Thanos on the helicopter snapping people left and right?
Well,
you don't have no Infinity Stone.
Time is up. Now we're gonna vote. I ain't gonna lie, man. Hey, that man just said Thanos' name on the copter. That won it for me. hey, that won it for me, man.
Some bullshit. You know that's bullshit, Jason.
So hey, I give it to Mark, man. He convinced me.
Okay.
All right. That's what's up.
What about you, Hanako? Who you vote for?
I gotta go with Mark because of Thanos, and because of Deadpool. Like, yeah, I gotta go with Mark. I'm sorry.
All right, that's
I'm sorry, Robbie. I'm sorry.
Bullshit. Y'all know it's just a damn helicopter.
I'm sorry.
With nothing with no weapons at all.
Marco?
Even though Mark uses my debate playbook, I got to go with Robbie. It is just a helicopter with Thanos' name on it. That's all it is. Carrying his big ass around, doing nothing. You got Infinity Stones, you don't use them or don't. Get out the damn helicopter. What are you doing?
Okay. Damn. Well,
man knows how to make an entrance, but Jesus.
Hey, you got one vote, Robbie. Lori, what you got?
He's Tom Cruise.
I'm gonna go Robbie because the multi-purpose of the spider blah blah blah. I don't know anything about it, but you sold me on all the things it could do. So I think it's again, Thanos. Does he even fit in that helicopter? Does he have to lie down to fly it? I don't know.
It doesn't matter. It has his name on it.
It's a purple helicopter, and that's it. So Spider-Man, Spider-Mobile.
The Spider-Mobile that I had as a kid had his name on it too. Just like those stupid Ben Cooper costumes that had a bat symbol that said Batman, as if you don't know who the costume is. Look, I'm Batman. I know it says it across my forehead. It never said that in the comics.
Okay.
That's funny.
All right. So, Ryan, it all comes down to you. I think Perry's still having problems. So,
So I did like the Deadpool reference, and that was a good start. But I got to give it to Robbie. He actually argued the point. So it was a close one for me, but yeah, I got to give it to Robbie.
Wow, that was a close one we got. Well, so since I guess it's just me. Well, Paris, you back?
Yeah, I think I'm here. I'm still in the Matrix, but I'm here.
All right. So you know what? I won't participate because it just won't be fair. So I'm gonna let Ryan and Paris go at it. Now this one, we're gonna go Marvel versus DC. I'm gonna give y'all this one.
Wait, so I won, right?
Yeah. You
Okay, I
won.
was just making sure. You just like
But you ain't win
glossed
no money.
over.
I don't got no money to give you if you win. I'm sorry.
No money for this one.
I don't need the money to win a debate.
Okay. So y'all ready for this? So I'm gonna give Parrish. I'm gonna give you Dark Side.
Oh.
Ryan, I'm gonna give you
Oh,
Thanos.
That's not fair. Come on, why they get the death battle?
Hey, wait.
lineup?
You got the Thanos copter.
Hey, well, no, blame Robbie because Robbie was talking shit. So blame Robbie.
Is it really that even though?
Hey, like I said, you can say that Thanos can make pieces come out of nowhere. You gotta make your argument just convincing.
All right.
All right. So who wants to go first? Right. Who did I say? Who I
I've got Dark Side. Who got Thanos?
shoot.
What you said? What? What? Who did I give Dark Side to again? I forgot.
You gave it to Parrish.
I got Dark Side. I got Dark Side.
All right. You want to go first or?
I'll go because you know one thing.
You got the floor.
One thing about DC is they're extremely overpowered, and Darkseid is the king of that by beating the shit out of Superman and whoever comes his way. This man literally has a move where he can repeat reality over and over and over and over and kill you. Like just with that alone, there are many superheroes that can even combat with that. Shoot, that's what I got. That's 30 seconds, right?
Well, no, you have more time. You got you wasting it. You got 20 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, shit. Who hasn't Darkseid beaten the hell out of in the overpowered DC universe? Like, if we compare them to Marvel, you got Superman, you got Flash. Hell, even Batman is overpowered as a human being, and Darkseid has embarrassed everybody. So, yeah.
Time's up. All right. Well, had some points. Now, Ryan, you would can you smooth talk your way into winning us over?
Sure, I would say who hasn't beaten Darkseid, or who hasn't Darkseid beaten, but I also say who hasn't not beaten Darkseid. I don't know if I worded that properly, but basically everybody at some point, including humans like Batman, have beaten Darkseid. So I would say that's a strike against Darkseid. I mean, Thanos is a version of Darkseid, but only done better. With actual pathos and actual, reason. He's not just made to be evil for the sake of being evil, but actually has a reason to do what he wants to do. My dog's trying to stop this argument. He won. I mean, it took every being from all areas of the galaxy or universe to defeat Thanos, and he still almost, he won. And they had to, literally go back in time to defeat him. So I think Thanos is, single-handedly, done more than anybody, and needed the entire MCU
Time's up
to defeat him.
All right. Well, we'll start with my vote. Damn it, Parrish, you made a good point about Darkseid beating everybody, but Ryan, he hit me with the rebuttal. I cannot deny he got beat by a man with no powers in Batman.
Oh,
damn it! I was pulling for you, Parrish, but he said that one thing that just makes it mute in a debate like this. So I got to give it to Ryan, man. I didn't want to, because Darkseid, my boy, but he that one thing, it tore down your whole argument. So, what about you, Hanako?
I gotta go with Ryan for the same reason. There's no way Thanos would ever have the audacity to let a human beat him. No.
Oh man, and honestly, Paris, you should have brought up that Thanos got arrested by the police and put in jail.
What?
Yeah, they legit took Thanos out of his helicopter and put him in jail.
Yes, this is just a helicopter.
All right, so that's true for Ryan. Robbie, what you say?
I mean, Darkseid is clearly stronger than Thanos. I mean, he can literally disintegrate and teleport people to like a whole nother timeline. But based on Ryan's argument, he won the argument because of Darkseid losing to some humans. But then again, Thanos kind of lost to them too. So I'm gonna say Thanos just barely edges it out.
All right, so that dang. I would say we would keep voting. Well, no, actually, you still got a chance, Marco.
No, he doesn't have a chance. He doesn't have a chance.
Oh, damn. Well, never mind. Marco's
I got to go with Robbie on that one too.
Oh,
same thing, Ryan. Definitely, because Robbie's argument was right. What Ryan said, that Batman's the only one, I think, still to date, that has avoided Darkseid's Omega beams and still beat him. And yeah, Thanos has been beaten by humans, but Darkseid is internally powerful. All of his stuff comes from himself, not rocks that he wears on a glove. Where other than the gauntlet and just being super strong, what does Thanos have? So I got to go with Ryan on that one.
Well, you know what? I guess Ryan
He is purple.
Well, Ryan, you edged it out, man. Paris, I'm sorry.
I feel like whoever went second on this was going to win, because either one of us has that argument in the back pocket of being beaten by, of being beaten by mortals. So it's just a matter of going second.
All right. So, damn it. Well, I guess I could participate and let y'all pick who's who. Is me and Lori's last.
Ooh.
So y'all hey, it wouldn't be fair if I pick the people go in. So y'all give us people.
I got two.
All right.
I got some. I got a couple.
Me
all
too.
right. Well,
you guys choose the one you want. Let's everybody give it some chances. Pick two things, and then let's see which ones we want to do. Sonico, you said you had a couple. You go first. Who are your two?
Jean Grey versus Wanda Maximoff.
Okay. Who else had a couple?
Oh shit.
Come back to me. Let me think about it again. That was a good one.
Yeah. Robbie?
Damn. You may have to come back to me too. I have one character in mind. I just can't. I gotta think of a better opponent. Damn.
Ryan, do you have anybody?
I can't come. I think I'd like to hear the Jean Grey Wanda.
That's a good one. I
think I want to hear that one too. That's actually really good.
I got one for you. Could be a little bit off the center. Baxter Building versus Avengers Mansion.
Oh, that's good.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
To be honest, I'm really feeling.
But I gotta vote for Hanakos too.
Yeah, I'm really feeling that Jean Grey and Scarlet Wanda Maximoff.
Okay, so let's see.
Well, I'm gonna go with yours, but like for one, let's see, Ultron versus the Cyborg Superman.
Okay, Lori, you haven't seen Multiverse of Madness yet, right?
No, she's seen it.
No, I have.
Oh, okay. So let's see. Who? All right, Jason, I'm gonna give you Wanda. Lori, you have Jean Grey. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, so somebody want to keep
time in what is it? 30 seconds?
60.
60
Everybody
seconds.
got
60 seconds. Okay, hold on. All right, let's go.
Who going first?
You are.
Me. All right. Tell me when the time starts.
Go.
All right. So let's be real. She an Omega level mutant. She the son. She the daughter of Magneto. She legit said no more mutants. Everybody gone. All the mutants gone. And then she played by the Olsen. That's not messed up. So. And I'm just saying, like, Jean, she cool, but Come on, y'all. She was in X-Men X3, and we all know how that movie went. We all know how that movie went. Plus, WandaVision was great. It was entertaining. Uh, when she Scarlet Witch fucked people up. So that's all I got to say. And her husband, Vision, or Vishawn. You know what I'm saying?
What the?
All right,
that's my
time. Oh,
Deshaun.
you threw Vashawn in there. Okay. All right, Lori, you ready?
Yes,
You
I
ready?
am.
All right, go.
Speaking of Omega level mutants, we also have Jean Grey, whose own abilities are just as the same or very close on level to Wanda. Not only can she manipulate things with her mind, she can also fly, just like Wanda. But the cool thing that's different with Jean is she can reincarnate using the Phoenix. So if Wanda dies, she dead. We don't know if she's coming back after this next movie, but Jean can always come back. Jean can protect herself, so she's always going to be around. She always will have that power. And if you try to take it for her, she'll F you up. We've seen that multiple times. And her story is so compelling that this is the story that we hear time and time again. Comics, movie, and cartoon. It's always Jean Grey and Phoenix because she is the one
This
that
movie
everybody
actually.
wants to know about, right? This is the key. So she is the most compelling,
Time.
besides Wolverine, much more powerful.
Okay.
Let me go first on voting because I have to go clock in.
Mark, sorry, Marco, we couldn't hear you.
He
Mark.
said let him go first because he has to go clock in.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So I was gonna go Lori with Jean Grey until she mentioned the Phoenix and that the fact that we do see her story time and time again, and they have yet to tell it right outside of the '92 X-Men series and the comics. So I'm going to go Scarlet Witch.
And I'm not okay with that.
I say neither am I.
Does Jean Grey have a Vishawn though? No, I don't think so.
You guys.
Everybody
No, she has
wants
a
to get with Jean
sky.
Grey.
Got a
Yeah.
Vishawn, man.
Everybody wants to be with Jean Grey.
She's got Cyclops with his single
I guess
Vision.
that.
And Wolverine, and what is that whole cult of old people that want, like, like
I got
Victorian
bridge card for
people.
that.
All right. Okay. So I guess Robbie, you vote next.
Man, this is tough. Actually, this is a good. Y'all both made some good arguments. Actually, damn. Yeah, this is tough. Yeah, yeah, Wanda, she can manipulate reality.
All right, and let me get a let
Somebody
me get
order food.
let me get a half a pint of Jack.
Oh, I thought he was ordering
Oh, he
food.
was ordering food.
And some flapjacks. Is it too late for flapjacks?
Go ahead, throw a Big
Yeah,
Mac
but
on there
also,
too.
Order flapjacks.
yeah,
What's going
but yeah,
on?
Jean Grey. Yeah, I can't really say that. You see, Wanda, they didn't really tell her true story in the movies. We haven't. Yeah, we've seen the part where she can manipulate reality and stuff, and she wants to see her kids, but we actually haven't even seen her real story in the movies yet. Jean Grey, even though they fucked it up twice, we still at least have seen it in the scene.
They're still trying.
Yeah, they're still trying. So, and also with the Phoenix Force, she can reincarnate herself multiple times, and it's like, and the Phoenix Force is like, how do I describe? How do they describe it? It's a lot of shit.
Yeah.
That it's the manifestation. Is it the manifestation of life in the universe? Is that how? I don't know how. I
Like
think is that
Cosmos
how
or
they describe
something.
it? I don't remember exactly how they described it, but basically the Phoenix Force is basically a god, and I don't really think the Scarlet Witch, like maybe she could manipulate the reality itself, but with the Phoenix Force, like, I mean, I think I take creation over like reality warping any day. That's what I take.
Okay, so Laura got a vote. And Robbie, I'm just gonna throw that out there. Gene did disappear when Wanda said no more mutants.
But was that with or without?
You
the
didn't
Phoenix
say that in
Force?
the argument, sir. You can't add that now.
No, I did. No, I was
Objection. Hearsay.
You did not bring that up in your 60
Marco,
seconds.
Hearsay.
Yeah. Objection.
Hearsay.
Okay.
Stricken from the record.
But it's your question.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
So who
Good.
who next?
It's 1 for 1, so
Plus, I'm cuter than you.
You know what?
Hey, I gotta go, but everybody have fun. I'll be in the chat.
All right.
All right. Bye, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
Bye, Mark.
All right. So who's gonna vote next?
I'll go for Lori. I'm gonna go Lori on this one.
I see how it is, Marco.
Jason, you're my boy, but
Mark.
I gotta go with Lori. I have to go with Lori on this one.
Lori had a good argument, but thinking about what both of you guys said as far as your people, like Jason, you said it. Wanda said no mutants, and they were gone for what, a 5-year comic run, or 5 years, like no mutants whatsoever. That to me is powerful. And then just the fact that, she wanted Vision and she wanted her children, and she basically created them out of thin air.
Oh,
and
you honestly changed my argument when you said creation.
That's what she did. She created, and
she augmented reality, but
they said it in Multiverse of Magnet in the Multiverse of Madness is like, your children don't exist, you created them. She created them. She made her children. She brought Vision, a form of him, back to life. And then let's not talk about the fact that she is so strong that she can travel through various multiverses and control versions of herself. Jean Grey has the Phoenix.
That was the Darkhold, though. That wasn't her. She couldn't.
Jean Grey has the Phoenix powers. Would she be able to do the stuff that she needs without the Phoenix powers?
But none of this was in Jason's argument.
Yeah, think about it. Even without the Darkhold, Wanda created Vision, and she created Billy and Tommy, and she took a whole town.
Wait a minute. We can't add to Jason's.
We couldn't add to Marco. We couldn't add to your argument.
Okay. But
you guys love him. I love him too. But what the heck?
Yeah, but just going with what we have been presented with. The fact that she created her own children, and those children actually still exist somewhere she did that.
Did you say that, Jason? I created my own children. Did you?
But you're not the Scarlet Witch, though.
Roll the tape back.
For a mistrial.
All right, so who did that go to?
I go with you with Scarlet Witch.
Okay, so
it's 2-1, right?
I guess you take Marco's place as my favorite podcast now.
Ouch!
How fast they turn. How quickly.
Well, you watch Multiverse of Madness. It happens. Ryan, what you say, man?
I'm gonna find Jason in the other multiverse. He still likes my podcast.
I still like your podcast, but it falls below Hanukkah now. I'm just saying, man. How could you not like Vishan, man? I'm just saying.
Or Spy.
I was gonna say it was close. I'll have to. The Vishan comment wins it for me. I think the post arguments discussion definitely. I would go with Scarlet Witch, but I don't want to use that because it's not fair. Like I got to go with what you guys said in 30 seconds. But the Vishan got me. I think it was it was pretty much 50-50, and I'll go with Jason because for that one comment.
Yes.
He is hosting. So,
well, wait. So, I'm like I can't count. So that's.
It doesn't matter. That's 3. I'm done.
Oh, all right. And before we go on, y'all want to see Vishan?
Want to see Vishan?
Let me see right here.
You got a picture? Bring him up.
Yep, I got a picture. I got plenty of them.
Yes.
Oh, you haven't seen Vishan?
No, I've seen Vision.
Oh, okay.
But it's hilarious, and I want to see it again because it's
Bring
funny.
back Vishan. He needs justice. My boy needs justice.
Yes. The one with the do rag is the
Wow.
best. The
Wow.
one with the do rag is the best.
The best.
Oh my god. Like Stefan from Family
Because
Matters.
he Vishan. That's why he has the do rag. But y'all, hey, it's been a long podcast. We've had fun, but now it's time to get to the main event.
Dude.
We talking about that good old Doctor Strange.
Whew.
In the multiverse of madness.
Now, I'm going to play this trailer for the people at home, and then after the trailer, we're going to go ahead and get into the review. What we'll do for the people that's still watching, we'll do a spoiler free, but then I will acknowledge the spoiler filled section. And then after that, if people still down, we'll do a watch party for the first one. So let me go ahead and pull it up. Attack on Titan. Oh, I hope that's not true. I really hope that ain't true.
What?
Attack on Titan live action movie. I hope that ain't true.
I mean, didn't we have that already?
Look, we ain't gonna talk about that.
I still need to finish catch up on Attack on Titan.
All right, where is that?
Six
Right
episodes.
there.
I'm
But
sorry.
yeah. But hey, this movie was hyped up a good bit, but did it live up to the hype? Let's go ahead and watch this trailer and find out. Oh shit! All right, this might buff a little bit. So what we gonna do? While I'm getting that
If
together,
we turn off our mics and cameras, it might help it.
yeah, maybe. Hold on, let me do that now. Dang, how do I do that for myself? All right. Stop mic and cam. Stop mic and cam.
Jason, there's no sound. Turn your mic on.
Jason, turn your microphone on.
I don't think Jason is here. Where'd he go? I don't see him.
I'm gonna be on mute for just a second.
I'm sorry, Steamer. Your desecration of reality will not go unpunished. We should tell him the truth. Things just got out of hand. You bring the ropes. Look out! It's become the hero. I do it, I become the enemy.
Yay!
Well, yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Mm-mm. Can they hear me?
Yep.
We can hear you. We can't see you.
I don't know what. Why is my mic not working?
It is working. They can hear
Your
you.
mic works.
I mean, no, my camera. Where is my camera?
Start cam.
Oh snap! I'm tripping. Well, what the?
Hit it again.
Are you gonna work for me? No, no.
Oop, oop.
There you go.
Can y'all see? Oh wait. Oh.
There we go. I see you. You see
There
you.
you are.
Well, wow. What a trailer. What?
I love the music in this trailer too.
Now, one thing I have to say about movies, like I said, this is the spoiler free, so let's try to keep it spoiler free for this part. One thing I will say about this movie, Marvel, what they're doing is they are letting these directors you incorporate their style into these Marvel movies, and this has the Sam Raimi style all over this movie because my favorite Sam Raimi movie is Evil Dead 2, and it takes a lot from Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness. Just the comedy with it mixed with the brutality. Because this movie, if you got kids, I wouldn't take them see if they're under the age of 10 because this movie gets violent in some parts. It gets violent in some parts, but I would say my favorite parts of the movie were the horror elements of the movie. Like, I'm not gonna say it now, but there's a character. She is legit. Man, it's like legit, like being chased by Fred, like being chased by Jason Voorhees. It's just the fear of getting caught by that person and what we see what they can do to other people. Just know if you get in their grasp, they fucking you up in the worst way possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anybody got anything to add?
I love the horror element of it. I love the fact that it kind of blends it within the superhero genre because it really does feel like a horror movie from start to finish.
Oh,
Like,
and also before we go on, we got another guest, Miss Courtney Lyric. She gonna join in on the podcast.
hey, Courtney, how's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, I saw your comment earlier. I was trying to respond, but my phone wouldn't let me open the comments.
But yeah.
Oh, hey, Robbie.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
Hello.
Yeah, she's watching for. She a trooper. She was watching the whole time.
I was telling Nick at first, but then I told you.
But okay, so anybody else got anybody want to say anything else?
I agree with you guys.
So
I
hard to
love
say
the horror.
anything without spoiling.
Yeah, I love the horror aspect of it. The cameos were amazing. And also just the addition of America Chavez to the film she was a great addition. I kind of worried when hearing about all of the supposed cameos or the supposed people, like all of the rumors that were going around about, oh, this person's in the movie, and then it was just kind of one of those like, how are they going to tell this story introducing all of these new people? And I think they really did a good job of that and still focusing on what the main part of the story was.
Yeah, to kind of piggyback off that, I like that there's a world where this is like there's 65 different characters, like it's like Endgame or something where there's just every cameo in the world, and I think there's a part of me that would have loved to have seen that. I was like, there's certain characters I would have loved to have seen in it, but I'm glad that they didn't go that route. Like, we got some great cameos, one of which was spoiled the day before. I was so pissed. I saw a picture and it just ruined that, because it would have been such a better moment had I not known it was happening. But I think it was the cameos we got were great and perfect and perfectly placed. And the movie itself, I think there's a lot that I love, like that middle sequence. There's like this middle horror sequence, without spoiling much, that's incredible and one of the best things in the MCU that I've seen, because it's just different from anything we've seen. They kind of let Sam Raimi run with it, and I remember hearing about how it was going to be a horror movie, and I was like, I don't know, how are they going to make a Marvel movie, really infuse that horror element, and they figured it out, and just visually, thematically, they got the tone right. There was the tension. It really, really worked. So there's a lot to like. I think the movie itself is a bit disjointed and all over the place, but it's a Doctor Strange movie, and I criticize a lot of them about the third act issues, but I actually like the way they go about the third act here. It's still a big, Marvel third act, but at least it works well. It's focused, and it felt different than others. There's no, and I really enjoyed the movie.
Okay. Anybody want to piggyback off of Ryan?
I want to spoil things, so no.
Yeah.
So do I, but no, Ryan, I agree with you. I think some of it was disjointed, but they definitely pulled it together. I think they know they do like a quick, you see in the trailers, whatever, the quick burst through the multiverses, the different uses. I would like to see more of that. I would like to have explored more. I wish they had kind of spent more time jumping through and actually spent more time in each one. I know that probably would have given us even more cameos we don't necessarily need. But overall, I definitely enjoyed the movie, and I'm looking forward to seeing it again. You're always going to catch stuff you missed the second, third time through. So that's what I'm looking forward to. But overall, I did enjoy it. But like you said, that disjointedness, I think the second, third watch will help kind of bring some of that together.
Did y'all feel like that it was extremely fast paced?
Hell
yeah, it was super fast paced.
Yes,
Yeah,
but it was only 2 hours and 6 minutes, so I think that it kind of had to be.
It's a couple of slow moments, a lot of some dialogue stuff but mostly no, it was pretty fast.
Because it was like it just kind of jumped into it, and then it just kept scene after scene after scene after scene. I'm like, slow down maybe a little bit. I mean, that's like a nitpicky thing for me, but I mean, I didn't really feel like it was I didn't really feel like it was a full 2 hours to me. It just felt a little shorter, but maybe it's because it was going by so fast, and I just kind of lost track of it. And I think because of all the weird like multiversal stuff that was going on in that movie, I see what you mean when you say disjointed, because it did, without spoiling anything, it did kind of feel like that I was reading like different, like some multiple short stories in some points.
Now, one thing that I had a problem with, like, it's a few things that I have a problem with. Like, if y'all looking for a complex story, don't look for it. Their motive was, look, we want y'all to be entertained. Like, but what about story? Now, we don't got that strong story, but hey, we got all these characters that you like from back that
you don't think the story was strong?
I don't like. To me, like out of these recent movies I've seen, like Marvel movies, it's not that strong. And me personally, I didn't like the way that America Chavez was used. I was like, well, that was a bummer. But
I thought the ending was cheap with her.
Yeah, that's like, I felt like maybe she should have just got the show treatment because it's like not many people know about America Chavez, so it legit like she was just like there to accompany Doctor Strange, and also just
but she was
but
also she's a key plot point.
Yeah, but I just feel like they waited till the very end. Like and then like I said, the ending I have a problem with because the end it's just like they had nothing and they just wrote themselves out of the situation. Because I would expect more from the ending, but it was I guess it was satisfying. But then I thought about like I don't know how they can write themselves out of this. So I just feel like it was a BS cop out with the ending, but everything else I love. Like the visuals, it was trippy. Like I said, I just watched the 1978 Doctor Strange, and they took elements from the comics, from that movie, from the first. built on the first Doctor Strange, and I really did enjoy it. But it was just some parts I was like, I could have went without that. And for everybody that's worried about the cameos, without spoiling nothing, you don't gotta worry. You don't gotta worry.
I do
I,
think this. I do think it really embodies the Doctor Strange character in this film. Him being weird, you know.
oh yeah,
Yeah, and manipulating the multiverse and everything and all that stuff without getting in too much into it. I mean, this is how Doctor Strange really is. You know,
yeah,
like in the first one, it just like like he was just kind of improvising, like kind of learn all these different spells and stuff. Like, but after that, he was continuing to grow it, and I just felt like in this one, I just felt like Benedict Cumberbatch fully embraced this character. And you could tell from the photos on set behind the scenes, he's also reading comics as well. So he's studying the character. He's really committed to his craft.
all right. Well,
Yeah.
does anybody have anything else to add before we spoil the hell out of this movie?
I'd like to piggyback off of Robbie. Hi.
Hey.
But
Now
I
we
feel
on
like
Doctor.
it was so overhyped that people went in expecting No Way Home Part 2. And some of them might have been slightly disappointed when they got the second installment in the Doctor Strange trilogy, which is what it is. So I enjoyed it because this is part 2 to his storyline. I wasn't disappointed or disheartened that we didn't get to see some of the people we may have been expecting. I think for a second film, it did really well.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I wasn't expecting
Yeah.
like an Endgame or No Way Home type of thing. I wasn't expecting that at all. I just thought, man, this is interesting. Yeah.
Well,
The one thing I would add about the story about the
What
writing,
up,
so
though?
I think there is a good story, but if you really think about it, I feel like it's less a Doctor Strange movie than it is a Wanda Maximoff, and to a lesser extent, an America Chavez story. Because we really look at it like who actually goes through a real arc, and yeah, I mean, to an extent, he does, but it's really a Wanda Maximoff story. Like you could have called this, the Scarlet Witch and the Multiverse of Madness, and it would have been, I wouldn't have thought twice about it, with mostly the same movie. So I do think the story was good, but it maybe part of it is just that it wasn't quite like it was a doctor. Obviously, it was Doctor Strange, but it seemed like his story was less important, to like the larger narrative than Wanda's and America Chavez.
Yeah, it went in a direction that I didn't necessarily expect it to do, because when I was watching the trailers, I tried watching them because I analyze trailers all the time, and I didn't even know what the hell the movie was about, which is a good thing. But when I
Yeah.
watched, I'm like, oh, okay, so that's what happens. So this is what this character is like, blah blah blah. And I'll get into more of that in my spoiler section. But I was actually pleasantly I was satisfied with exactly how they told the story in a way that I didn't really necessarily expect it to be.
Yeah. Now, one thing I will say that I really liked about the movie, I did like that Danny Elfman did the musical score, and like I said, the first time I saw the movie, this was the first time I heard people like give a round of applause for a musical score in my theater, because Danny Elfman, he did a lot of great scores, and I'm not going to. I'll talk about it in the spoilers field section, but there's one part of the movie where they did something unique with the musical score that I didn't expect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The music was amazing for this movie.
Yeah, Danny Elfman is a legend. He is incredible, and he's really good at doing superhero movies too. He's really good at that.
But also, this is the most comic book movie I've seen. Like Sam Raimi, he said, "I'm finna have fun."
Oh yeah,
I'm finna have fun, and all y'all finna have fun with me. Like it's extremely colorful in some parts. Like it's just really amazing to see Sam Raimi style in the MCU. Because at first, when people were saying, "Oh, it's gonna have horror," and it's like, "Oh, well, this is gonna be PG-13, so it ain't gonna be that bad." Then I got a movie like, "What the fuck I just watched?" But yeah, that's all I got to say before we dive in. Anybody else got anything to say?
I want to piggyback off what Brian said. I get what you're saying. I do understand your point of view that you felt like Maximoff might have possibly outshined Strange, but I feel like with her, we're at the end of her arc. Like we saw what happened. We had when she was introduced to the Avengers, we had WandaVision, seeing her develop as a woman in love, losing love, grieving, and now we're at the other side of that grief that wasn't resolved properly. And we saw how it ended. Whereas Doctor Strange is still maturing. We're still we're still growing with him as I don't want to say as a man, but as a person who is becoming less about himself and more about. So he's still kind of in the middle. Whereas Wanda, we were with her a lot on screen, but we're
I want to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to
No,
spoil.
that's a good point because I do think like
I don't want to talk. I don't want
that
to talk
idea
now.
that
I want to spoil it. We would.
she went
You'll
from
see
that
it. I want to
we
spoil it.
Hello?
seen
Wait, hold on. What's that noise?
Yeah, there's like a overlap going on.
Is that
Hello?
Oh.
I think we're good.
Okay. I think that's a really good point that we did see we've seen her growth and like kind of I guess her growth and development in all directions and it kind of culminates with this movie. I think the thing that bugged me is that like okay, so like if you look at a story, I forget where I heard it, but I was listening to somebody talk about writing and characters and like your main character should by the end of the movie, they should be able to do something that they couldn't do in the beginning of the story. And that's where like I didn't see that happen for Doctor Strange. Like I didn't see a change in him as a character. Like he did stuff. He went through stuff, but I don't know that he changed as a character as much as other people did in the movie. So that's more my point there. I totally agree with you, and I think that's a valid point. It's just more that I would have liked to have seen more growth in the character in Stephen Strange's character rather than him just being somebody where again stuff happened and huge stuff happened, but I don't see that. If that makes sense.
Okay.
I have a counter to that, but I can't answer that until we are spoiler.
All right.
So
And also,
remind me. I want to talk about that.
all right. And also one last thing before we go on to the spoiler field section. If you have not been watching these shows, you might want to start because you're gonna be lost. You're gonna be really lost on a key part of the movie because you're gonna be like, wait, why the fuck you acting like this now?
And also, there's one character that I thought was going to be in this movie, and I'll get into that from the spoilers, but we'll definitely have to get into that. I was just a little confused why that character wasn't in the movie.
Well, I guess, does anybody else have anything to add before we go on? Because we finna spoil the shit out of this movie.
Okay, last point. I think the America girl was kind of shoved in. Like, I will agree with Ryan with this. She came out of nowhere and was just made kind of like the star. And we were like, who are you? We don't know you and your crooked bangs. Like, why are you taking over?
Well, it's because it's a Marvel thing, and since they want to be inclusive, they will shove somebody in there for
like,
it.
they should. Like, hello, okay, hey,
Well, y'all. Well, that's it.
That was
But
a good character.
For people that's watching, we about to spoil it. So I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to leave before we dive deep in this one because there's a lot to talk about. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. First things first. Now, I only watched the one trailer, so I don't know if this is gonna be a thing, but I was not expecting Wanda to be the main villain.
Not at all.
And
I did. I saw that coming.
No way.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because I was like, if he's asking her about Westview, and the last thing we saw from WandaVision was her looking for her kids, I was like, why would they bring her in here? And then America Chavez with her ability to go through the multiverse, and I was like, somebody's chasing her. Wanda's looking for her kids.
I didn't think it was going to be Wanda for that reason, though. I really, when it was revealed that Wanda was the actual big bad of this movie, I was like, oh, this is the direction I was expecting.
Because the way I looked at it when I saw this trailer, I thought, okay, maybe Doctor Strange and Peter Parker, they broke something within the multiverse, and and Doctor Strange got to fix it. That's what I thought was going to happen. I was like, oh, Okay.
And then in the
Yeah.
trailer, you see the scene of her and Wong fighting together. So there's no reason why you would think, or at least we think that it's them fighting together, and it's actually when they arrive in the temple and the big stone things are after them. But other than that, I really didn't think that they were going to make her like the big bad, because at the end of WandaVision, she was cognizant of the damage that she had done and she felt bad about it.
Yeah.
So you
But she
wouldn't
also
think.
had the dark hold.
That's true. That's true. But not thinking about it, especially for those of us who are not like comic
Right.
comic knowledgeable, like if we're just going by the shows and what we've seen of her in the MCU, I didn't think that the Darkhold would have that much of a grasp on her, but to the point where, I mean, when I looked at what was going on, like when they went into her consciousness and we saw Wanda, at the actual Wanda, kind of trapped, I felt like it was kind of sort of like
I'm
looking
awake,
at
though.
the whole Mark and Steven thing.
I'm awake.
What is that?
What is that?
What is
What the
that?
fuck?
There's something.
No, I think that's
There-
Parrish, or is it Parrish? I don't know who it is.
That's Mark.
Oh, okay.
I don't see him in here.
No, it's not here. He's at work.
Okay, so I don't hear it anymore. But yeah, when we see her actually trapped in her mind, it really brought to mind, especially coming off of watching the finale of Moon Knight, it was like a Mark Steven vibe there with the Scarlet Witch kind of pushing Wanda into the back and she's the forefront. So it's like not only is Wanda the big bad, it's not even our Wanda, is not Wanda that's the big bad. It's this alternate version of her that's been corrupted. And it was just like, oh wait, you guys are just making this so much more complicated. And I mean, so much more complicated in that, again, Marvel is drawing this line where it's telling us there is no black and white, there's no good and bad. There's like this huge shade of gray. Like you can't look at her and say, even with WandaVision, you can't look at her and say, oh, she's evil, she's doing the wrong thing. No, she's not. She's being corrupted by something that she has no control over. And you see, even in that little part where she's trying to get out, how much stronger the Scarlet Witch is, because the Scarlet Witch just came in, snapped this neck, and just pulled Wanda back like, no, bitch, come here. It's just
That was two different Wandas, though.
Right.
Well, the other Wanda was from the same universe as like the Illuminati. Our Wanda is the one that has the Darkhold with the and turns into
yes, but no, I'm talking about when they were in her mind.
Yeah, she put her consciousness within the Wanda from Earth 838, I believe was what.
So Dr. Xavier, Professor Xavier, Professor X went into that Wanda and was trying to pull her back, so that way our Wanda would have to leave her body and go back to where she came from.
Yeah.
And by the way, those cameos with the Illuminati was amazing.
I'm gonna just say this: for people that were worried about the cameos overshadowing the movie, Wanda made sure said, "Nah, this is my movie, fam."
I said it. Who was I talking with? I was like, they're gonna kill all of them.
When Captain Marvel said, "Oh, we ain't worried about your little witch," I was like, "Bitch, you about to die."
Yeah. I was like, "You're all gonna die. You're all gonna die."
And then Black Bolt, boy. This is what I knew, that Sam Raimi, he was gonna do whatever he could to push that PG-13 rating. I was like, oh, this is gonna be a change. Oh my god, what happened to your
said what mouth?
I was like, Matrix.
Yeah.
Theater.
I gotta say, the actor who was in the Black Bolt, that suit didn't look bad on him.
Oh no, I mean, but
I thought it looked pretty dope. That's an accurate adaptation of the Black Bolt costume.
It gave pro wrestling.
It actually looked pretty good.
And then I'm glad that they got what's his name to play a version of Mr. Fantastic, because that's what everybody wanted, and we got what we wanted.
Yeah.
When we saw him, when I tell you, my theater went nuts
Oh, mine did too.
screaming.
People
I
laugh
was like,
in my theater.
okay, so at this point, any person who is rumored to be in any Marvel movie and says, no, I don't know what you're talking after him and Andrew Garfield, I'm not believing none of y'all anymore.
Man, look,
Yes,
look,
Andrew Garfield and Charlie Cox were on the set of Spider-Man: No Way Home, and they literally were sitting in a corner, turned with their backs turned, to try to hide themselves on set.
look. Oh, so it's an echo going on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna just say this. It was. Oh shit.
I think that somebody's mic is picking up.
Yeah, it's usually Parrish. Usually when you mute Parrish, it goes away.
Let me.
Yeah, it goes away when Parrish is muted.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But like I was saying,
Sorry, Paris.
sorry, Paris. But like I was saying, they always say that they ain't gonna do it, but that mouse be like, nah, get your ass over here. We got a boatload of money for you. Get your ass over here, put on them spandex and go make me my money.
And they make you sign those contracts so that you can't say anything. But also, if you listen to some of the interviews from like earlier, people who've been in other comic or other Marvel movies, a lot of times they say when you sign the contract, you don't know who you're playing. You don't know what you're doing yet.
That is
like
true.
Zendaya said the same thing. She was like, I had no idea who I was playing when I went for audition, and when I got the call, like, okay, hey, we want you for the movie. Oh, what part?
And then shoot,
pretty smart actually
Shoot,
on the studio's part. So they're like, yeah, you can't say nothing because I'm pretty sure that mouse threatened Tom Holland and said, "You better not spoil anything."
Oh no, that mouse wanted to waterboard. That mouse waterboarded Tom till he started complying.
It was so funny.
Go ahead.
With like Benedict Cumberbatch and like other people that were like, he can't talk right now. We're gonna talk for him, right?
But just like in the interview, he said when they were filming Endgame, he said when he got the script for Tony's funeral, he thought he was going to a wedding in the script,
wedding.
and then he was like, "Wait, where's Tony?" And they were filming his funeral. He had no clue until he got on set.
In fact, I don't even think the cast knew either. I think it was either Chris Evans or I think Chris Evans is the one who said that. Apparently, the Russo brothers, they shot like 5 different endings of Endgame to make sure that the actors could predict it. And Robert Downey Jr. was the only one who knew the true ending.
I want to see those.
Right, because they made him come back and redo it. The "I am Iron Man" was not his original line.
Yeah.
It was in post when they were working on it in post. They came up with that and they made him go back and do it. He didn't want to because he didn't want to go back in that headspace.
Right.
But they made him do it, and it was the best thing for the movie. What was I gonna say? Oh, the memes with Tom Holland where people are like, "Why does Tom Holland always look like he doesn't know what's going on in this?" And he's like, "Because I don't."
Mark Ruffalo spoiled.
He had no idea what was going on.
But they do that. I mean, think about it. When the news came out about Captain America 4 with Sam Wilson, Anthony Mackie says he was standing in the line at the grocery store, and his cashier was the one who said, "So you're gonna be you're getting a Captain America movie?" And he was like, "What?" Marvel hadn't even told him yet. So yeah,
that's how they do it.
Doing that from a fan is actually seems kind of nice though. It's like, oh, awesome.
Right.
Yeah. So, and honestly, they pretty much revealed the title too at the end. Captain America and the Winter Soldier. Couldn't be a better title in my opinion.
Now, back to
Doctor Strange. Sorry, we moving off.
Oh, can I talk about what we were talking about earlier, Ryan? So in the beginning of the movie, when they were talking about Doctor Strange, they said this a couple times. You always had to be the one holding the knife. He always had to be the one that was in charge and the superhero and the best superhero, the best surgeon. You know what I mean? So that was him in the beginning. And by the end, he couldn't solve the problem. He had to give the reins over to America and say, you are the one that you can control your power. You can solve the problem. So he had to learn to take a step back. Yeah. So that's what he was able to do differently as his character.
No, that's a good point.
And it wasn't anybody that could stop Wanda. It was Wanda that had to stop Wanda. I wish I had the Scarlet Witch in our debate, Jason, because I mean, you can't beat Wanda. You can't.
She
The only
pretty much
person that could
squashed
beat
the debate
Wanda
of
was Wanda.
strongest
She
Avenger in
had to
this
go
movie.
confront. She had to go see the fear in her kids' eyes.
Mhm.
You know, and it's what they've been telling her the entire time.
Right.
When you go there and you see your kids, what are you? How do you think they're going to react to you? What happens to the other Wanda? Are you going to kill that other Wanda in front of your kids? They're not. You know, like imagine, put yourself there, and she just couldn't do it. She was just so like
Focus.
tunnel
Yeah.
mode. Yeah,
Yeah.
on getting her kids, and I think the Darkhold was a lot of that. You know,
Yeah.
corrupting her to keep using the power so that way she put more of herself into it. And it wasn't until the kids were afraid of her that she was like, "What am I doing?"
Mhm.
Yeah.
You
It
know.
kind of mimics
So they basically had to let her win.
yeah. It kind of mimics Doctor Strange's behavior in the first movie too, because I had to go back and rewatch the first movie this week because I had only ever seen it once before because I
Oh
really
yeah.
didn't care for it that much. But when you look at that movie and his whole point of going to Carmitage and becoming a sorcerer and learning those learning, his powers was also he could heal his hand so he can get back to being the best that he was supposed to be. And
Right.
even in that first movie, he has to start to learn to let go a little bit because they tell him this is a lot bigger than your problem. Like you
It's not
have the
about you.
gifts. Yeah, you have the gifts to be this great sorcerer, but you're limiting yourself because this is all you want to do. And the ancient one even tells him that. She was like, it's not just about you. Like you are holding yourself back by limiting yourself. This is all you want, and you could be so much more. And you start to see that, I think, in this film. I like that it was about him, but it wasn't about him too, because this is him learning to let go and to kind of delegate,
Mhm.
if you will, or
Right.
try to find other ways. It's not so focused on him, and I think him still hearing that from other people.
Be the support.
Right. And
Yeah.
him having to hear that from other people, like you always have to be in charge, hearing it from Dr. West, hearing it from Christine, hearing it from these
Mm-hmm.
people whose lives he's affected. I think that was a lot of him being able to let go and also looking at the situation with Wanda and saying, okay, look, there's a different way that we have to solve this,
Right.
instead of
You can't
just
reason with her.
right. And even
You
when he's
can't
talking
escape
to
her.
America,
How do you solve that problem?
yeah. And even when he's talking to America, when she takes them through all of the different multiverses and they land, and he was like, well, you have to send us back. And she was like, I don't know how to control it. And he was like, what do you mean? If it was me, and he immediately stopped, like, no, I can't do that. Like, I can't say what I would do in this situation because I'm not her.
Because she's a kid, yeah.
She is a kid who has never learned how to control her powers because
Doesn't
it's
know where her
always
parents are.
been associated with this fear and this guilt that she has over her parents. So, and she's young,
Right.
so she's not going to have the maturity to say, okay, well, you know what? I just need to get a grip or put my big girl panties on and deal with this. She can't do that. And it was so interesting to see him immediately get into that. Well, if I was, and then he was like, no, okay, I can't do that because that's not going to solve everything.
Mhm.
This is not about me. This is about her. And to
Well,
see him like quickly give that up is so different from the person we saw him as in the first movie. And
Right.
so
yeah.
I do like seeing that growth and that kind of release with his character. Like, okay, you know what? I can't be the one holding the knife all the time. Let me share.
And what I also like about the ending when he like, 'cause I understand that America Chavez I understand you guys' point about her not of her being with a Camartage, but I mean she really has nowhere else to go. She learned how to control her powers, but I mean for her learning from the sources, it kind of makes sense because maybe she can actually learn some knowledge from Camartage to actually find her parents because she doesn't know where they are. She doesn't know if they're alive. She doesn't know if they're dead or anything. But also, what I like about the ending, and even though it was kind of trippy when he had the third eye in the forehead, I was not expecting that.
Oh, I don't like
When he,
it.
but what I got from that when I saw him smiling and with the sunshine and everything, he just felt more contempt and he felt more at peace because he's like, man, maybe I don't have to share this burden anymore
Mm-hmm.
because I actually
Yeah.
got people who support me,
Yeah.
so I really like that about him. Now, the whole third eye thing I'd like to talk about more. I thought that was.
Now,
Yeah.
It was weird.
now one thing I do like, I've always like, I like about Doctor Strange, even though we don't see much of him. Every movie that he's been in, like Hanako said, he's been evolving to be a better hero
He
because
has. Yep.
even in Spider-Man No Way Home, Spider-Man No Way Home, he was about to cuss Peter out, but then he had to realize, oh shit, he a kid.
Right. And even before that, in Endgame, keep in mind, this is the same person who was like, you and the boy can die if it comes down to it. And now he is fighting to protect this
Yeah.
girl. He doesn't even, he has grown a lot. We got to
Right.
Like, he was like, look, Iron Man, you and the Spider Boy can get it if it comes between you and the Rock. And what did he end up doing? Exactly what he said he would do.
And he literally broke the multiverse trying to help the Spider Boy.
Yeah.
You know?
And I just think it's funny how the pattern is. Like the way that Doctor Strange wins is he loses. That's the
I'm a bargain. I love that's still the best scene that I've seen with Doctor Strange in the MCU.
And one reason why I liked him as a hero because somebody had pointed out on the internet, y'all do know that all those deaths that he suffered, he felt that. So he had to die all those times for Dormammu's sake. All right, shit. Can you leave me alone?
Yeah.
I'm the bargain.
Yeah.
But,
the one part that I did think was cheap was at the end when America had been tortured and she's scared and he's like, you can use your powers, and she's like, I can use my powers now.
Right.
Right? And then all of a sudden she could use it, and it's just like, how come all of a sudden that happens? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't think it was I don't think that was an all of a sudden thing. I think it's just the fact that, she, first of all, she, like you said, she's been tortured, she's been chased through several multiverses, and she's always, up until this point, she has not had anybody to encourage her, anybody to kind of stand behind her and say, hey, you've got this. And even when he says that to her first, she was like, I can't do this. He was like, you've been doing it this whole time. And I think, again, it's just one of those things where he had to stop and think about, oh, okay, this wasn't random. Like, we literally came to this dimension or to this multiverse, and we got the answers that we needed by being here. And I think it's just mainly him recognizing that this is a young girl who has nobody. Like, she has been alone this whole time since her parents have been gone. She doesn't have any relationships except for the one Doctor Strange that tried to kill her for the quote unquote greater good. This is a man who could still take her powers and achieve what they needed. And he realized, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let her know that she has the power within herself to do this. And I think her seeing that he's choosing that over just taking her powers, I think that probably gave her pause to say, okay, you know what? If he says I can do it, maybe I can do it. And sometimes that's just the little spark that any of us need to fully have confidence in our abilities and to do the things that we need to do. And at this point, if she didn't grasp her, if she wasn't comfortable with her powers, Wanda was going to end up winning again. And she couldn't have that,
And also, what I like to say about
I'm gonna agree to disagree. As a writer, I think it was cheap, and I think that it could have been edited out. Maybe, I don't know, because that happens for this stuff gets edited for time. But as a writer, I always want to make sure that I develop things and I don't just throw in something at the end. And it's like she kind of got to experience her power while she was being chased by Wanda. But I think there needed to be more than just like her punching the glass. To have her realize that she can start using her powers more than Doctor Strange telling her that she could do it. Because even though someone else believes in you, if you're a newbie and you're under pressure, you're not going to succeed.
Yeah, but
so I think they needed to develop that a little more.
Her power is motivate, like she can use her power when she's fearful. Wanda was literally right there and had pretty much killed everybody in the fucking building, and you're next. So yes,
but
does
she? But it wasn't necessarily that she used her power from fears. It just kind of happened to her based out of fear. It would just appear,
right.
but she wasn't controlling it. So I get what Lori's saying. Yeah. There's no development of her learning how to use the power. It just I can't. It just happens because I'm nervous And now I can do everything I want with it. I can control exactly which universe you're going to go to. I know how that works. There's no development. What she needed was a little time at the X Mansion. And maybe we'll get that in the future. Right.
Yeah.
But Marvel, but all
maybe
movies
she could
do
have
this.
punched a hole and gone to some place that she thought of. You know what I mean? Like I just think as a writer that they needed to do a little more with that.
And Lori's right, but
to get
movies
the
do that all the
payoff.
movies do that all the time. Look at the end of
Movies do it all
Shang-Chi.
the
Look at
time.
Shang-Chi. She doesn't know how to shoot an arrow, but now she can shoot an arrow perfectly at a moving dragon in 2 seconds. Like, what? Wait.
I was mad at that too. I was
Me
like,
too.
this is not a thing.
But also, I want to talk
It's just
about,
lazy writing.
Yeah.
I also want to talk about Doctor Strange's relationship with America Chavez. I believe, like, because she's a kid, I feel like that he was remembering his experience with Spider-Man because of what he learned and what he went through. You know, it's like, I forget that you're a kid. And he was helping like all these other children try to achieve. Trying to keep them motivated from being broken. And so now he's in another situation with another kid. And he's like, man, I've been through this before. And maybe I believe, like in his heart, he thought, I got to do things a little differently with this kid because Peter knows how to control his powers. He's fine. But America Chavez is this kid from another universe who he doesn't know, and in a way, he's saying, maybe I should do things a little differently. So that's the way I look at it when I see Strange with America Chavez, because as you saw, like he was a lot more patient with her than he was with Peter, because he's like Peter.
Except in the diner.
Huh?
He was a little pissy with her at the diner.
Yeah, but that's because he didn't know her at first.
Yeah. Well, she was a little snarky with him.
Speaking of that diner scene, did anybody else, maybe I'm remembering it wrong, but in No Way Home, when Doctor Strange cast that final spell that was going to make everyone who knew about Peter Parker forget, wasn't he one of the people who was also
Get me started on that horrible spell.
I know. I'm just wondering because he said goodbye, Peter Parker. He was like, wait, so he was like everybody who has knowledge. But then he mentions him in this movie, and I was like, wait,
He mentioned
he mentioned Spider-Man.
He didn't mention Peter Parker.
Yeah, he mentioned
Okay.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I want to piggyback off what Lori was saying about like the storytelling. That's why I said the story, it kind of fell off at the end because the writers, they wrote themselves into a corner with Wanda, because at that point Wanda was untouchable. It's like nobody like, so like I kind of sided a little bit when America Chavez says I can do it. I like, please don't let her beat Wanda. But then when Wanda caught her, I like, okay, thank you. Thank you. Even though I didn't like the ending.
Lame. That would have been really lame if America Chavez would have been the
like, even though I didn't like the ending, it was still the most logical thing, because at that point Wanda wasn't going. She's like, oh, my boy's coming. Like, oh, hell no,
Right.
You cray. You ain't my mama.
Wanda had to beat herself. Yeah, she had to come to the conclusion herself because no one else could have done it.
Yeah.
So I think that's the reason why they had to have America Chavez, and then they needed her to be able to use her powers at the end. There just needed to be a little more development along the way.
Yeah.
But I mean, overall, the movie was so strong. It was, I mean, I loved seeing Wanda just rip the shit out of things and like kick ass, and everything that threw at her, she figured a way out. She got out of the mirror universe.
Oh yeah.
Using
oh my God,
reflections.
when
That
she
was fucking
crawled
the
out
ring.
of that mirror,
When she crawled out of the gong.
Oh, that was like,
oh my
that was
God,
like
I was like,
ring.
that was like the ring when she came out of
Yes.
the TV, right? Yeah. I was like, this is awesome.
I love the shots when she was chasing Strange and the other two, like down underneath the tunnel. I love that scene. I mean, I'm like, man, this really is a horror movie.
like, how is she limping and she's catching up to y'all?
That was classic horror film. That was classic Michael Myers.
Like
three broken
like
limbs, and I'm still ahead of you.
Yeah,
When
like I
she
said,
came out of there, when America said, "Where did she go?" and
Where'd she
comes-
go?
Oh, in that
I
part, in that scene, like you could just hear some people in the back saying, "Go, keep running, what are you doing?"
Right, like why are y'all standing there?
nah, I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, like reason why I like this movie a lot too, because my theater, there was some black woman in the back. Girl, you better run.
That's what they were saying.
And I'm talking like, that's why I said this reminded me so much of like Evil Dead 2, because it's the comedy, but that shit mixed in with horror, and that shit even though I'm an adult, I was scared as hell for them. Like, please don't let them get, please don't get a hold of them. 'Cause I thought, what's her name, Kristen, or I think I'm Kristen,
Christine
whatever.
Palmer.
I thought
you were gonna kill
I
her.
thought you were gonna die, and I thought it was just
Yeah.
gonna be. I thought it would be one of the most where you thought you think you safe, and then they snatch you up.
Oh, speaking of comedy, how did y'all think of the Bruce Campbell cameo?
That shit was
Hilarious.
funny. That shit was
That
funny.
end credit scene is the funniest I've seen in a
Every
Marvel
time he's
movie.
still punching
Where he's
himself.
like, "Oh, it's over."
Damn.
Yeah.
It was kind of, it was a little Ferris Bueller. It's over. Go home.
Yeah.
It's done. The movie's over. You can go now.
Yeah.
Yes,
that
But
was
he's punching. It's like Evil Dead loses control of his hands. It's so awesome.
So and back to
I'm
Jason's
surprised
point
he
with
didn't have a chainsaw.
So back to comedy though. Is anybody here old enough to remember the Eddie Murphy skit when he would talk about that when you go to a theater, like a black theater, and then somebody be screaming, "You're gonna drop your pistol when you bust in the window. What the fuck you gonna do now? That's your ass. Shh. Something wrong with your lips, motherfucker?"
And then, like I said, my theater made it so much better. It was just so many moments, like when somebody, like when Professor X,
Man.
when he was in Wanda's dream, when he was in Wanda's mind,
Yeah.
and like he was walking, somebody said, "Oh, he finna die because he walking."
Had that turtleneck on, dressed for his own funeral. I was like, damn.
Because at first I like, you know what? Maybe he can talk out of it. And then Wanda said, Charles, like I said to all those other 3 corpses back there, this is my movie.
I knew he was gonna die when he briefly broke that fourth wall and looked dead at us. I was like, yeah, you're done. You're done.
You know
He
what
was like-
that I thought was going
I
to be
knew
in
they
this?
were gonna kill all those people. Because otherwise, I'd have to start developing their story, and people would have hope that there's going to be a movie. I'm like, nope, they're all going to die.
Oh, there's
I mean,
probably still gonna be a movie. It's
I mean, there's definitely gonna get a
Yeah.
Fantastic Four
Right.
movie. I don't know if Krasinski's gonna do it. I mean, I would love him to, but I don't know if he's
I feel
still
like
gonna
he
be.
is. They're just
First
You
of
know.
all,
they're having problems because John Watts, he stepped out. He stepped out.
Yeah, he pulled out.
I don't remember the story. Was it creative differences or something? I don't know if it was. But he's not directing the movie anymore.
yeah, I will say this though. As far out of all the versions of the Illuminati, this was the sorriest bunch of the Illuminati I'd have ever seen.
Ha ha
I
ha! What?
I'm sorry because
Damn.
like the moment that Reed Richards said, Wanda, you don't we gonna stop. You don't want to do this. She said, you know what? I liked you better as confetti. I said, God damn.
Yeah, that was. Oof.
And then Captain Carter, I can do this all day. Wanda, no, you can't.
I still thought the cameo line was cute.
That was
Yep.
was brutal.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
What, man?
Yes, they Darth Mauled her.
And
Oh my
Monica
God.
and Monica's mama, she said, "Oh, I'm Captain Marvel. I'm starting to hang with you, Wanda. Nah, you not. But nice try
She
though."
literally got destroyed, like crushed by that whole pillar.
She held on for a little bit though.
I'm sorry though, but the moment like Maria talking smack from the beginning,
Oh
like,
yeah.
I thought
Yeah.
it was cool, but I was like, when she said that, oh, and with the attitude and we can handle your little witch. No, you can't. No.
I mean,
He
that's
was
how
like,
the Marvels are, though. Like,
You are all
look
gonna
Yeah.
die.
at Monica Maria Rambo, and Carol Danvers. That's how they all are. They're like very cocky, you know,
Mhm.
very snarky and stuff. They do that to their enemies all the time.
Yeah.
One character
Well-
that was missing that I thought was going to be in the movie. I guess it was just a rumor. I thought Loki was going to be in the movie.
I'm so glad he
I-
wasn't.
I never
was
heard the
curious.
rumor, but I think with the premise of multiverse of madness, with everything that happened in WandaVision, with everything that happened in Loki, with everything that happened in Spider-Man No Way Home, all 3 of those shows and movies broke the multiverse in some kind of way. So I don't think anybody knew which storyline they were going to expand on, like to explain that. And it turns out it was none of them.
Yeah.
So
Created a whole
you
new
know,
one.
Right. I think that
Right.
was kind of brilliant because you had people kind of invested to see which storyline they were going to take on. And even though they did pull the Wanda storyline, which is interesting to me because when they first started WandaVision, that being the first show, we had a discussion on my podcast about the Disney Plus shows and how they would tie into the movies.
Yeah.
And one of our guys said that he didn't think that they would tie in. He was like, no, because you have people who watch the movies who are not going to pay attention to these shows, and vice versa. You have people who are going to watch the shows who probably will never watch the movies. And I was like, I don't think that's how this is going to work.
That
And
rat's
then
gonna
we
pick your
saw-
pocket every way you can.
Right. So I like the fact that they have pulled from that very first one, WandaVision. I mean, you got to think about it. WandaVision was a year ago, a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And they're pulling it into this story. So, you know, the whole Loki thing, I'm sure that's going to come in somewhere around there because, again, I think, you know, I'm sure you guys have seen the theories out there that at the point in the show where the universe kind of goes crazy with WandaVision, it also happens with Loki.
It does
at around the same time stamp.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling all of these events are still kind of sort of tied in together, and we're just getting them in pieces.
Well,
Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. I guess throwing in Loki, it would have been a little bloated.
I think
too
I think what's going to happen is probably later down the line because they were talking about incursions a lot, and I'm pretty sure. And also, on a side note, they finally confirmed this is Earth 616.
Right.
So, what I think what's going to happen is that Wanda, Loki, and Doctor Strange and Peter, they all are the cause. They're the catalyst to the incursion that's probably going to wipe out most of the multiverses. That's what I think is going to happen.
Release Kang the Conqueror.
Yeah,
because remember
and
he makes his first appearance in Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania, which we get to see more of the quantum realm, which is where Kang is. So, and remember he already kind of rules the timeline in the where Loki is because Loki is like trapped in the TVA because remember he got captured at the end because they were saying so we got an intruder up here, so Loki's trapped there somewhere in the TVA, and so Kang is probably, and this is a theory to me. I feel like Kang is going to use Loki to try to attack all the to try to conquer like the whole multiverse and the whole timeline. Because I think he's going to use that Loki's knowledge because he's a different variant from another timeline.
Yeah, but
it's complicated, but it kind of makes sense.
but also back to the movie. One thing I loved about the movie, it was one of my favorite parts, was what they did with the score when he was fighting the other version of Doctor Strange. Like, oh wow, that was really unique.
Yeah, I haven't seen that before.
Was it universe music? Was that why they were?
No, it was just that they're sorcerers and they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Okay.
It reminds me of the What If episode where he had like the ruins of protection and they were knocking them off each other. And
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it was really unique. And then and I was like, I was thinking to myself, I have not seen that before, but that's why I like both these Doctor Strange movies because it does some trippy ass shit. Like when if y'all go back and watch the 1978 one, it legit pulls a scene when they're going through the multiverses, like the watercolor, the animated one. Of course, 1978 didn't have the budget for it. It looked really bad, but it pulled from it, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool to see them fall through the multiverse.
I loved seeing those different multiverses when they were falling through.
Yeah.
They did.
I want more
so
of that.
well.
I want more of those.
To anybody that likes MCU movies and they do acid occasionally, don't do that before you go in this movie. You're gonna be tripping the fuck out.
Yeah, it was bad. The paint universe, but don't forget we also got a really quick X-Men music.
Oh yeah,
when Professor X rolls through. You'll just, a hint. They disguised it pretty well, but it's there. It was nice.
I heard it.
It was cool. I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
I think they're gonna play that music when they finally bring the X-Men, like the X-Men movie to the MCU. I guarantee you they're gonna play that music when they roll the Marvel Studios logo. They're gonna play it.
What story do you think they're gonna do? Are they gonna do the Phoenix Saga again? Like they better not.
I don't want to. They're gonna start. They're probably gonna
no more Phoenix Saga.
I want to see Mr. Sinister. Finally, can we get him, please?
I just want to see
the island. Maybe take him to the island.
Yeah, I just want to see Apocalypse done right. I love Oscar Isaac,
That
was
They're not gonna touch that for a while.
Yeah, I'm like,
not after Thanos too. Like it's too close.
Yeah, I would just like it. Was so many characters that is in the X-Men. I love how these movies ruined.
Yeah,
I'm guessing I'm the unpopular opinion. I grew up off those movies. I love them. Like X2
Some of them were
or
good.
Nightcrawler, he's my favorite. So I don't know.
Like I
I
like
watch them; they're
They're
entertaining to
bad.
me. But
I just
I'm
Marvel
I'm
needs
the,
to leave them alone. Marvel does
I'm the,
not need to redo stuff that's already been done.
yeah.
Is my
Like
opinion.
Yeah, Kevin
Do it
Feige said
again.
that we're not going to see it for a while because he wants to give us some breathing room.
please do.
Give me Blade.
Yeah.
Give me a kick-ass Blade
Cause
movie. We're ready for that
I mean, they already
next,
cast
right? I
Mahershala
think so.
Ali, so
I
yeah.
know. I'm excited.
yeah,
But give it to
yeah.
me. I volunteer to be an extra. You can stab me. I don't care.
Like the thing that I liked about this movie is now that we stopped trying to be so grounded and we're getting to the more comic book aspect of it.
Cosmic.
All the bets are off. Like the Guardians of the Galaxy movie, that I'm pretty sure that's gonna be heavily comic booky. Thor: Love and Thunder are looking like it's gonna be a ridiculously fun time.
I can't wait to see Christian
Taika
Bale as Thor the
Waititi.
God Butcher with all that makeup.
And,
Yes.
and then we're getting Namor, even though I keep saying this, I don't like that because I'm glad we're getting Hispanic representation, but why Namor? You know people childish and they're gonna have all the wetback jokes in the world.
They're just gonna turn his wings into
I
tattoos on
mean,
his
we kind of
ankles.
already got him in the boys. Oh,
I guess in a way, yeah. But less rapey. But less rapey. but I don't know, like this movie, like I said, it opened up all the like all bets are off now. Like we can now we really can't see anything in the MCU. Like
Yeah.
yeah.
because that mouse said we ain't on the ground no more. This is not ground, we in the air. Everything is for grabs. So I can't wait to see Nova.
We in outer
I,
space.
I can't wait to see Nova. Hey, Marco, we might get that Howard the Duck movie, man. It's
Get it
possible.
going. Let's get a new one.
It's possible.
I'm telling you,
Please
Mike would
don't.
be so happy.
But like, yeah, but like overall, like I said, even though like technical aspects of the movie I did not like as much, the action was very entertaining. The visuals was trippy, and then like I like Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange. I don't like seeing him without his beard though. I don't ever want to see that ever again. I'm sorry.
That was
I
weird.
think he was supposed to look young, and
Like
it just wasn't.
like he just looked weird. It's just like him and Keanu. I never want to see him out face again.
But you know, in Star Trek, he didn't have a beard.
But I didn't like it then. And then Keanu, he just looked like a goddamn bean when he was bald and with no facial hair. But yeah,
I mean, he's supposed
Spoiled
to
by
look
John
weird.
Wick.
Was anyone else torn about Wanda being the villain? I was kind of torn. On one hand, I thought it was really creative and we didn't see it coming. But on the other, we spent so much time with her over the years and have grown to love her. So it was kind of like, damn.
I'm gonna just say this. I was torn at first, and when I saw her fuck up the Illuminati, I said, that bitch need to go.
But she
You know,
what we love is
I
gone.
was
Gone.
well. That's the thing, though, because I feel like, again, the way that they talked about her in this film, it wasn't actually Wanda who was doing all of this. It was the Scarlet Witch persona that's within her, influenced by the Darkhold. I truly believe that at the end, when she finally, when she saw what she looked like in her children's eyes and made the decision, okay, the Darkhold has to be destroyed. I think that was our Wanda. And I think that when the building crumbled down, if you remember, there was a flash of red light as the building was crumbling. I don't think Wanda is dead. I think maybe the Scarlet Witch might be gone, but I wasn't conflicted because even though, yes, they're in the same person, I'm looking at them as two separate personalities. Like the Scarlet Witch is the one who was kind of, it's kind of like the whole thing, I made the mention earlier, like with Moon Knight, Mark and Steven, and actually with Jake, because we all know now, even though he wasn't in the show, we know Jake is the one that's the killer of the three personalities. And I feel like for Wanda and Scarlet Witch, like Wanda is the one who is battered, who is bruised, who is heartbroken, and she can only focus on wanting to get her children back, but she doesn't know the way to do it. So I think Scarlet Witch, influenced by the Darko, she was like, okay, baby, we're going to put you in the back seat for a while. I'm going to drive and I'm going to fuck some shit up while I'm driving to make sure we get what we want. And so that made it easier for me to separate, like, yeah, the Scarlet Witch part of her persona, she had to go. But as far as Wanda, I don't blame her for any of that, because like I forgot which one of you two said, Jason or Robbie, out of everybody in the MCU, I think Wanda has lost the most and she has given up the most. And she's never really had time to deal with any of it.
Yeah.
She went from grieving her parents into Hydra, being manipulated to, learn these powers with the Mind Stone. And from then she went to Stryker, and then it's just one manipulation after the other. We've never had a chance to really see Wanda be Wanda, except for when she was with the Avengers. And even then, she didn't really have time, because when she tried to do good, she ended up making a costly mistake that vilified her all over again. And then before she can even deal with that, they're having to deal with the Accords. They're having to deal with the Civil War. She just has not had a chance to breathe. So Scarlet Witch took over for all that. She was like, okay, you know what, honey, you've been through enough. You just go sit back here and just not do anything, and I'm going to take over. But I don't think that's what Wanda Maximoff would have wanted, knowing that Scarlet Witch was going around killing people, killing this child, just trying to get them, get her what she wanted.
And at first,
yeah.
And at first,
But
I
at
thought.
what point?
Hold on. Go first. Let's let Lori go first.
Yeah,
At what point does she need to be held responsible? Because we've seen her switch sides. We've seen her capacity to do bad things based off other people's opinion, but she's still making that decision to follow through. It's not like Winter Soldier, where they had him brainwashed to the point where he had to comply. Wanda was given a choice. Wanda volunteered for that program. And even though she was being fed lies, she was still manipulating other people's reality, and she was going against the Avengers instead of questioning the why behind it. It wasn't until her personal being got threatened by Ultron, we're going to destroy the whole Earth. Well, wait a minute, that's not what I signed up for. And then she switched sides.
Yeah.
So I think Wanda has that capacity to be both good and bad. But then you add the Darkhold, and like you said, that Scarlet Witch took over, and she was okay sitting in the background. So it's like you have to be real careful with Wanda, because when she wants something, she's going to do anything. It doesn't matter. Anything that was within her power, she's going to do. So she's a real dangerous person to have on either side. It's like you could have her as a teammate, and she can't control her power and blows up a building and kills innocents, even though, like you said, she's trying to do good at that time, but still doesn't succeed. And then, she still can blow things up and change people's minds and implode brains, and all sorts of big mouths disappear. And it's like, damn, the What If series when she was a zombie, horrifying. Oh my God, zombie Wanda was the scariest shit I have ever seen. Because at that point, there's no rationality, and it's like, how do you get away from that? So,
not to mention the whole episode of enslaving a bunch of people and making them act out her own fantasy. So
to get what you want.
Well, the thing with that is, when it first happened, that was not something she consciously did. Now, once she started realizing, okay, something's not right. Is this what happened? And she knew what she had done. Then at that point, she should have immediately stopped and, and made her amends, which, she does need to answer for that. But it's not like she went to Westview and with the purpose of, okay, I'm going to recreate my dead boyfriend and create some fake kids and live in this fictional town. That wasn't what she wanted to do. It was literally an accident.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with that, because I feel like
it doesn't matter. She still did it.
Yeah, it's like
she accepted
maybe she
it.
didn't have.
And once she figured it out, she didn't stop it.
Okay.
She fought for it until the point where she couldn't. She couldn't.
But then she has no control over her. So she's if not the most, one of the most powerful beings in the
Dangerous.
universe, and B, she doesn't have control of her power, and we've seen it both external objects don't have control, can take control over her, other people can take control over her, and her own subconscious can take control over her. So yeah, it's like at some point, you know, she's got to be accountable to that, and she's just, it's like, it's different if you or me, you know, don't have control, because we can't, you know, do the kind of damage that she can. But with that kind of power, then there is a situation of, okay, maybe she does need to, like, she has to face consequences just for the sake of, you know, Earth, basically.
See, I will say this.
Harkness twist things around.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'll just say this. Reason why I hold her accountable, because for one, I'm like, we've been comparing, because it's a lot like Moon Knight. Still, Mark, he's still responsible for his actions, because if you remember, he pushed that trauma, like he ignored that trauma by making Steven.
Yeah.
But he's still out here but he was a mercenary. He killed, but he said, well, if it never happened in my mind, I'm good. But we still hold him accountable. Like Wanda is broke. She's been broken since a child. First of all, she don't watch TV like a normal child does. Nobody smiles while watching TV. like that. She just cheesing really hard watching TV. But like, she's been broken since a child, but that's no excuse, because she, like, you still responsible for your actions regardless.
Yeah.
If I go rob a store, I can't be like, man, I'm crazy and I want a cheeseburger.
Wow.
They said, nah, you still going to jail, man.
Yeah.
The Winter Soldier held himself accountable for, remember, he said, I remember everything, and he's making amends even though he was completely brainwashed. You know, so it's like, if he's accountable and he turns down the Captain America mantle because of his past, even though he had no control, it's like Wanda's making the decisions to do these things, so she's just out of control.
And she's not.
So I mean, I could totally see how she became the big bad. You know what I mean? Watching her progression through the MCU.
She progressed very well. She grew her character developed a lot, because at first when I found out that they were doing WandaVision, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to see this. But then, like, when Jason saw, I was like, yeah, Rob, you got to watch this. It's important. I was like, oh, okay. But so it was just interesting how from Age of Ultron all the way to Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, I just feel like her journey is complete after that movie. Like, where else do you go with
full art? Yeah,
after that, like, where do you go with her?
Well,
I mean, so
you
the
go
thing
with a
is,
Scarlet Witch movie.
So I mean, yeah. Well, so that, I mean, honestly, like her whole thing is, I mean, she's only faced like trauma and dealing with grief. We've only seen her deal with grief and trauma the entire time. So I think we need to see her grow. And I don't say grow out of that, because that's kind of a flippant way to look at it. But like, I think we need to see her reconcile with that and become, you know, and for her to be okay. Like we need
to see her heal.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I don't think we've seen that yet. And so I think there is more with her story if we can get that. Because it's like she didn't die heroically. She just died not, doing something awful in this, or possibly died, or whatever, crushed under
but she's like gonna phoenix her way out of that.
Yeah. But like I think we it would be great to see her heal and to see her be okay, and I think and to see, and for us to trust her in a way, like as an audience, to say, I trust that she's an Avenger and that she is not going to succumb to something again, which I don't think we've seen yet. So I think there's more to her story that we can see if they if she wants to go back and if they want to really focus on that.
She is
hold on, I'll let Courtney go real quick. She has something to say.
All right.
Okay, I like Ryan's take. I think everybody has had a very interesting take on her character, which shows a few things: that it was written very well and that she is very complex. I agree with Robbie. I think it's a full arch, which is why they had no choice but to kind of kill her off. If you guys watch Ozark, I feel like she is the Ruth Langberg of this show. Like, we love you. You're a good person, but at the core, this is just the hand you were dealt. And we did get to see her have joy. And even the writers even took that. She lost Vision. Vision was the only person who saw her as like, and he's dead. And she had to kill him. So it's like, it's trauma on top of trauma on top of trauma. I think the Scarlet Witch, who I believe is her. I know y'all are trying to separate the two. I think this is just the end result of undealt with trauma and grief, and that is the Scarlet Witch.
Well, also it's also comes to back to the Avengers. That's why I say the Avengers are not shit because instead of Cap, like Cap's supposed to be all good and mighty. Instead of, you know what, maybe this girl need help. Nah, fuck it, she an Avenger. Hey, but Cap, but she ain't right. Nah, man, she good. She got powers. We can help her. And then one thing one problem I've always had with Tony and Captain America, whenever like it come between those two and their personal needs, they just say fuck everybody.
Yeah, that is
Like,
true.
Okay.
like that's why like I was never really like I like Captain America more because he's done more virtuous things, but Tony has always been that way. He will all look. Tony is just like Superman. If it's not his best interest, hey, he dipping out.
That is not true.
No.
You saw Endgame.
No, but I'm saying no. Yeah, now because he had to. He's like, well, I didn't do this. Well, we kind of fucked up, and this is the only way. Because I'm telling you right now, Iron Man 1,
He had
Tony.
to save his family. That's who he was thinking about.
Iron Man 1,
We're good.
Tony, he wouldn't have did that shit.
That's part of the character arc. He started that way.
But I'm telling you, if he didn't have a family, I bet you he wouldn't do it.
So you say if he didn't have a family, he wouldn't have snapped his fingers. I do not believe that.
No, I think he would have somebody else do it.
Hell no.
He's like, hey, Happy, I'll pay you $1 billion for this.
What is this Tony slander?
Hey, Hulk, you got
Happy's
another
like, what am I
hand.
doing here?
Hey, Hulk, you got another hand. Snap for me.
Wow.
I'm just saying, but like I said, people don't like people that's one reason I like the movie because they in Civil War, people made a point like, yeah, these are heroes, but y'all fucking livelihood up. I bet you New York
damage.
Look, I bet you New York still expensive to live, but you got to deal with motherfuckers destroying your apartment and possibly death.
Several times.
Like the Hawkeye show.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And then the thing, these people are so broke they can't get out loans. And like I said, Tony got all this money. Why couldn't he give my boy Falcon a loan? Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait.
He was kind of dead at that point.
He was, wasn't he?
He was busy being dead.
Before that.
I'm saying he should have had in his will, hey, let me help some of these Avengers out. He got the money.
What will? They were dead. There was a blip where the Falcon was dead for 5 years.
He was working with these people for years. He could have left them a little something.
They all got a paycheck.
Why didn't the government pay?
But I mean, I
Didn't
get
he
what
put
Courtney is
something
saying because if you
together?
think about it, the same day that those blipped people showed up was the same day Tony Stark
he
died.
died.
He didn't exactly have time to rewrite
don't like
his
Tony.
will.
He hates
But
That's true.
But here's the other thing that talking about the Avengers and looking after people and what you're saying about them and Wanda. This is the other thing in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. My question was, why the hell did nobody know where Sharon Carter was, and take care of her while everybody else got blipped? Like, did she just get left to her own
Jason and I were
devices?
just talking about that.
Yep.
Jason and I were
Like,
just talking about
she
that.
helped Cap and Falcon get their weapons back to the point where she could have gotten in trouble and arrested for that. But
She
yet
did, didn't she?
she was
She got in
talking
trouble.
and
She had to go
talking
on the lam.
Yeah,
right. And she was like, oh, not everyone has friends like the Avengers or whatever. Like, they just left her out to dry. And I just don't understand how that could have happened.
I don't blame her one bit for being the
But isn't that Cap? Isn't that
Hold
on
on,
Cap? That's on Cap though.
hold on. I'm about to say, and Cap,
That
man.
has nothing to do with Iron Man.
Hold on. Like I said, like those two are selfish. And Cap, I'm pretty sure like Sharon, like, but what about me, Cap? I just want some ass. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Well, that's why
I didn't like that. That was weird. Like, yeah, and I still stand by this theory, by the way, about Sharon. I think she's a Skrull in disguise. And the real one is dead.
Maybe. Hey, we're gonna find out in Secret Invasion. But like I said, the Avengers, like Captain Tony, they knew, like, the thing about them is they kind of manipulative because they knew that she was hurting, but nobody got her the help she needed. They thought maybe this will be therapy for you, maybe beating up bad guys therapy, and come to find out that is the furthest thing she needed because every movie every movie you see her slowly slipping into insanity, and then when
Yeah.
Infinity War came and Thanos pulled that reverse Uno card on and said, "Nah, I'm gonna kill your boyfriend again in front of you," and then like I kind of
And
then
also in Civil War, remember when Tony locked her into the compound, and Steve's like, "What do you mean she's there?" He's like, "Oh yeah, she's confined. She'll be fine." Jesus, Tony, she's just a kid. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah. Honestly, she should have been sent. Clint was on house arrest or retired. She should have gone with Clint and been over there. Laura would have taken care of her, and she would have been
On the
fine.
farm, yeah.
She would have gotten the healing
Yeah.
she needed there. I feel like.
yeah,
If
and
she
then
had been away from all of that.
Right.
And when you
then
think
like
about it, the government kind of fucked the Avengers too with that Sokovia Accords.
yeah,
Like
Of
they had them
course.
bound. They're like,
And-
"Oh,
Right,
you
but this
never-"
is the thing too.
Yeah.
If I'm going to abide by your accords, y'all better be. If I'm only supposed to do the jobs that y'all approve for me to do, why the fuck are y'all not paying me?
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
talking
They
about
don't
Sam
pay these
Wilson.
people. They do not pay the Avengers.
Right, I understand you know, yeah, Tony Stark was a billionaire. He could have helped take care of them, but that wasn't his job. Nick Fury, where is my salary negotiation?
I mean, he's like, yeah, you got to work.
It's my
for-"
contract.
That's just how Nick Fury is, though, because he always like he's so entitled. Like there are some stories where he hired the Punisher to go to Russia. He said the
I
Punisher.
would have told General Ross, I would have been like, okay, let's talk about salary before I sign your damn accord.
and then
Damn.
and then like the thing,
Maybe I should
reason
do
why
like a skit of this and just write these.
like the thing, one reason why I hold Wanda accountable, because I feel like she knew what she was doing.
Yeah.
Like because even at the end of WandaVision, people don't realize, bro, she gave Agatha a very torturous, like she trapped her mind, and that wasn't Scarlet Witch. What Scarlet Witch doing, that was Wanda's doing. She decided, nah, you finna relive this reality. You finna live this reality forever until I say
But
so.
think about what Agatha did to her. Agatha was part of the reason why she stayed in that simulation for so long. And
Yeah.
then to bring a version of her brother into it, that was some cold shit.
That was fucked up.
Yeah, that was fucked up. And that was
Agatha deserved what she got.
And on the side of that was fucked up
Yeah, I
what
don't
Disney
feel
did
sorry
to me.
for her.
I was mad as hell. I was like, oh, it's gonna be that. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. It ain't him, y'all. It ain't him.
But I think she went with the Avengers instead of to therapy because they were family. Like they were. I mean, I'm for real. It's kind of like kids who go to games. If you don't have anybody and y'all are giving me something I don't have, I'm going with you. They were her family, so
sure.
But Clint was the one who technically made her an Avenger. Clint was the one that was
And
like,
who is
look,
he ain't even.
Well, hold on.
ahead. He a flunky.
Hey, Clint was. Clint was being real to her. Look, I got a bow. You magic. We fighting robots. Hey, yo, this shit don't make sense, but hey, we need you, fam.
Okay. He said, if you come out that door, you're an Avenger. And once again, you're right. She
Oh,
chose
Jason.
to come out that
Jason,
door
I
because
think
she
that's
was staying in
someone
there.
at Marco has to go.
You know.
bye, Marco.
Bye, guys. This was a lot of fun.
See you,
We'll talk
Marco.
again. Jason, I'll talk to you soon. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank
Bye.
you.
See you again,
Thanks,
Mark.
man.
All right.
I have to take off soon too, but I need addresses of where to ship the prizes.
Okay.
Oh, Lori, let me get your.
Do you want to
IG
get those
as
to
well.
me later, Jason, or do you want to put them in the chat and I can get them?
How would
My what?
Your IG. I need to. I'm gonna get everyone's. I got yours, Ryan. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got yours. Let me get yours.
My Instagram is at Lori Calcaterra,
Okay, cool.
just like my name is spelled on the screen.
You're on
And then I have
Facebook
one
too,
for
right?
the comic. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
on Facebook, and then I have groups for the comic book. It's just Path of the Pale Rider. So
Okay. I'll
Um,
message you my my
on
information.
Instagram, it's Path of the Pale Rider. There's a underscore under.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I
So-
can send you mine and
So
I can send
ship
you
that
Mike's
stuff
as
out to
well.
you.
So what I'm probably going to do is I'm
Perfect.
probably going to make a group chat with everybody, so that way we can all stay in contact, because this is really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, this was a blast.
oh, and if we got so off topic about the review, but if I had to give this a rating, like just a normal number rating, this would be an 8. It'd be an 8 for me. Like I said, I loved it. I loved all the horror aspects. That was my favorite parts of the movie. I loved the full circle for Wanda and the full circle for Doctor Strange, because Doctor Strange is, even though he only has one movie, he's had a lot of growth in the time. I love the cameos. Glad they didn't overshadow the movie, because Wanda made sure that didn't happen.
Yes.
Oh, and we gotta talk about Charlize showing up at the end.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah,
that's what's the
I
name?
was
I think
shocked
it's
that she was
Cleo.
part of this movie.
I think
Well,
her.
actually, she
Clea.
did say she was.
Clea.
Apparently, they did announce she was part of the MCU. I just don't remember. They didn't say like what movie she was going to be.
I
in.
don't think they did, because she made a post
Theron?
this morning of a picture of her, and she was like, "Well, the cat's out of the bag now," and it's like, oh,
Really?
okay.
I could have
who
sworn
was
they
she?
said that there were rumors that she was
Cleo.
negotiating with Marvel about something. I
So
think they was building it
Maybe.
up. So
yeah,
Years
also,
ago.
and then like one thing now, a problem I did have, like y'all was saying this is a continuation of the first one. Always why I had a problem with that is because the post credit scene, I would thought that what's his name, the black dude with the horrible ass
Horrible
dreads,
wig. Oh my gosh, that wig.
Mordo.
yeah, Mordo.
You didn't like his wig?
It was terrible.
I thought he would have had a bigger role, but he was just like, nah, I was just jealous of you. And cool fight scene that they had, but
He survived. He's the only one that survived.
yeah, he
Yep.
did.
So
I noticed they left him in the
He
ditch
could
and we
come
never got
back.
back to him. He was just in the hole. Like
yeah,
think
I
he
didn't
had
like.
two
I didn't
Yeah.
like the way he was used in that movie.
Yeah,
it was,
You
like
don't like it?
it was
Okay.
weird. Like
He
I
was
mean,
the angry black guy.
Yeah.
like,
Damn.
I mean,
All
but he
right.
was.
hey, he was.
yeah,
Yeah.
because in the first one, like he was hunting other sorcerers. That's what I thought that I thought we would actually see that in this movie. I guess they just didn't have time to
Nope.
put it in there.
Well, but that was also our Earth's Mordo,
Yeah.
not
Not
the
that
other
Mordo.
one,
Yeah.
not 838. So
Yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. It just felt kind of weird for the 616 one to not be there.
That's
You
why
know?
I felt
It's-
like the movie was disjointed, like the story was disjointed, because it so many turns,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
the beginning of the movie, I like, how the fuck we get here?
Yeah.
It was very fast paced.
Like,
It was like
it was like I said, I tell people all the time, I don't like long movies that have nothing to say, but this it had 2 hours and it had too much to say.
I enjoyed it though. I think they did.
Yeah.
It was one of those things where, sometimes people say that the Marvel films kind of lag in some places and they get bored. You didn't have time to get bored with this film. You had to pay attention in order to understand what was going on. And I loved it because it literally, like, there was so much going on that you had no time to get bored. You had no time to really just kind of be like, oh, well, why are they bringing this person on? Like, literally everybody who was brought on had a specific role that they played in this film, and even the ones that they showed up and they got killed, we already know. You basically are telling us, yes, we're going to see these people in another MCU something somewhere. That's all I need to know.
Maybe.
I didn't need to see them for like 15 million years. But like I said, now that I know that John Krasinski is in here as Mr. Fantastic, which he has been denying for the last 2 years, something tells me that Emily Blunt is going to be Sue Storm somewhere around here. And just like anybody who says, oh, no, I'm not doing it, I'm not believing y'all. That's why I think you put in the chat about no Harry Potter for Wolverine. Yeah, he said no, but I'm not believing that
I can't
either.
see him as Wolverine. That's the thing. You know?
Well, I don't know.
think we can
I
see
would
him
never
as
say
that.
never, because a lot of people, when they have certain actors kind of stuck in a particular role, they don't think about them as being, anything else. And if you've seen his filmography, he's so eclectic. Like, his films are all over the place, and he does so many different type of roles. And it's just like with Robert Pattinson, like, so many people made so many jokes about, oh, it's the sparkly vampire, why is he Batman? And he was fucking phenomenal in that movie. So even though Daniel Radcliffe is Wolverine, it's like, really?
He just
I
looks
wouldn't
too
rule
young
it
to
out,
me.
because he can turn around and do it and knock it out the park.
Plus, Marvel got that Marvel diet, so he can get in shape for that role. Because look at what's his name who played that I forgot. Yeah, in the Eternals, that Indian comic.
Yes, Kumail.
That man
He's the
got
best
jacked.
character in that movie, in
Yes.
my
He
opinion.
But
got
also, if you look at, Daniel Radcliffe is doing the Weird Al Yankovic biopic, and there is a scene in the trailer where
Really?
he's
he's
walking on
big. Like that.
stage, and he is cut. Like
Yeah,
he
he
has been
cut.
working out, and I was like, "That's dang, yeah."
Oh, where
So it can happen.
I personally would like to see Tom
Well,
Hardy as Wolverine.
Well, he
That's
was
just me.
like some fans were saying in the trailer.
Yeah,
but he's already
I
Venom.
I was gonna say.
What happened?
Venom. Venom happened.
Oh
Oh,
no,
Tom
We're
Hardy.
just
and
saying
Tom
that Tom-
Hardy is too tall.
He's
Yeah.
like 5'9".
No,
Yeah, but they don't really care about that. I mean, look what Hugh
He
Jackman.
played Bane.
Yeah,
I
but
gotta
that's what we
go.
were
I
saying
gotta go.
earlier.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
like, if they're
My
gonna
problem.
recast,
It's like saying
the
goodbye
movie-
to my family. You say goodbye to your family like 12 times before you actually leave. That's me. So I'm gonna say goodbye and good night to everybody.
All right.
Mwah. I love you.
Bye.
Nice having you, Lori.
Nice meeting you.
Bye. Bye. Nice meeting you too.
But yeah, like people are saying, if they're gonna recast Wolverine, at least cast him with a shorter actor. I mean, I think we said that earlier in this, in this live stream. But so don't cast someone that's like tall. I mean, there are some shorter actors who could probably do the role. We just gotta give them a chance.
Yeah.
But yes, if they could keep Hugh Jackman, I'm Hugh Jackman all day. He could play Wolverine until he's 80 for all
Just
I
put
care.
his head on a little body.
I mean, look what they did with Chris Evans with Captain America.
Oh God, that still freaks me out. That still freaks me out because it looks so unnatural.
I thought it looked really good though.
It did, but it was weird because I know what he's supposed to look like, and it's not this little skinny thing. It was just so weird.
Yeah, he was born in the Great Depression, so he was like, "You want to talk about someone being born poor?" I mean, that was poorer than that.
That's probably why he hated Tony. That's why I couldn't get along. Yeah.
but like I said, just closing thing about this movie, I gave it an 8. Like I said, I like the action and the horror elements. It really kept me in the movie. But like as a technical aspect, if I'm really truly critiquing it, some of the technical stuff it threw me off. Like at the very some of the monsters, the CGI was bad. Like the CGI was bad, and then when they first got into the other universe, like the cinematography, it just looked weird at some points. Like it was like it just looked kind of weird. Like it just moved not naturally.
I think that was the point, though.
Yeah, it just kind of took me out just of it just a little bit.
When it was sideways, and I thought it was unique. I'm not gonna say I necessarily disliked. I was kind of indifferent about it. I thought okay,
it felt like TV,
and then we was close to the screen too. It was like
it felt like it looked like a high, like when they were in that universe, it looked like a high budget TV episode. That's why it just looked weird to me. It took, but some of the transitions, they were nice. One transition I did not like when they kept on overlaying images of Doctor Strange when he was getting all groggy and whatnot. And I was just like, bro, my eyes hurting because it's just putting image over image over image.
I mean,
that was it was like, ooh, because I think it was supposed to show that Doctor Strange was the only one affected by the tea, because I don't think America Chavez drank it. So it's like you're looking at her through his distorted lens, and then she's looking at him the way that he appears to her. But it was weird. It was one of those things where I was like, okay, what? Like sitting there having to do your eyes like this to try to make sure that you're seeing what you're supposed to be seeing.
Hey, at least it wasn't like the movie Ambulance.
And
I haven't seen that yet.
And
they have some weird ass camera angles with drone shots. It looks weird.
Okay.
And he was overdoing it way too much.
And then another one that maybe because I was drinking and it kind of nauseated me a little bit when Wanda woke up out of her dream and the camera was was turning. I'm like, I'm fucked up, and it's gonna make me throw up. But but it's an 8 for me now. If we were on my show, I say that this is a high buttery to a low movie theater. But it's still really enjoyable. If you love comic booky shit, go see this movie. If you got kids 10 and under, you might want to hold off on letting them see it because this will frighten little kids.
I would say go watch it first, Because
Yeah.
I know some people who have younger kids who might be able to handle it, but if your child is not used to any of those like jump scare type things, or even yeah, I would say go look at it first. I have a couple of people who have like 8 and 9 year olds who took them to go see it, and the kids loved it. Like the horror parts were their favorite parts. So I think it just depends on how your children react to certain things. So yeah.
All right. Well, who want to go next with a final words? All right, Rob.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it maybe a 7.5 out of 10. I enjoyed the movie. It was definitely trippy. It was definitely unique, and I actually like the new direction that it took. Because I wasn't expecting the plot was very different, was way different from what I was expecting based on the trailers and the premise. Because when I read the premise, it didn't really. The premise, I felt like it didn't have anything to do with the movie when I watched it. I'm like, what are they talking about? And so I I thought the camera angles were definitely they were definitely unique, but they were a little. I did think that the whole side and upside down kind of like the weird sideways angle was kind of strange. Um, but I did like the visuals. I liked America Chavez. I liked I liked her intro. I thought the movie was a little too fast paced. Um, I enjoyed the cameos. The cameos weren't too much weren't a distraction to me because I actually thought they were part of the story. Carl Mordu, I didn't really love the way they wrote him. It was interesting to see his like a different variant of him, but I don't know. I just felt like that they should have um I don't know. I just felt like that they could have I don't know. I guess they didn't have time to use him, but but overall, I really enjoyed this movie. I like the visuals. I do like the character arcs and the development between um, Wanda and Doctor Strange. I thought they were developed very well. Um, so and I but it was a good story and I really enjoyed it, and I can't wait to see what they do with the next one, and hopefully Sam Raimi comes back for the next one.
All right. Ryan, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. I'm torn. I think I would. I think the movie has its issues. We've mentioned, it's a little bit disjointed. It's the story I think is both strong at some spots, but then at other spots it kind of just it there's some logical issues that I have with it, but I really like the effort. I really like that it's different from it really feels different from every other Marvel movie in a way, in kind of like how Thor Ragnarok really feels different because it really leans into the comedy, and you can see for a lot of the movies there's like the Marvel formula, and a very few movies you feel like the director's given a little bit more room to play with what they have, and maybe they're not getting as many studio notes and they're really allowed to do what they want. And I feel like Ragnarok's like a movie like that, where you really feel like, they gave Taika Waititi room to kind of do what he wants to do, and with minimal kind of interference from the studio. And I felt like this was one of those situations where it really felt like a Sam Raimi movie. And I love that, from that when they get to when they get to the Illuminati, like that whole sequence is, from then really until the end of the movie is awesome. I mean, it's like you have the great cameos which worked because it wasn't too much, and as Robbie said, it felt like it was part of the movie, so it didn't really feel like a cameo because it made sense in the movie. Wanda's terrifying and as scary of a villain as we've seen in any comic book movie. That whole sequence was great. It's brutal. I don't know how it's PG-13 because it's really pretty rough. Just from then on, it just goes, it just hits the ground running, and it's just intense, fast paced, scary, hits all the right beats, and really works. So I think I'd give it 7.5 on a bad day, 8 on a good day. Because I think I really enjoyed that it was different from any other Marvel movie. And again, I think it had some flaws, but You know, I went in with lower expectations and actually came out really liking it a lot more than I thought I would. And again, Wanda was a great villain, and really, you know, I knew ahead of time in reading about the movie that she was going to be the primary antagonist, so I was kind of prepared for that. But they really made her as formidable a villain as it exists in the MCU.
Okay. So, Hanukkah, you want to go next?
Yeah, I think I'll give this one a 9. Like, I really don't have many complaints about this film at all. I love the character development that we got from the characters. Wanda, I think we've all said it. Wanda as the main antagonist, I don't think I was expecting, and the reveal of her being the antagonist so early in the movie, like we literally dealt with her being the big bad through the whole movie, which, you know, most of the times you kind of get halfway through before you realize who the big bad is. So the fact that we've known throughout, I mean, literally from the beginning of the movie, and had to watch that character development with her and the struggle that she's dealing with, her trauma that she's dealing with, and how it affects everyone else in the story. I love the way that they did that. Um, the whole America Chavez thing, like I said, they introduced her character, and I don't feel like it was a wasteful introduction. Like, she was introduced and she served a purpose in the film. And I know that we'll be seeing more of her in the MCU, probably in this rumored Young Avengers thing, since they keep introducing people that are part of that, you know, comic art.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what they do about that. One of the things that I love about films, especially when it comes to the MCU, is the way that they seamlessly um, incorporate humor into everything, even the dark parts. And seeing some of the humor in this film, seeing the relationship kind of develop between Strange and Wong, you know, how it seems to be a more cohesive relationship. Seeing Strange still trying to reach out to Wanda, even though it seems she's unreachable. Um, just all of the little bit of humor that we see. Strange playing against himself, different versions of himself. I think Benedict Cumberbatch did a great job of kind of like differentiating all of these different Doctor Stranges, but still keeping the core characteristics of who Doctor Strange is across the multiverse. I think he did a phenomenal job with that. And um I don't know what the future holds for Wanda. Like I said, I don't think we've seen the last of her. And I'm very interested to see what comes next for her and Doctor Strange.
Okay. So, what about you, Courtney? What's your final verdict on this film?
I think an 8 is fair. I'm not crazy about horror, but I love the horror elements. Like, it definitely was giving me The Ring, and what was that one with Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Grunge. It was just The Grudge. It was definitely giving me mid 2000 horror. I
Yeah.
love that,
Mhm.
and it was dark as the fuck. Like, especially for Marvel, whereas me and Jason were talking about in the original Avengers and Captain America. They didn't even let people really bleed out from the nose and forehead. And we've got, Peggy getting sliced in half like it's murder. I loved it. I hated it because I like Agent Carter. But I mean, I was, like I said, I was torn because to me, our Wanda is gone. But I feel like that's the complete arc of her story. When you go into a dark place and you can't get out of it, these are the results. And at first I was like, man, it's cool. Wanda, oh my God, Wanda's the villain? No, she gonna come around because Wanda, baby, she was gone. Anybody that was standing in the way of those proverbial kids, I got it. I understood it because I have 2 boys. So at first I understood her cause. But when they asked her why she wanted to kill the girl, and she was like, what if they get sick? I was done with her. Because guess what, Wanda? You got to do what the rest of us mama boys do and carry your ass to the CVS or take your ass to the quick care. You can't kill no child because you're too lazy to be an actual mom. Do you want to be a real mom or not? Okay. But I understood her cause. Like me and Jason were talking about earlier, I felt like on one hand it was kind of lazy that they just picked her to be the villain instead of getting an actual Doctor Strange villain. On the other hand, it was genius. So I think an 8 is fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, on the side note, one thing I just found funny, people kept asking Doctor Strange, "Are you happy?" He said, "Yeah, I'm happy." "Are you happy?" "Yeah, I'm happy." "Are you happy?" "I'm
He never
happy."
said yeah.
No, but he kept on brushing off, but people kept asking the same damn question.
Yeah,
And
until he told then he asked Wong, is like, Wong, are you happy?
he said,
He's like, I don't know, honestly.
he said, I mean, shit, I'm barely in these movies. I don't know if I'm
And that's
happy.
real. He was like, he said, at least I have peace knowing that in one of these universes I might be. That was a real ass answer. They
Mhm.
know that they have given up so much to do what they do.
Shoot, hey, Wong a real one because
Wong brought his A game in this movie for real.
because even Wong after he fought Wanda, guys had to be like, "Hey, Strange, we gonna have to off this kid, man. We can't hold him, man. We can't hang with. We gotta off this kid."
Yeah, Wong got a lot of good screen time, and I'm glad because I like him.
He
And
did.
also-
that fight scene against the eye octa whatever you call that thing. That
Oshima
fight
Gorath, I
scene,
think his name is.
yeah, that fight scene was so good. Like when he came in and started fighting and doing his martial arts, I was like, okay, this is the Wong I've been waiting to see.
Yeah.
I also like the scene when Wanda showed up at Carmitage and they were all teaming up against her.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I thought that was
They
it
was
was cool
holding
to
their own
actually
for a little bit
until that one. No, but see, I think at that point they weren't holding their own. Wanda legit was trying to be nice.
She really was.
She
was holding
said,
back.
"This is me being reasonable."
Now come on, y'all.
Nah.
She tried to, but
Right,
Like
but when she appeared behind old dude, the
Oh, my
way that
God.
she appeared, I was like,
Like
mm.
this is the one Marvel movie I was legit terrified of the villain.
Yeah.
They did and they didn't hold back. It was like, okay, this is the Olsen girl, right? But she still had the blood on her face and the tick, and the hair dangling over
Like
one
I said,
eye.
like I said, that's why it reminded me of so much of the Evil Dead because I forgot what they're called, but that she legit looked like the zombies or the undead from the Evil Dead 2.
I feel like Marvel is also doing a better job of writing their villains too. I feel like they started writing their villains a lot better.
Yeah, because they're starting to see that not everybody has to be so clear cut. Most of these villains, they've dealt with a lot of trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Like they dealt with a whole lot of trauma. That's why I guess I like Moon Knight a whole lot, because even though it was still the same villain wanting to take over the world, I like the psychological aspects and like the trauma that people went, that both Ethan Hawke's character and Oscar Isaac's character went through.
So I really need to watch that show.
Oh my God, yes, you do.
You need
you do.
So I like how they're letting their villains be more complex, because Wanda, I was always wondering, like, damn, she's an Avenger, but when's she gonna become the Scarlet Witch? And then I guess Marvel heard me say, "Oh, you want the Scarlet Witch? Here's the Scarlet Witch."
Yeah, I mean, anybody that's a parent can understand her thing. Like, I just want my kids. Like, I will kill for my kids. The Scarlet Witch is the hold my beer version of that. Like, you think you would kill for your kids? Yeah, hold my beer. Let me show you what that
I was
looks
with
like.
her cause, like I said, until they were like, okay, so why not just get the girl to take you there? No, what if they get sick? You're not a mom because you got to roll with the punches, my dear. You don't get to kill.
Well, she was saying, what if they get sick and the only cure for them is in some other universe?
Another universe. So you got to do what we do.
See, but that's why I kind of like people like Killmonger and Thanos, is because they know they're wrong, but they try to use words to rationalize what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like Killmonger, he's like, I want to do it for my people. Really, Killmonger just wanted power, and we didn't see much in the Black Panther. And when people were iffy about his real motives, what if it's like, nah, in every universe, he a piece of shit. He's only for himself. Wanda, she wants a family. She wants to live a normal life, and she willing to kill people, do despicable things, but she rationalizes with like, well, y'all took my kids away from me.
But they weren't real.
Yeah,
where was Vision?
He died.
He wasn't even talked about in this movie. Them his kids too.
I mean, you got White Vision out there somewhere.
Where was he?
I still
I
can't believe
was gonna say,
you gotta
I
give him
think
a better name.
her version of Vision, she knows is gone. So where White Vision is, I don't know. I don't even think she cares, because that's not her vision to her.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the version of Vision that tried to kill her. So I
Created
really
by
don't think
Sword,
she.
I think. Weren't they created by Sword, or did he?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was created by Sword, and it tried to kill her. So, as far as she's concerned, her version of Vision is the one that she let go when she relinquished control of Westview.
Mm-hmm.
Damn,
Like when,
she had to watch him die 3 times too. I just thought she had to watch him die
So
3
is
times.
he not in any of the other universes because he's a robot, or?
Well,
I don't
probably
know.
I mean, I'm sure
either
there's
that
one
or he
out
probably
there.
evil.
I mean,
I
because
don't know.
remember,
Well,
Vision
she
was
evil too
originally
now.
created to be Ultron's body.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's possible that, like, in another universes, that he's probably Ultron.
That'd be terrible.
Yeah, but also Kevin Feige, somebody please release how much rent is in New York, because that shit got to be expensive, man. They got to pay. They got to use all them tax dollars to to rebuild New York, because New York stay getting fucked up. And also, one thing I do like about the MCU, how at first everybody was so excited and they're like, "Oh my god, it's the Avengers." They're like, "Oh, it's the Avengers." Instagram.
Yeah, they're actually like recording it. They're actual celebrities. Hey, do you mind if I record you? Yes, I mind. Leave. I'm talking.
Also,
I love that. But that's real though. That's what celebrities do. That's how they react.
Also, one thing I do like how the suit comes on them when he uses his magic. I do like that about Doctor Strange. I don't know. I just like that's why I like Wanda so much, because she can warp reality and do weird shit. Like when she told Black Bolt, "Oh, what mouth?"
That was jacked up, man.
That was funny, but I was not expecting his head to explode after that. When that happened, I was like, "Oh!"
I was like, at that point, I knew Wanda was gone. Like
Gone.
The Wanda we
Gone.
came to love, she is checked out. This is all we got, and she got to go.
But let's be honest, Black Bolt had to go. That boy was just too cocky. Say, "Yeah, I did
He
that
was
shit."
feeling himself.
Imagine if he screamed at the top of his lungs.
No.
If he did that, he would destroy an entire city. That's how strong his voice is.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they actually brought Black Bolt in the
That was somebody I was not expecting.
Yeah,
I was not expecting
But
Black
in the
Bolt.
comics, he is a part of the Illuminati, though.
Yeah, like I know that. I just wasn't expect. I thought we would get I thought they would loosely do the Illuminati. We know, I thought there would have been some version of a Black Panther. I thought it'd been a Shuri as Black Panther on the Illuminati, because she's the smartest one, and she's one of the smartest in the Marvel universe. I expected Reed Richards. I don't know why Captain Carter was there, but hey.
That was pretty random. I'm like, why is a super soldier part of the Illuminati?
But I will say
they need some muscle.
But I will say this: they are true to the Illuminati, because the Illuminati they fuck over people for the greater good, and they were willing to fuck over Doctor Strange and Wanda.
They did that to Hulk in the Planet Hulk series,
Yeah.
and then of course they realized the consequences of their actions in World War Hulk, which they
I did not feel bad for him. I said, y'all deserve that.
Yeah,
y'all deserve it.
Yeah, Hulk turned. I think he turned Madison Square Garden into a gladiatorial coliseum. I was like, damn. That's an adaptation that we need, though. World War Hulk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we need that.
But man, y'all, this was fun. Yeah. But we've been 6 hours, y'all.
This was a lot of fun, though.
I really enjoyed it. It was great. I know we all got a lot of stuff going on. I'm pretty sure, and Courtney and Jason, I'll make my epic return to the podcast tomorrow night.
Okay.
Yeah, and then like I said, if anybody else out here want to chime in on the Ozark review, let me know. We can set this up again.
When are you doing the Ozark review?
We're tomorrow.
Oh, you're doing it tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't watched Ozark.
Sir.
I've been busy. I have a movie to make next week.
You ain't gonna watch it, so I'm gonna spoil it for you. I already know you ain't gonna watch.
Man, that's some good writing. I hate to see that show go. I really do.
But yeah, y'all, this was fun. Also, once again, congratulations, Hanako, for winning trivia.
Yay!
Robbie and Ryan, thank you guys for participating. This was fun. And to everybody that's still watching, for people that's crazy enough to still watch, we appreciate all the love that you guys have shown us. And I want to thank all these amazing people. I've listened to everything that y'all did, Hanako. I'll come to you for The Walking Dead, since I don't follow that show no more. So I was going to watch it through you, basically.
All right.
Yeah, and I gotta catch up on all the shows and movies that I've missed.
And Ryan, one thing I do like about you, man, you speak with confidence, and I like that about podcasters. That's really important.
Oh,
And
cool.
to people like Marco, Paris, Lori, thank you guys. I can't wait to work with y'all again because y'all have been helping my podcast journey be so much fun. Just so much fun. But y'all, we're gonna get up out of here. Enough of all that. This has been the first ever Geeks of the Roundtable Mega Show. We will do. I'm going to do a drawing to see who's going to host the next one, and I'll let you guys pick what y'all want to do with it. But of course, I'll be involved because I love doing this. But before we go, let's start off. Everybody telling them where they can find you. We'll go with you first, Hanako.
Okay, you can find me on the Phantom Hybrid podcast. We are at www.phantomhybrid.com. We are on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube at Phantom Hybrid, and we are on all major podcast streaming platforms.
All right. What about you, Ryan? Where can people find you at, sir?
So a bunch of projects that I hope to be able to promote in the next few months. But right now, you can hear me I'm on the Cynic Radio podcast, it's on Apple Podcast, Spotify, and all that good stuff. And social media, you can find me at Atard, Aatard is my Instagram. And again, I got a bunch of stuff coming up, and I hope to be on you guys' podcast, have you guys on my stuff once I've kind of got things going or get things going. But yeah, for now, just check me out on the Cynic Radio podcast.
All right. And Robert, what about you, sir?
My name is Robert Bear. Sorry. Yes, you can find me on Instagram at Bobby_media. Check out my content. Also my YouTube channel, Ambitious Films. I got skits. I got my short films on there. Got a feature by any means too. I start filming this Friday. That's gonna come out in probably about 3 weeks, maybe a month. And so if you want to work, if you need a video promo, if you need audition tapes, if you need me, I got you. So you can hit me up on Bobby_media. On Facebook, you can find me at Robbie A. Bear, without the accent over there. I only put there because people mispronounce my last name. So,
all right. And Courtney, where can people find you at?
Okay. Courtney Lyric Presents. We are on TikTok, Facebook, and also YouTube under the same nomenclature. Or you can find me at CourtneyLyricPresents.com as well. And also I do have a podcast of my own. It's called The Binge Babe, and that's on Apple and all the different platforms. So.
All right, yeah. Well, I think this first Geeks of the Roundtable has been adjourned.
Yeah.
Long episode, had some fun, did some debates, did some trivia. Maybe somewhere down the line we can do watch parties with all the geeks, but that requires money. So I'm so I'm gonna figure out how to do that. But yeah, y'all, this was fun. And as for me, I am Jason Craig, aka the Friendly Neighborhood Dreadhead. You can find me on the Bring the Popcorn podcast. Sometimes I have Courtney, sometimes I have Robbie, and sometimes I have Adam. And I always just be having a bunch of guests. And I do interviews as well. So look in the future because we had some very amazing people to interview this time.
Mm-hmm.
But with that being said, it has been fun. And this Geeks of the Roundtable is adjourned. Nice seeing you guys.
That was my
Bye.
all right, bye.